Well, good morning. I'm Mitch Chelnick here in the 7 Newsroom. Again, our continuing coverage now, day 13 of the Aurora theater shooting trial, streaming it live here for you on our 7 News app and also the denverchannel.com. As you know, court starts each morning at 8:40, so in the moments before the court gets going today, we want to share with you a couple of key items that happened yesterday. One of that was a testimony from one of the theater survivors. His name is Gage Hankins. He was in Theater 8 the night of the shooting. Remember, the gunman was opening fire in Theater 9, but some of the shrapnel, some of those bullets went through the wall and ended up in Theater 8. And Gage was testifying that he suddenly felt some blood on his arm, and that's when he knew something was amiss there. Now, as he was testifying, we should point out that he has a bit of a speech impediment, a slight stutter, so as you might imagine, he was a little apprehensive about testifying before that crowded courtroom, all those jurors looking on. But I want to show you the Twitter account and what happened yesterday. Rather unexpected. Take a look. We'll pull this full for you. And as you can see, Gage's Twitter feed here, it says, well, here goes nothing. That was right before he went to the stand and started testifying. Here's a look at what he said afterward. Testifying for this trial, he says, was quite the experience. But as he was testifying, look at this. All these people on Twitter saying, thank you for your bravery today. Good luck to you. There's another one that writes here, great job, man. And then we have another one here that says, huge shout out to Gage for testifying like a boss today at the Holmes trial. Love you, bud. You rock. Here's another. So proud of Gage, who testified at the Aurora theater shooting trial today. Way to represent Friends, a group that he belongs to. We love you. You rocked it. And those Twitter feeds go on and on. Many of the people don't even know Gage, but they still felt the need to respond on Twitter. In fact, there was a mom from Louisiana that tweeted him during that to say how proud she was of him and how brave he was there on the stand. So a little unexpected item that happened yesterday. Most of yesterday consumed by the testimony from police officer Maria Patalona, and she's going to pick up testimony again today. We're going to see her earlier this morning. She was going through the theater room there, going down the aisle, starting with row 10 and 9 and presumably down to 8. And what she was trying to show was the photographs of each of those seats. Remember, we showed you the seats yesterday, had those pieces of white tape over them, and trying to show where the bullets were. Well, repeatedly, the defense kept arguing and trying to get her to not to share some of that. The objected to that because of the blood that was on the seats. The prosecution quickly pointing out, well, we're not here to sanitize the situation. So as she was repeatedly stopped, the judge finally had to step in and rule a bit here. So let's give you a little slice of that activity where she's testifying and then what the judge ruled ultimately about how much she could present.
Could I have 3098, please? What are we looking at in this photograph?
In this photograph, it's a seat located in row 8, seat 12, and we're looking at an impact in a soda cup that was in one of the cup holders.
3099, please.
This is a close-up of that cup, as well as a hole in the cup.
3095, please.
This is the front of the seat, impact 9-6, located in row 8, seat 12. I believe that says correct. Row 8, seat 12.
And 3096.
This is a close-up of that area on the front of the seat in row 8, seat 12.
And I see a number of little black circles in the seat on the front of the cushion. What do those reflect?
Agent Dufran circled the smaller holes, which were consistent with the pellet holes.
And could you then please approach the model and note where row 8, seat 12 is?
I'm going to object to this procedure. May we approach?
Yes. All right. The objection is sustained in part and overruled in part. And Ms. Pearson, you may proceed consistent with my instructions.
And Ms. Petalina, would you step down to the model, and I'm going to ask you to mark row 8, seat 12.
Okay, so once again, row 8 is going to be the first row in the stadium seating. Row 12, starting from the first seat. Would be located right here. 12 rows in from the north.
And to be clear, when you're marking the seat, you're not marking a particular hole or impact or anything like that, is that right?
Correct, I'm just marking the seat and the row.
Thank you.
Let me just briefly supplement the record. I made some rulings earlier today on objections under Rule 403, and there were a few times when the objection was made and I simply overruled the objection. In general, the objections, I think, had to do with photographs that depicted something that showed some blood. At least that's what I believed based on what I was seeing in the pictures and when the objections were.
So again, a little taste of what was happening yesterday with Officer Penaluna there testifying, the judge saying that the shooter has the right to a fair trial but not a sanitized trial. So let's take you live now as we begin day 13 at the Aurora Theater shooting trial.
On behalf of the defense? No. All right, thank you. Let's bring the jury in, please.
At least we can get Maria or somebody out there. Okay.
Good morning.
Thank you.
Please be seated, everyone. Good morning, folks. Good morning. How's everyone doing? Good. The record should reflect that the jury has joined us again. Just a housekeeping matter. I didn't want to forget to tell you, scheduling-wise, tomorrow is an off Friday for us. That generally would mean that the following Friday would be a working Friday, but it's actually going to be an off Friday as well. We need to take the 22nd off, and so we're taking back-to-back Fridays off. Then the following week, we're working on that Friday, but we're taking Monday off because it's Memorial Day, the 25th. I figure I'd give you Memorial Day off. Nice guy, right? In June, we're only taking one Friday off because we're taking 3 days off in May, or 3 Fridays off in May. Then in June, we're only going to take one Friday off. And then in July, we'll take one Friday off as well. That's July 3rd. I'm going to give you the 4th of July weekend off. Feeling rather generous. But what I can do is that I can have my staff give you a schedule of all the days we're planning on taking off between now and August, in case you want to plan ahead. Would that be helpful to you? Okay, great. I'll do that. Ms. Carolines, would you please do that? Well, one of you doesn't have it. So we'll give it to you, sir. All right. Yesterday, at the end of the day, Investigator Perlina was still on the witness stand, and I will remind you that you're still under oath, okay? All right, Ms. Pearson, you may resume your direct examination at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Petalina, I'm now going to hand you what have been marked as People's Exhibits 3235, 3236, 3237, 3238, 3239, 3240, 3241, 3242, 3243, 3244, 3246, 3247, 3248, 3249, and 3250. Do you recognize all of those photographs?
Yes.
And do they fairly and accurately represent what you observed in the theater in July of 2012?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move for admittance of all of those photographs.
Ms. Spengler, do you have any objection?
An objection to 3246 under 403 in due process, otherwise no objection to the remainder of the photos.
Can I see those? Thank you. Okay, the objection to P-TR-3246 is overruled because I find that the probative value of the evidence is not substantially outweighed by any of the concerns listed in Rule 403 of the Colorado Rules of Evidence. And so that exhibit is admitted over objection and may be published. The rest of the exhibits that were just mentioned, P-TR-3235 through 3244 inclusive, and P-TR-32, well, let me back up. P-TR-3235 through 3245 are admitted without objection. Actually, you don't have 45, so I had it right. P-TR-3235 through 3244 inclusive are admitted without objection, and then P-TR-3247, 3248, 3249, and 3250 are admitted without objection as well. There you go. Go ahead, Ms. Pearson.
Yeah, may I have 3235, please? What are we looking at in this photograph?
This is an overall photograph of row 11, seat 7.
And 3236?
This is a close-up photograph of impact 9-83.
3237?
This is a close-up photograph of impact 9-84.
3238?
This is a close-up photograph of impact 9-85.
3239?
This is a close-up photograph of impact 9-86, which was in the cup holder.
3240?
This is a photograph of impact 9-88 and 9-87, which was in the armrest in the cup holder.
3241?
This is a close-up photograph of impact 9-87.
And 3242?
This is a close-up photograph of impact 9-88.
And all of those photographs were those row 11, seat 7.
Correct.
Turning next to 3243. What are we looking at in this photograph?
This is an overall photograph of row 11, seat 8.
3244.
This is a photograph of impact 9-89.
3246.
This is a close-up photograph of impact 9-90, which would be on the back of that seat.
3246.
This is just an overall photograph with that impact being shown of the back of the seat.
I think you said 3246 twice.
3247 came up the first time.
Okay, all right, so it's just so that the record is clear. Thank you.
3248.
This is a photograph of impact 9-91.
3249.
This is a close-up photograph of impact 9-91.
3250.
This is a close-up photograph of impact 9-92.
And is that all in row 11, seat 8?
Correct.
Now I'd ask you to approach the model and to note where seat 7 and seat 8 in row 11 are located.
Okay, starting with row 8, which is the first row in the stadium seating. 8, 9, 10, row 11. And what were the two seats? I'm sorry.
Seat 7 and seat 8.
Okay, so starting with seat number 1 and moving to the right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This would be seat 7. And then seat 8 would be the seat right next to it to the right or to the south.
I'm next going to hand you what have been marked as People's Exhibits 3251, 3252, 3254, and 3255. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admittance of People's Exhibits 3251, 3252, 3254, and 3255.
Ms. Spengler, do you have any objection?
No objection.
All right, without objection, P-TR-3251, 3252, 3254, and 3255 are admitted and may be published.
And if I could have 3251. Is this another impact that was in row 11, seat 7?
Yes.
3252. What are we looking at in this?
This is an overall photograph of row 11, seat 9.
3254.
This is the back of that chair with impact 9-95.
3255.
Close-up photograph of 9-95.
And if you could step to the model and note where row 11, seat 9 is located.
Okay, so coming back up to row 11, seat 9 will be the next seat over to the right from the last seat marked on the model. So one seat over from seat 8.
I am I am next going to hand you what have been marked as People's Exhibits 3257, 3256, 3258, 3261, 3262, 3264, 3265, 3266, 3268, 3270, 3271, 3275, 3276, 3277, and 3278. Do you recognize all of those photographs?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission of all of the photographs that I've tendered to the witness.
Any objection, Ms. Spengler?
No objection.
Without objection, P-TR-3256, 3257, 3258, 3261, 3262, 3264, 3265, 3266, 3268, 3270, 3271, 3275, 3276, 3277, and 3278 are admitted and may be published.
Could I have 3257, please? What are we looking at in this photograph?
It's a close-up photograph of impact 9-96. We're in row 11, seat 13.
3256.
This is an overall photograph of row 11, seat 13.
3258.
It's a photograph showing impact 9-97 and 9-98.
3261.
This is a close-up photograph of impact 9-98.
3262.
This is the back of that seat with impact 9-99.
And those were all in row 11, seat 13.
Correct.
Could I have 3264, please? What do we see in this photograph?
This is an overall photograph of row 11, seat 14.
3265.
This is impact 9-100.
3266.
This is impact 9-100.
3268.
This is an overall photograph, again, of row 11, seat 14, showing several impacts, 101, 102, 103, 104, and 105.
3270.
This is a close-up photograph of impact 9-101 and 9-102.
3271.
This is impact 9-103 and 9-104.
3275.
This is the back of that seat with impact 9-106 and 9-107.
3276.
This is, again, the back of that chair with impact 9-106.
3277.
This is impact 9-107.
And 3278.
This is impacts 9-108 and 9-109.
And if you could approach the model and note where row 11, seat 13 and row 11, seat 14 are located.
Okay, coming back up to row 11, which was the row I just marked in previously. The last seat marked was row 9. So now it's seat 13. So moving 4 over to the right. And then seat 14 would be the seat right next to 13 to the right as well.
And could I have up 3279, which was previously admitted, Your Honor?
Yes, go ahead.
What are we looking at in this photograph?
This is row 11, seat 15 with impact 9-110.
And I'm going to hand you what have been marked as People's Exhibits 3282, 3283, 3284, 3285, 3286, and 3287.
Thank you.
Do you recognize all of those photographs?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for the admittance of People's Exhibits 3282 through 3287 inclusive.
Any objection, Ms. Spengler?
No objection.
Without objection, P-TR-3282 through 3287 inclusive are admitted and may be published.
Could I have 3282, please? What are we looking at here?
This is row 11, seat 16.
3283,
This is a close-up of impact 9-111.
3284,
This is a close-up of 9-112.
3285,
This is the back of that seat with impact 9-113 and 9-114.
3286,
This is impact 9-113.
and 3287.
This is impact 9-114.
And if you could approach the model and note where both seat 15 and seat 16 are located in row 11.
Okay, coming back to row 11, which is the row I've been marking in. The last seat that I marked was seat 14. So seat 15 would be located one to the right or to the south, and then 16 would be the one located next to it, also to the right or to the south.
I'm next going to hand you what has been marked as People's Exhibits 3288, 3261, 3292, 3293, 3297, 3298, 3299, and 3300. Do you recognize all of those photographs?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for the admittance of the photographs that I've tendered to the witness.
Any objection, Ms. Spengler?
No objection.
Without objection, P-TR 3261, 3288, 3292, 3293, and 3297 through 3300 inclusive are admitted and may be published.
Your Honor, I believe you said 3261. I have 3288, 3291.
Okay, you said 3261.
Okay,
so-
3291 through 93, and then 97 through 3300.
All right, you said 3261. Did you mean 3291?
I did, Your Honor. I
Right.
apologize.
Okay, it's 3291, not 3261. Thank you.
Could I have 3288, please? What are we looking at in this photograph?
This is row 11, seat 17.
3291,
This is the back of that seat, row 11, seat 17.
3292,
This is impact 9-116.
3293,
This is going to be the bottom of that seat with impact 9-117, 9-118, and 9-119.
3297,
This is impact 9-121 and 9-120.
3298,
This is impact 9-120.
3299,
This is impact 9-121.
and 3300.
This is impact 9-122.
And could you, again, mark on the model where seat 17 in row 11 is located?
Okay, coming back to row 11, the row that we've been in. Seat 17 is going to be the next seat located over to the right from the seat that we just marked.
I am next going to hand you what have been marked as People's Exhibits 3301, 3302, 3303, 3304, 3305, 3306, and 3307. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for the admittance of the photographs that I've tendered to the witness.
Any objection, Ms. Spengler?
No objection.
Without objection, P-TR-3301 through 3307 inclusive are admitted and may be published.
Could I have 3301, please? What are we looking at in this photograph?
This is row 12, seat 4.
3302,
This is impact 9-123.
3303,
This is the back of that seat with impact 9-124.
3304,
This is row 12, seat 5.
3305,
This is impact 9-125.
3306,
Impact 9-126.
and 3307.
It's a close-up photograph of impact 9-126.
If I could have you approach the model and note where row 12, seats 4 and 5 are located.
Okay, the row we were just marking on was row 11, so we'll move one row up, starting from the left, moving to the right, just like reading a book. We'll move over 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is seat 4. And then seat 5 will be one seat over to the right or to the south.
I'm next going to hand you what has been marked as People's Exhibits 3308, 3309, 3310, 3311, 3314, 3318, 3319, 3320, 3321, 3322, 3323, 3324, 3325, 3326, 3327, 3328, and 3329. Do you recognize all of those photographs?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admittance of all of the photographs that I've tendered to the witness.
Any objection, Ms. Spengler?
Note a 403 and due process objection to 3327.
Can I see this, please? The objection is overruled because I find that the probative value of the evidence is not substantially outweighed by any of the concerns listed in Rule 403 of the Colorado Rules of Evidence. So Exhibit P-TR-3327 is admitted over objection. The rest of the exhibits are admitted without objection, and so that would be 3308, P-TR-3308 through 3311 inclusive, P-TR-3314, P-TR-3318 through 3326 inclusive, and P-TR-3328 and 3329. And they may all be published. Thank you.
Could I have 3308, please? What are we looking at in this photograph?
This is row 12, seat 14.
3309,
Impact 9-127.
3310,
Impact 9-128.
3311,
Impact 9-129 and 9-130.
3314,
Okay, this is impact 9-131, 9-132, 9-133, and 9-134.
Is that still row 12, seat 14?
Correct.
3318,
This is impact 9-133.
3319,
This is impact 9-134.
3320,
This is the back of that seat with impact 9-135.
3321,
This is an overall of the seat again, but showing impact 9-141.
is that seat 16?
Correct, yes, I'm sorry. It is row 12, seat 16.
3322,
This is a close-up photograph of impact 9-136.
3323,
This is impact 9-137.
3324,
There are several impacts in this photograph to include impact 9-138, 9-139, 9-140, and 9-141.
3325,
This is impact 9-138 and 9-139.
3326,
This is impact 9-140 and 9-141.
3327,
This is the back of that seat.
3328,
This is impact 9-142.
and 3329.
This is impact 9-143.
And if you could now approach the model and mark where row 12, seats 14 and seat 16 are located.
Okay, back up to the row that I last marked, which is row 12. Seat 14 is going to be the 14th seat over from the left, so moving right. And then seat 16 will be located 2 seats over to the right or to the south of the seat that I just marked.
I am next going to hand you what have been marked as People's Exhibits 3330, 3332, 3334, 3335, 3336, 3337, 3338, 3339, 3340, and 3341. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for the admittance of the photographs that I have tendered to the witness.
Any objection, Ms. Spengler?
No objection.
Okay, without objection, P-TR-3330, 3332, and 3334 through 3341 inclusive are admitted and may be published.
Could I have 3330, please? What is this a photograph of?
This is row 13, seat 3.
3332,
This is impact 9-144.
3334,
This is impact 9-145 and 9-146.
3335,
This is impact 9-145.
3336,
This is impact 9-146.
3337,
This is the back of that seat with impact 9-147.
3338,
So this is the next seat in the photographs, which is row 13, seat 9.
3339,
This is impact 9-148.
3340,
This is the back of row 13, seat 9.
3341,
This is a close-up photograph of impact 9-149.
and would you now move to the model and note where row 13, seats 3 and seats 9 are located in the theater?
Okay, starting first with the row. If we start with row 8, which is the first row in the stadium seating, and move up, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. And then seat 3 and seat 9. Seat 3 will be the third seat over to the right. And seat 9 will be the ninth seat over from the right.
I'm next going to hand you what have been marked as People's Exhibits 3342, 3344, 3345, and 3346.
Thank you.
Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for the admittance of People's Exhibits 3342, 3344 through 346.
Any objection, Ms. Spengler?
No objection.
Without objection, P-TR-3342 and 3344 through 3346 inclusive are admitted and may be published.
Could I have 3342, please? What do we see depicted in this photograph?
This is row 13, seat 16.
3344,
This is impact 9-150.
3345,
This is the back of that seat with impact 9-151.
3346,
This is impact 9-151.
and if you could approach the model and note where row 13, seat 16 is located.
Okay, so coming back up to the row that we were just working in, seat 16 is going to be the 16th seat over from the right, moving left to right.
Couldn't see that mark.
I have another marker up here. Would you prefer I come up and use that one? Okay. Sorry about that.
I'm next going to hand you what have been marked as People's Exhibits 3347, 3348, 3349, 3350, 3351, 3352, 3353, 3354, 3355, 3356, and 3357. Do you recognize all of those photographs?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for admittance of the photographs that I have tendered to the witness.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, P-TR-3347 through 3357 inclusive are admitted and may be published.
Could I have 3347, please? What do we see depicted in this photograph?
This is row 14, seat 7.
3348,
This is impact 9-152.
3349,
This is the back of that seat with impact 9-153.
3350,
This is a close-up photograph of impact 9-153.
3351,
This is the next seat over, which is row 14, seat 8.
3352,
This is impact 9-154.
3353,
This is a photograph showing impact 9-155 and 9-156.
3354,
This is impact 9-155.
3355,
This is impact 9-156.
3356,
This is the back of that seat showing impact 9-157.
and 3357,
This is impact 9-157.
and if you could approach the model and note row 14 where seats 7 and seats 8 are located.
Okay, so moving one row up from the previous row that we marked. Seat 7 is going to be the 7th seat over from the right. And then seat 8 will be right next to it, to the right.
I'm next going to hand you what have been marked as People's Exhibits 3358, 3359, 3361, 3362, and 3363. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for admittance of the photographs I've tendered to the witness.
Any objection, Ms. Spengler?
No objection.
Without objection, P-TR-3358, 3359, and 3361 through 3363 inclusive are admitted and may be published.
Could I have 3358, please? What are we looking at here?
This is row 14, seat 11.
3359,
This is impact 9-158 and 9-159.
3361,
This is seat 14 in row 14. So I'm sorry, row 14, seat 14.
3362,
This is impact 9-160.
3363,
This is the back of that seat with impact 9-161.
and if you could approach the model and note where in row 14, seats 11 and seats 14 are located.
So working in the row that we just marked on the model, or that I just marked on the model, seat 11 will be the 11th seat over from left to right. And then seat 14 will be the 14th seat over to the right.
I'm next going to hand you what's been marked as People's Exhibits 3364, 3365, and 3366. Do you recognize those?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for the admittance of those photographs.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, P-TR-3364 through 3366 inclusive are admitted and may be published.
Could I have 3364, please? And what are we looking at?
This is row 14, seat 16.
3365,
This is impact 9-162.
3366,
This is the back of that seat with impact 9-163.
and could you note where row 14, seat 16 is in the theater?
Okay, row 14 being the row that we're working on. Seat 16 will be 2 seats over to the right from the last seat marked on the model.
May need to get it more flat on the... Okay, try the other one. I am next going to hand you another group of photographs. Next, going to hand you what have been marked as People's Exhibits 3367, 3368, 3369, 3370, 3371, 3372, 3373, 3374, and 3375. Do you recognize all of those photographs?
Yes.
And I would move for admittance of the photographs that I have tendered to the witness.
Is there any objection?
Into 3374 under 403 in due process, otherwise no objection.
Thank you. All right, the objection is overruled because the probative value of the evidence is not substantially outweighed by any of the concerns listed in Rule 403. So Exhibit P-TR-3374 is admitted over objection. The rest of the exhibits, P-TR-3367 through 3373, as well as P-TR-3375, are admitted without objection, and all of them may be published. Thank you.
Could I have 3370 or 3367, please? What seat are we looking at here?
This is row 15, seat 6.
3368,
This is impact 9-164.
3369,
This is impact 9-165 and 9-166.
3370,
It's a close-up photograph of impact 9-165.
3371,
This is a close-up photograph of impact 9-166.
3372,
This is the back of that seat in row 15, seat 6.
3373,
This is impact 9-167.
3374,
This is row 15, seat 10.
3375,
This is a close-up of impact 9-168.
and again, if you could approach the model and note where row 15, seat 6, and seat 10 are. And I have another one here. Need to fix the one that we did previously.
So we're now at row 15. Seat 6 will be the 6th seat over, left to right. And seat 10 will be also in that row and the 10th seat over from left to right.
Next, going to hand you what has been marked as People's Exhibits 3376, 3377, 3378, 3379, 3380, and 3381. Do you recognize all of those photographs?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for the admittance of the photographs I've tendered to the witness.
Any objection, Ms. Spengler?
No objection.
Without objection, P-TR-3376 through 3381 are admitted and may be published.
Could I have 3376, please? What are we looking at in this photograph?
This is row 15, seat 14, with impact 9-169.
3377,
This is impact 9-169.
3378,
This is row 15, seat 16.
3379,
This is impact 9-170.
3380,
This is the back of that seat with impact 9-171.
3381.
This is impact 9-171.
And if you could approach the model and note where row 15, seats 14 and seats 16 are located.
Okay, so the row we were just in, row 15, we had just marked seat 10, so seat 14 is going to be 4 seats over to the right. And then seat 16 will be 2 seats over from seat 14.
I'm next going to hand you what has been marked as People's Exhibits 3382, 3383, 3384, 3385, 3386, 3387, and 3388. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for the admittance of all the photographs I have tendered to the witness.
Any objection, Ms. Spengler?
No objection.
Without objection, P-TR-3382 through 3388 inclusive are admitted and may be published.
Could I have 3382, please? What seat do we see in this photograph?
This is row 19, seat 9.
3383,
This is impact 9-172.
3384,
This is impact 9-173 and 9-174.
3385,
It's a close-up of impact 9-173.
3386,
A close-up photograph of impact 9-174.
3387,
This is the back of that seat with impact 9-175.
3388,
And a close-up of that impact 9-175.
and if you could approach the model and note where row 19, seat 9 is located.
Okay, coming back here to the stadium seating. Again, row 8 was the first, so we're going to move up to row 19. Which is the second to last row. And then seat 9 is going to be the 9th seat located to the right. You're welcome.
I am next going to hand you what has been marked as People's Exhibits 3389, 3390, and 3391. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for the admittance of the photographs that I've tendered to the witness.
Is there any objection, Ms. Spengler?
No objection.
Without objection, P-TR-3389 through 3391 inclusive are admitted and may be published.
Could I have 3389, please? What seat are we looking at here?
This is row 18, seat 11, so one row below the seat on the model that we were just working with.
3390,
This is impact 9-176.
3391,
This is impact 9-177.
and could you now note on the model where row 18, seat 11 is located?
Okay, so the last row that I marked was row 19, so we're going to move one row down to row 18. And seat 11 will be the 11th seat over to the right.
Now, did you, in addition to noting impacts on seat, also note impacts that were located in walls or other structures within Theater 9?
Yes.
And at a later time, after you noted some of the impacts on the walls, did you again note additional impacts that were located in seats?
Yes.
Okay, turning next to some impacts that you found that were located within walls in the theater. I'm going to hand you what has been marked as 3392, 3392, 3393, 3394, 3395, 3396, 3544, 3545, 3547, 3546, 3548,
Okay,
Do you recognize all of these photographs?
Yes.
And do they fairly and accurately represent what you observed in the theater in July of 2012?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admittance of the photographs I've tendered to the witness.
Is there any objection, Ms. Spengler?
No objection.
Without objection, P-TR-3392 through 3396 are admitted, and that's inclusive. And P-TR-3544 through 3548 inclusive are admitted and may be published as well.
Could I have 3392 first, please? Now, could you explain to us what we're looking at in the theater, and is this Theater 9?
Yes, this is Theater 9, and we're looking at the west wall. So as one looks at the screen, this would be the wall located to the back.
3393? What do we see in this photograph?
This is impact 9-178, which was located in the railing on that west wall.
3394?
This is a close-up of impact 9-178.
And that's still on the west or the back wall of Theater 9?
Correct.
3395?
Okay, this is a photograph as one looks at the screen of the left staircase.
So would the wall that we see then on the right of the photograph be the wall that connects to Theater 9?
Correct, that would be the north wall.
And in that photograph, we see a little white thing noted on the green railing.
Yes.
And if we next look at 3396, is that the area that we were looking at in 3395 where we could see the white piece on the railing?
Yes.
Could I have 3544, please? What are we looking at in this photograph?
Okay, this is again that left staircase as one looks at the screen, and this is going to be the right side of that staircase, so the south side with several impacts.
And the one that we're seeing again on the railing, is this the same 179 that we saw previously?
Correct, it's 9-179.
3340 or 3545, please. What do we see in this photograph?
This is again the left staircase, so the photograph that we just saw, this is a close-up of the impacts in that staircase to include impact 9-180, 9-181, and 9-182.
Could I have 3547, please? What do we see in this photograph?
This is impact 9-180.
3546, please.
This is impact 9-181.
And 3548.
And this is impact 9-182.
I am next going to hand you what has been marked as People's Exhibits 3400, 3398, 3401, 3399, 3402, 3397, 3403, 3404, 3405, 3409, 3406, 3407, 3408, 3414, 3415, and 3417.
Thank you.
Do you recognize all of these photographs?
Yes.
And do they fairly and accurately depict what you observed in the theater in July of 2012?
Yes, they do.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admittance of the photographs I've tendered to the witness.
Ms. Spengler, any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, P-TR-3397 through 3409 inclusive are admitted and may be published. Similarly, P-TR-3414, 3415, and 3417 are admitted and may be published. And again, that's without objection.
Could I have People's Exhibit 3400, please? What are we looking at in this photograph?
Okay, so the staircase that we were just looking at, which is the left staircase as you look at the screen, we were just on the south or the right side, the side that faces the seats. This would be the other side of that staircase, so the left or the north side that faces the hallway.
Could you go down to the model and note where this would be located and where the prior ones that we were looking at were located?
Okay, so the staircase that I'm referring to here,
This is actually, the wall is gone now, but this would divide Theater 8. So this is Theater 8 and the wall would be right here.
okay, so this staircase here is the staircase that we're talking about, which is the left staircase. The area that I was previously talking about was on the south side or the right side. So that's where those impacts were. The impacts that we're looking at now would be on the left side or the north side facing that hallway.
So looking at 3400 again. Is this then the opposite side of the wall that the previous impacts were located on?
Yes.
Could I have 3398, please? What do we see in this photograph?
This is impact 9-83, which was located at the top of the railing on that side of the staircase.
And 3401, please? What do we see in this photograph?
This is an overall photograph with impacts 9-185 and 9-186.
And again, on the opposite side of this wall would be the stairs that go up into the stadium seating.
Correct.
3399.
So this is the same area that we just looked at with a close-up of the impacts to show impact 9-184, 9-185, and 9-186.
3402, please.
This is impact 9-184.
3397.
This is just an overall photograph of the area that we're talking about.
And to the right side of this photograph, would that be the wall that connects with Theater 8?
Correct. It would be the north wall that connects with Theater 8.
3403, please.
This is impact 9-185.
3404.
This is impact 9-186.
Could I have 3405, please? What are we looking at in this photograph?
Okay, so this is the north wall of the theater. So as you look at the screen, it's the wall located to the left. It is also the wall that connects to Theater 8.
3409, please. What do we see in this photograph?
This is impact 9-189 and 9-190, which was located in that north wall.
And is this higher up on the wall?
Correct, the railing is higher.
3406. What do we see in this photograph?
These are also impacts on that north wall, impact 187 and impact 188.
3407, please.
This is a close-up photograph of impact 187.
3408.
And a photograph of impact 188.
3414, please.
Continuing also on that north wall, this is impact 9-191 and 9-192.
3415, please.
Photograph of impact 9-191.
And 3417.
And impact 9-192.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Next, I'm going to next going to hand you what has been marked as People's Exhibits 3462, 3463, 3464, 3465, 3466, 3467, 3468, 3470, 3471, 3472, 3473, and 3474.
Thank you.
Do you recognize all of those photographs?
Yes.
Do they fairly and accurately represent what you observed in the theater in July of 2012?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admittance of all the photographs that I've tendered to the witness.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, P-TR-3462 through 3468 inclusive are admitted and may be published. Similarly, without objection, P-TR-3470 through 3474 inclusive are admitted and may be published.
Could I have 3462, please? What are we looking at in this photograph?
This is an overall photograph of the area that we were just talking about, which is that north wall in Theater 9.
The north wall being the wall that adjoins Theater 8.
Yes.
And the perspective that we're looking at with the lobby, would that be the exit towards the lobby?
Yes.
Could I have 3463, please? What do we see in this photograph?
This is impact 9-193, which was located on that north wall.
3464.
Also on the north wall here, we have impact 9-194, 9-195, and 9-196, which was located in the curtain.
3465, please.
And this is a close-up of those three impacts.
So the curtain, this is above the lower part of the wall, above that railing.
Correct.
3466, please.
This is just another close-up photograph, again, of impact 194, impact 195, and impact 196.
Were there holes in the curtain that you could see?
Yes.
And then was it later determined that there were impacts behind the curtain?
Yes.
3467, please. What do we see in this photograph?
This is still the north wall, so the same area we've been discussing, and there's three impacts here, which is impact 9-189, impact 9-190, and then up in the curtain, there's impact 9-197.
3468, please.
This is a close-up photograph of that impact that was in the curtain, so impact 9-197.
3470, please.
So this area here, as you look at the screen, this is going to be the area that was located to the right. The black area that you're seeing is the east wall, or the wall that was located in back of the screen, because the screen was removed.
So under normal circumstances, the screen would be in the front of what we're seeing here?
Correct.
3471.
This is a close-up photograph of impact 9-198, which was in the curtain, which was next to the screen, to the south of the screen.
And is this, we saw a white spot in 3470, is this that white tag?
It is, yes.
3472, please.
Okay, so again, as you're looking at the screen, the wall that would be located in back of the screen, which was to the east, there's two impacts back there.
And that's behind where the screen would be.
Yes.
3473.
This is a close-up of one of those impacts on that east wall, which is impact 9-199.
3474.
This is, I'm sorry, this
What
is
are
a
we looking
close-up photograph of the other impact 9-200.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as People's Exhibits 3460 and 3461.
Thank you.
Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admittance of People's Exhibits 3460 and 3461.
Any objection, Ms. Spengler?
No objection.
Without objection, P-TR-3460 and 3461 are admitted and may be published.
Could I have 3460, please? What are we looking at in this photograph?
Okay, so during the week when I was on scene, members of federal agencies and myself removed the screen from inside of Theater 9 and brought it out into a hallway so that we could observe it for additional holes. What you're looking at here is impact 9-201, which was a hole in the screen.
Could I have 3461, please? What are we looking at in this photograph?
This is a close-up of that impact 9-201.
And in fact, the screen was perforated?
Correct.
Thank you. I'm next going to hand you what has been marked as People's Exhibits 3481, 3482, 3483, and 3484.
Good, thank you. Thank you.
Do you recognize these photographs?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admittance of People's Exhibits 3481 through 3484.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, P-TR-3481 through 3484 inclusive are admitted and may be published.
Now, as you were going through the theater and marking the impacts in the walls, did you also end up going back to seats periodically because additional impacts were noted in seats?
Yes.
Could I have 3481, please? What are we looking at in this photograph? What seat is this?
So this is an overall photograph of row 13, seat 4.
3482, please.
This is impact 9-202.
3483.
This is the same seat, the back of the seat with impact 9-203.
3484.
This is a close-up photograph of 9-203.
And if you could approach the model, I don't know if this is a seat we'd previously marked or not. We have a bunch of new pens. And Your Honor, at the break, we have more pens. Would the court permit her at the break to darken up the circles with the pens that were running out?
That's fine.
You could approach row 13, seat 4.
Okay, again, we'll start with row 8, which is the first row in the stadium seating. So row 13. And then it would be the fourth seat over from left to right.
Next, going to hand you what's been marked as People's Exhibits 3486, 3487, 3488, 3491, and 3493. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes.
Do they fairly and accurately depict what you viewed in the theater in July of 2012?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admittance of People's Exhibits 3486, 3487, 3488, 3491, and 3493.
Any objection, Ms. Spengler?
Objection to 3486 under 403 in due process, otherwise no objection.
Thank you. The objection to P-TR 34, P-TR-3486 is overruled because I find that the probative value of the evidence is not substantially outweighed by any of the concerns listed in Rule 403. So that exhibit is admitted over objection and may be published. The other exhibits, P-TR-3487, 3488, 3491, and 3493 are admitted without objection and may be published. Thank you.
Could I have 3486, please? What do we see in this photograph?
Okay, so this area is in front of row 9, seat 15. It's marking an impact 9-204 on the floor.
3487?
This is a close-up of that impact 9-204.
3488?
Okay, this is row 11, seat 7.
3491?
And this is a close-up of that photograph with two new holes located, two impacts, which is impact 9-205 and 9-206.
So this seat had previously been marked with 9-84 and 9-85. How did this occur that it was looked at again for additional impacts?
Agent DeFrance was going back on scene to double-check the seats that he had already marked and found these two additional holes.
Could I have 3493, please? What are we looking at in this photograph?
This is row 9, seat 18. This would be the back of the seat.
And where is the additional new impact?
The new impact would be impact 9-207, which is on the floor.
And I believe we already have marked row 11, seat 7, and row 9, seat 18.
Ms. Pearson, let's go ahead and take our morning break at this time, okay?
Okay.
All right, members of the jury, it's 10:15. We're going to go ahead and take our morning break. Please keep in mind all the advisements that I have been giving you throughout the trial. All of them apply. Enjoy the break, and I'll see you back here in 20 minutes. Thank you. The record should reflect that the jury has exited the courtroom. Everyone may be seated. Is there anything we need to talk about on behalf of the people, Ms. Pearson?
No, Your Honor.
Anything on behalf of the defense, Ms. Spengler?
No.
All right, enjoy the break. I'll see you back here in 20 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning and welcome back to the west side of the 7 News newsroom. I wanted to jump in here before we replay some sound to provide a little bit of context about what we were just hearing. We were hearing from Maria Petalina, Aurora Police Department CSI technician who is working alongside FBI crime lab specialists to mark all of the various bullet impacts throughout Theater 9. And I assume we're going to get soon to hear about the impacts that traveled through the wall to Theater 8. We heard from Maria Petalina's co-worker, Nick Carroll, that there were 76 total shots fired, or evidence of total shots fired. That included 65 casings for .223 bullets, 6 shotgun shells, and 5 .40 caliber shells. Those traveled through and impacted in more than one location. So at the last I heard, we were up to 204 before I had to put on my earpiece and come get to the chair. 204 impacts within Theater number 9. Throughout this process, John, if you could pull up the computer screen, we were asking you, as they went through this process, they went item by item. They admitted a set of photos and then went to mark them on the chairs, as you've been watching repeatedly over and over again. Throughout this process, the defense objected many, many times, and there were 403 objections, basically meaning that something in these photographs, the defense believed, would be emotional for the jurors, would be prejudicial, cause them to form an opinion. So we asked you, those of you on our website, and we asked also on YouTube, but here on our website we can actually vote and do a poll, that the judge decided to allow some of the photos showing blood, and overwhelmingly, 93% of you agreed. Of course, after every one of those photos, Maria Petalina came over here to the model with these silver pens and was marking it. And I did ask, someone asked us on our website a question, are we going to be able to get a close-up of that model? I spoke to a court spokesman, Rob McCallum. He tells me that because this model is visible on the feed, and this picture here that I tweeted earlier is zoomed in on that, that does not get covered by the judge's previous order regarding written evidence. If we want to request access to take a picture of the model, our media consortium, the group of media outlets who have pooled our funds and equipment together to get this signal out of the courtroom, we're going to have to file another motion with the judge. I don't know if that's going to happen yet. We'd have to speak to the consortium and then from there to our attorney to see if we can get that close-up photo. So do stay tuned for that. Another question about this evidence, someone was asking which wall is which. So here on Google Maps you can see, obviously the inside of the theater has been remodeled, but we see the dumpster here. We know that the gunman's vehicle was parked in this area. we know that Theater 9 what used to be Theater 9 was in this area. So when they discuss north, that's roughly this direction. South was the far side where the exit door was, and etc. That gives you some framework. The north wall there was that wall that split this part of the building and shared it with Theater 8. So let's take a look again inside of this, some of the impacts and what we're starting to be able to do, and hopefully this is what the jurors are going to be able to do, is they're starting to be able to put together the evidence that they've seen, the diagrams that they've been handed from the various survivors who've testified, and they're starting to be able to put that together now with where these bullet impact evidence was found. So if we look at, say, row 12, pull up the diagram here. This one is, I believe this is Marcus Weaver's diagram, and you can see where he was sitting and how this overlaps with the ballistics evidence we heard from Maria Petalina in exactly that same area. Elsewhere on row 12, same thing for Angiat Mora and Prodeo Patria. That family was sitting farther over in row 12. So we're going to play you two clips of video during this break. The first clip that John and I would like to play for you is the judge explaining why he allowed all of these photos, going back to that Rule 403 objection. And later we're going to come back and play some of the sound from people in the areas that were impacted.
Let me just briefly supplement the record. I made some rulings earlier today on objections under Rule 403, and there were a few times when the objection was made and I simply overruled the objection. In general, the objections, I think, had to do with photographs that depicted something that showed some blood. At least that's what I believed based on what I was seeing in the pictures and when the objections were being made. But these were pictures that depict something other than the blood. The blood is incidental to what the picture is being introduced for. And so I have found in each case that the probative value of the evidence was not substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice or any of the other concerns that are listed in Rule 403. It's not like, and yes, there was some blood on the sidewalk. And then some of the pictures that were shown later were pictures of impact holes in the seats. And in some of those pictures, not many of them, there was some blood on the floor. Although I must say that there were some pictures that were introduced without objection that appeared to show blood as well. And there was no objection to those. But there's no surprise for the jury here that there's blood shown sometimes in these photographs. The jury knows what this case is about. This was a bloody scene. So this is not surprising to anyone. It's certainly not surprising to them. And again, the pictures are depicting something that is relevant, something that is probative, and whatever bloody aspect of the picture there may be is incidental to what is being shown. So that's why I have overruled those objections. And I haven't had a chance in each instance to provide specifics about my rulings. In a few instances, there was simply a 403 objection, and there was simply a ruling by me saying that the objection was overruled. And so I wanted to make sure that the record was supplemented. The defendant has a constitutional right to a fair trial. The defendant does not have a constitutional right to a sanitized trial. And you know, it would be improper for me to require that pictures that are probative be excluded because they show some blood, especially given the nature of the crimes that are charged. All right.
Well, there you had District Court Judge Carlos Zamora explaining why he allowed photographs with blood to be admitted as evidence and shown to the jury over the objections, the repeated objections, the pattern of objections from the defense counsel. A couple thoughts as we look at this diagram once more before we go play victim sound or survivor sound from individuals seated in some of the areas that we heard Maria Petalina identifying bullet marks. There was a question about bullet marks, impact evidence found behind the screen. And so on our diagram here, this is the screen. There were 2 marks, impact marks found behind there. We've heard in previous testimony that there was evidence found, evidence including magazines, spent casings, that the shooter walked up this hallway into this area where they found, as you can see, some of these white markers, shell casings, and gun magazines from the rifle. So it does appear then in that case that shots were fired back, at least 2, in the direction of the screen. So once again, we've heard from Maria Petalina talking about impact evidence, and so we wanted to go replay sound from some of the individuals seated in the areas that she discussed, that she went and marked on the model. So we're going to focus first on row 12 with Marcus Weaver and Prodeo Patria, and then we're going to come back to row 11 with Maria Carbonell. All of these areas, these 3 that I'm marking with my cursor here, were areas where we heard victim and survivor testimony. We heard about them being injured there, and now we've heard about bullet impacts through their seats. And now we're going to play that sound for you, starting with Marcus Weaver.
At first, it was hard to grasp my head around what was going on. And so once people started screaming and getting hit, it became from a surreal situation to a dangerous situation. So it warranted me to get down on the ground and get Rebecca down on the ground as well.
So is that what you did, in fact? Did you get down on the ground, and did you get Rebecca down on the ground?
Yes, I just sure did.
And could you describe for the jury how you got both of you down on the ground?
I just pushed her down and pushed me down too, and we were just sitting right there, and she wasn't moving, but I could see him through the crack of the seat, and the seat was only this big in front of us. And so my main concern at the time was Rebecca, the fact that she wasn't moving, and the safety of others around me. I wasn't really concerned about my own safety.
And Mr. Weaver, you had just demonstrated 2 things: a crack that was in front of you, and then you also said the seat that was, up above you.
Mm-hmm.
How approximately long or short would you say that crack was in front of that you were looking out of?
I'll say that crack's about this big right here.
Would you estimate that to be an inch, 2 inch? What do you think?
It's hard to say, but maybe an inch to 2 inches.
And you kept trying to peek through that.
That was the only way I could see the shooter. I looked through there, and then as soon as he started shooting, I would put my head down, and then I would see him for a while, and then it would just get so loud that you would just put your head down and hope that it didn't hit you, but you could hear it hitting objects. You could hear it whizzing by your head. You can hear it, the bullets, just people screaming, people saying, "I've been shot, I'm hurt," and just not being able to do anything because you don't really know where the bullets are, coming from, or that kind of deal from the shooter.
What are you thinking during this time?
I was thinking about Rebecca and her well-being and seeing if she was okay, but she wasn't moving. Just thinking about everybody around me. I mean, people were, at the time, were coming down the middle and stepping on my back, and my face is grounded with nasty sludge from the floor, and still looking through the corner of the seat every time the shooter would fire from that corner. And you could see he had some type of helmet on, some type of gear with the flash. And you could see him pretty clearly, but the only thing you couldn't do is see his face.
So we entered the theater from, if you were to go under here, there would be a double door entrance, and we went over here, and we started to find seats around this area.
Okay, and could you use your laser pointer to kind of show them where your seats were in that area?
Somewhere around here.
Okay. And can you kind of describe for them where you were crouching down when you heard the gunfire?
So,
right there. And earlier you had described for the jury that you saw something kind of fly across the theater. Could you use a laser pointer to describe where that flew across from?
So I saw the sort of thing that flew across, beginning from my far right, and it ended somewhere closer to my left in a diagonal kind of direction.
And earlier you had described that you saw some flashes of light. What area did you see those flashes of light in?
So I saw the flashes of light at the same origin where I saw the thing that flew by, which was somewhere on my far right.
Right. And then could you describe for the jury your exit path, about how you were trying to exit the theater and where you were attempting to go?
So after my dad said to get up, I ran towards my right. I went down the stairs, and I was initially trying to go back to my to the original entrance, but I saw sort of like a still silhouette, and my mom told me that that was not a good way, so I made a quick U-turn and started heading out towards that exit.
Could you point for the jury where you were when you felt yourself get shot?
Right before I reached that exit, somewhere around there. Exit doors.
And where was it that you saw your mother on your dad's back?
So once we left the exit doors and we were outside, I first helped the man into the sidewalk corner over here, and then that's when I finally saw my mom on my dad's back, when I looked back.
Now, when you walked outside the theater, did you ever notice a white car?
Yes.
Okay, and where did you notice the white car?
Where you put it?
And could you just show the jury where that is?
Right in the parking lot in front of us.
All right, and could you also describe for the jury, as you were exiting, how close were you to the wall when you were exiting the theater?
We stayed pretty close to it because we didn't wander far off from the sidewalk. So it was close enough to it so I could set my mom down to lay back on it.
And when you were inside the theater, after you had kind of turned from that one lobby area, how close were you to the wall in there, if you could show the jury on that diagram?
We're pretty close. We're running right alongside it in a linear line. Myself first, my mother, then my father in the back.
I remember hearing like a poof and like a tss. It sounded like a tear gas, like a t-shirt gun. And I remember hearing that, and I thought, just maybe they're shooting out t-shirts. But then I heard this clank, and when I remember hearing the clank, and my son, he jumped up and he yelled, "Stink bomb!" And I grabbed him by the back of his pants and I yanked him down. And I then grabbed my friend Jasmine Kennedy that was sitting right next to me, and I told her, "Jasmine, get down." And I remember just hearing like boom, 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 and then looking, because my son was sitting to the left of me, and my friend Jasmine and Chris and Edgar and Sully and everyone was sitting to the right. And I remember looking down at my son, and I was watching this smoke billow out from underneath the chairs. And right away I started to panic because I was thinking, oh no, Armando doesn't have an inhaler on him, and he's going to have an asthma attack. And I grabbed my coat that I had, and I put it over my nose so that I could breathe. And I remember like not being able to breathe and my eyes burning. And I remember looking at Armando and Annalise, and I could see that Armando had his t-shirt covered over his mouth like this, and I could see my daughter. She was huddled next to him, but all I could see was her legs in the back of her. And things just kind of got really quiet for me.
What's the next thing you remember?
I remember having my arms around Jasmine, and I had my hands on Armando's pants still. I didn't let go of them. At some point, I remember feeling like a sting go across my thigh, and hearing like little beads like bouncing all around me. And I remember Jasmine letting out this screech and screaming for her mom.
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
And I was just telling her, I was like, you have to calm down. And I kept telling myself that somebody's going to stop this. Like, this is going to stop. And when it wasn't stopping, I started thinking to myself, how am I going to get the two of them to be quiet so that we could play dead? And then I remember hearing people say, run. And I look down the aisle and I didn't see, I already seen that Bryson and Tony and Annalise were going. And so I got up and I calmly grabbed my purse from underneath the seat and I grabbed my son's hand and we started walking towards the left aisle. And at some point, I lost Armando's hand. He kind of just went. And I got towards the end of the aisle and I stepped down that first step and I looked back and I was yelling for Jasmine to run. And I was just screaming. I was like, run, Jasmine, run. And I looked and I saw her holding her legs and I couldn't understand why she wasn't going. And so I turned around and I turned around and I looked down and I see these hands and they're waving up at me like in a motion like this. And I grab the person's hands and I lock them. And I pull the person, and I think it was a male, because when I put my hand on his shoulder, it felt like strong. And I pulled him in between the seats, and I bent down, and I said, "Are you okay?"
We're going to pause that replay now and return to the courtroom. The judge, District Court Judge Carlos Samora, has just returned, and court is back in session.
Present with his lawyers, and the prosecutors are present as well. We are outside the presence of the jury. Are the parties ready for the jury?
People are ready, Your Honor.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Let's bring them in, please. Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury has joined us again, and Investigator Carolina is back on the witness stand. I'll remind you that you're still under oath. And Ms. Pearson, you may resume with the rest of your direct examination.
Ms. Petalina, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as People's Exhibits 3494, 3496, 3497, 3498, 3500, 3503, and 3504.
Thank you.
Do you recognize all of those photographs?
Yes.
Do they fairly and accurately represent your observations in the theater?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admittance of all of the photographs I have tendered to the witness.
Is there any objection,
No
Ms.
object-
Spigler?
Excuse me, no objection.
All right, without objection, P-TR-3494, 3496, 3498, 3500, 3503, and 3504 are admitted and may be published.
Your Honor, did I also give her 3497? If you could check Ms. Petalino.
You mentioned 3497, I'm sorry, do you have that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and so include 3497 in that group, thank you.
Could I have 3494, please? What are we looking at in this photograph?
This is row 9, seat 14.
3496?
This is impact 9-208.
In row 9, seat 14?
Correct.
3497? What do we see in this photograph?
This is the back of that seat, row 9, seat 14.
And 3498?
And this is impact 9-209.
3500?
This is row 11, seat 7.
And does this show impacts that have been marked previously and then it was revisited and additional impacts were located?
Correct.
3503?
This is going to be row 11, seat 6.
And 3504?
This is a close-up of impact 9-211, which is on the side of that seat.
And can you check, had we previously marked row 9, seat 14 and row 11, seat 6? I believe we'd marked row 11, seat 7. Do you recall?
Can I come down to the model?
Please.
So row 9, seat 14. There's row 9. Has not been marked. So what was previously marked was row 9, seat 14. I'm sorry, seat 13. And 14 would be one over to the right.
And was row 11, seat 6 previously marked? Was row 11, seat 6 previously marked?
Row 11, seat 6 was not previously marked, so I'll mark that now.
And seat 7 has been marked, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I'm next going to hand you what have been marked as $3505, $3506, 3507, 3508, 3509, 3510, 3512, 3513, 3515, 3514, 3516, and 3517. Do you recognize all of these photographs?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for admittance of the photographs that I have tendered to the witness.
Is there any objection, Ms. Spengler?
No objection.
Without objection, P-TR-3505 through 3510 inclusive are admitted and may be published. Similarly, P-TR-3512 through 3517 inclusive are admitted and may be published.
Could I have 3505, please? What seat do we see depicted in this photograph?
This is row 12, seat 8.
3506,
This is impact 9-212.
3507,
This is impact 9-213.
3508,
This is a close-up photograph of that same impact, 9-213.
3509,
Okay, we're now moving to row 10, seat 8, looking at impact 9-214.
3510,
This is a close-up photograph of impact 9-214.
3512,
This is a close-up photograph of impact 9-215, row 10, seat 8.
and does this photograph reflect that a previous impact had been located prior to the time that this one was located?
Correct, 9-61.
3515,
This is a close-up photograph of 9-216.
3513,
This is another photograph of impact 9-215.
3514,
And this is a close-up photograph of 9-216 and 9-217.
3516,
And this is 9-217 again, and 9-218, again, row 10, seat 8.
3517.
This is a close-up photograph of 9-218.
Now, I believe we previously marked row 10, seat 8, but did we mark row 12, seat 8? If you could check, please.
Sure. Okay, so row 12, starting with row 8, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and then we're going to go 8 seats over to the right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it will be this seat here. It was not previously marked.
And is that seat? And did we previously mark row 10, seat 8?
Yes, we did.
Thank you. Next, going to hand you what has been marked as People's Exhibits 3520, 3521, 3522, 3523, 3524, and 3525. Do you recognize all of those photographs?
Yes.
And do they fairly and accurately represent your observations?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admittance of the photographs that I've tendered to the witness.
Any objection, Ms. Spengler?
No objection.
Without objection, P-TR-3520 through 3525 are admitted and may be published. And
Could I
that's-
have-
That's inclusive. Go ahead.
Could I have 3520, please? What seat are we looking at here?
We're looking at row 11, seat 12.
3521?
This is impact 9-219.
3522?
This is the back of row 11, seat 12.
3523?
This is impact 9-220.
3524?
This is a new seat, row 11, seat 16.
3525?
This is impact 9-221.
And if you could approach the model and see if we have previously marked row 11, seat 12, or row 11, seat 16.
Okay, row 11, starting with 8, 8, 9, 10, 11. Seat 12. Was not previously marked.
And seat 16?
Was previously marked.
I'm next going to hand you what's been marked as People's Exhibits 3526, 3527, 3528, 3529, 3530,
Thank you.
Do you recognize all of those photographs?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for the admittance of the exhibits that I've provided to the witness.
Any objection, Ms. Spengler?
Under 3531, under 403, it's cumulative to 3530, as well as due process, but no objection to the other exhibits.
I don't think you mentioned 3531, Ms. Pearson, so was that included in the packet that you just tendered, Investigator Pedolina?
No, Your Honor.
I apologize. No objection.
Okay, without objection, P-TR-3526 through 3530 inclusive are admitted and may be published.
Could I have 3526, please? What seat are we looking at here?
We're looking at row 12, seat 10.
3527,
This is the same seat with impact 9-222.
3528,
This is a close-up photograph of 9-222.
3529,
This is in the area of row 12, seat 16 on the floor.
3530,
And this is a close-up photograph of that impact that you just saw, 9-223.
and if you could approach the model with regard to row 12, seat 10, and see, I don't believe that's one we've marked.
8, 9, 10, 11, 12, seat 10.
Yes.
Seat 10 was not previously marked, so I'm going to mark that. And then the other seat was seat 16, so moving.
That's not actually on the seat, but on the floor? I
Correct.
believe so, we won't mark that one.
Okay.
I'm next going to hand you what's been marked as People's Exhibits 3532, 3533, 3536, 3537, and 3538.
Thank you.
Do you recognize all of those photographs?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, I'd move for admittance of the photographs that I've tendered to the witness.
Any objection, Ms. Spengler?
No objection.
Without objection, P-TR-3532, 3533, and 3536 through 3538 inclusive are admitted and may be published.
Could I have 3532, please? What are we looking at here?
This is row 13, seat 12.
3533,
This is impact 9-224.
3536,
This is row 13, seat 15.
3537,
And this is impact 9-225.
3538,
And impact 9-226 on that same seat, row 13, seat 15.
and could you approach the model and see if we've previously marked row 13, seat 12, or seat 15?
Okay, again, starting with row 8, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. This would be seat 12, the 12th row, I'm sorry, the 12th seat from left to right.
And seat 15,
Okay. Which would be 3 over from the previously marked seat, and it was not previously marked.
I'm next going to hand you what's been marked as People's Exhibits 3549, 3550, 3551, 3552, and 3553. Do you recognize all of these photographs?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for the admittance of the photographs that I've tendered to the witness.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, P-TR-3549 through 3553 inclusive are admitted and may be published.
Could I first have People's Exhibit 3552? What do we see in this photograph?
Okay, this is row 13, seat 3, with impact 9-229.
and 3553.
This is a close-up of that impact 9-229.
And if you could approach the model and see if we've previously marked row 13, seat 3.
Okay, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Third seat from left to right was previously marked.
Could I have 3549, please? Now, where are we in the theater as we're looking at this photograph?
Okay, again, as you were to look at the screen, this would be the left wall. So the adjoining wall, the north wall from Theater 9 to Theater 8. We had previously marked 2 impacts on that wall, and 2 additional impacts were found.
3550?
And this is just a close-up of one of those impacts, 9-227, again on the north wall.
And 3551.
A close-up photograph of impact 9-228.
Now, again, as you were taking photographs of all of the different impacts in the theater, were you also collecting evidence that you came across?
Yes.
Did you mark an item of evidence with placard 124?
I did.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
With what has been marked as People's Exhibits 3477 and 3478 and Exhibit 621. Do you recognize that item and those photographs as depicting the item that you collected in the theater?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admittance of People's Exhibit 621 as well as 3477 and 3478.
Ms. Spengler, do you have any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, P-TR-3477, 3478, and 621 are admitted and may be published.
Could I have 3477, please? What are we looking at in this photograph?
Okay, in this photograph, we're looking at evidence placard 124. And where this is located is, as you look at the screen, it would be in the southeast corner up by where the screen was originally located. So to the right in the area where the screen was.
3478?
This is a close-up photograph of that item of evidence at 124.
And was this behind the screen? We previously saw photographs of the screen with an impact point in the screen. Was this behind where that area of the screen would have been if it had still been in place?
Yes, it was in the general area of impact 9-201.
And if you could hold up People's Exhibit 621, please. Is that the item depicted in this photograph?
Yes.
I'm next going to hand you what have been marked as People's Exhibits 3563, 3567, 3677, 3568, 3565, 3566, 3570, 3571, 3782, 3580, and 3581. Do you recognize all of these photographs?
Yes.
Do they fairly and accurately depict your observations in the theater in July of 2012?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admittance of the photographs that I've tendered to the witness.
Any objection, Ms. Spengler?
No objection.
Without objection, P-TR-3563, 3567, 3677, 3568, 3565, 3566, 3570, 3571, 3782, 3580, and 3581 are admitted and may be published. Did I get all those right, Ms. Pearson?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Could I have 3563, please? And if you could tell us, where are we in, is this Theater 9?
Yes.
And where are we in the theater?
Okay, so earlier we were talking about the north wall, and that was the lower north wall. This is also the north wall, but it's located up in the stadium seating. So again, if you were to look at the screen, it would be the wall located to the left, generally in the area of about row 18.
And this is the wall that connects with Theater 8?
Correct.
3567, please? Are these impacts located on that same railing?
They are.
3677? Now, could you explain what all of the little flags are?
Yes, they were placed there by federal agents to indicate how many holes they observed in the curtain in the area of impact 9-230.
3568?
This is a close-up photograph of the railing that was located right underneath of those flags, so this is still in the upper north wall.
So did 9-230 include the impacts on this wood railing as well as the area with all the flags?
Yes, the federal agents used that number for everything that was in that area.
3565, please? And where is this?
This is row 13, seat 3.
3566? What do we see in this photograph?
This was an additional impact found in the lower north wall. So again, that left wall, the adjoining wall to Theater 8, which is impact 9-32.
3571?
This is a close-up photograph of impact 9-232.
Now, what do we see in the wall? What is that?
What you're seeing in that impact is a trajectory rod that was placed there by the agents.
Were some of the impacts located later as they had already started placing trajectory rods?
Yes.
3782?
This is an overall photograph of that north wall again, so that lower north wall that we've been talking about, the adjoining wall with additional impacts.
3580?
This is an evidence item that I located inside of Theater 8. It was placard 127.
And this is actually in Theater 8?
It is.
Okay. And 3581?
This is a close-up photograph of that item of evidence that was found in Theater 8.
And where in Theater 8 is this?
Okay, in Theater 8, this was located in the south or the right hallway. There was a similar layout to Theater 9 as Theater 8 had a similar layout. So as one looks at the screen, it would be the hallway located to the right that led back out to the entrance.
I'm next going to hand you what's been marked as People's Exhibits as People's Exhibits 3608, 3612, 3613, 3616, and 3617. And I'm also going to hand you what's been marked as People's Exhibits 3783, 3784, 3786, and 3787. And actually, I'm going to hand you two additional photographs, 3797 and 3799. Do you recognize all of those photographs?
I do.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admittance of all the photographs that I've tendered to the witness. Oh, in addition, I'm sorry, Your Honor, I found one more. I'm sorry, this is so scattered. 3604.
Okay.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admittance of People's Exhibits 3604, 3608, 3612, 3613, 3616, 3617, 3799, 3797, 3783, 3784, 3786, and 3787.
Did you want to lay foundation for 3604? I think you just gave it to her.
Do you recognize that photograph as well?
I do.
And 3787. So,
Any objection, Ms. Spengler?
No objection.
Without objection, P-TR-3604, 3608, 3612, 3613, 3616, 3617, 3783, 3784, 3786, 3787, 3797, and 3799 are admitted and may be published.
could I have 3604, please? What are we looking at in this photograph?
We're looking at row 11, seat 14.
Can you explain the rods that we see in this photograph?
Yes, they're the same type of rods I previously talked about, which are trajectory rods that were placed there by agents from the FBI.
Can you tell by looking at this photograph, were there impacts that were located earlier in the process of looking and then impacts that were located later in the process?
Yes, based on the sequential numbering system that we used, the earlier impacts were in the hundreds, and there's a new impact in the upper left side of the chair, if you're looking at the chair, and that would be impact 9-235.
Could I have 3608, please?
This is a photograph of 9-234 and 9-235.
3612, please?
This is row 13, seat 13, impact 9-236.
3613, please?
This is row 14, seat 11, showing an impact previously marked and a new impact, which is impact 9-237.
And I believe row 11, seat 14, and this last one were previously marked. Was row 13, seat 13 marked previously?
I need to check. Okay. Row 13, again, if we start with row 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and then I'll move 13 seats over to the right. And it was not previously marked.
If you could also check and ensure that row 11, seat 14, and row 14, seat 11.
The first one was row 11, seat 14. That was previously marked.
And I believe the other photograph is row 14, seat 11.
Row 14, seat 11 was also previously marked.
Thank you. Could I have 3613, please? I'm sorry, 3616? Where is this in the theater?
Okay, this is the west wall, so this is the back wall. So if you were looking at the screen in the theater, it would be the wall in back of you, above the exit, which was located in the northwest corner.
3617?
This is a close-up of that impact, 9-238.
Could I have 3797, please?
Okay, and this is a close-up of that impact when the parts of the wall were starting to be removed. And we did this to see if we could recover additional evidence.
So there was a curtain on top of this originally,
Correct.
and was that removed?
Yes.
3799? What are we looking at in this photograph?
As we began to cut into the wall to see if we could recover additional evidence, we observed a second hole.
3783?
Okay, in this photograph, we're now back on the lower north wall. So again, looking at the screen, it's that adjoining wall to Theater 8 with two new additional impacts. One additional impact, which would be 9-239.
3784?
This is a close-up of that impact on the lower north wall, right underneath of that railing.
3786?
Okay, we're now going back to that west wall, where in the area where 9-238 was located, and this was a second impact, which was 9-240.
And the rod that we see, what is that?
That again is the trajectory rod with the laser placed on the end, placed there by the FBI.
3787?
This is a close-up of that impact, 9-240 in the west wall.
Once you had marked all of the impacts in the theater, were you still present as they began to do the shooting incident reconstruction?
Yes.
Were they marking the bullet trajectory with some of the rods that we've seen in some of the photographs?
Yes.
After all of that had been completed, did you then begin to collect evidence from some of these impacts in the various chairs and walls and items in the theater?
Yes.
Why did you have to wait until after all of those things were done first?
So on Friday, the 8th day that I was on scene, which was July 27th, the FBI had finished up their trajectory, and the FBI had also finished up their measurements with the total station. That needed to be completed before we started to cut apart the seats to collect additional items of evidence.
And if I can have a second. I'm going to hand you what has been marked as People's Exhibits 596, or 595, 596, 597, 598, 599, 600, 601, 602, 603, and 604.
Thank you.
Do you recognize all of those items?
Yes.
Are those items that you collected in the theater follow from the holes and impacts that you photographed in the theater?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for the admittance of People's Exhibits 595 through 604 inclusive.
Any objection, Ms. Spengler?
No objection.
Without objection, P-TR-595 through 604 inclusive are admitted.
And if you could first show us 595 and then explain where that's from, and if I could have 3473 that has been previously admitted up. Do you recognize People's Exhibit 595?
Yes.
And what is it?
It is from impact 9-199, which is a projectile.
Could you look at 596, please? And could I have 3096 up? What is 596?
It's a fragment that was recovered from impact 9-6.
Could you also look at 598 in that group? And what is Exhibit 598?
These were shot pellets that were removed from impact 9-6.
If you could look at 597, please. And if I could have 3099. And if you could show us what 597 is.
This is a shot pellet that was removed from impact 9-5.
If you could look at 599, please. And if I could have 3225.
Okay, this is a fragment that was recovered from impact 9-7-6.
And if you could look at 600, please. And if I could have 3186.
This was a fragment recovered from impact 9-56.
If you could look at 601, please. And if I could have 3177. What is 601?
This is a fragment recovered from impact 9-50.
And 602?
This is also a fragment collected from the same impact 9-50.
Could I have would you look at 603, please, and could I have 3160?
This is a fragment collected from impact 9-37.
If you'd look at 604, and could I have 3326?
This is another fragment collected from impact 9-140.
I'm next going to hand you what have been marked as People's Exhibits 605, 606, 607, 608, 609, 610, 611, 612, 613, and 614. Do you recognize all of those items as items that you collected in the theater in July of 2012?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for the admittance of People's Exhibits 605 through 614 inclusive.
Any objection, Ms. Spengler?
No objection.
Without objection, P-TR-605 through 614 inclusive are admitted.
Would you look at 605, please, and could I have 3151, please? What is 605?
These are fragments that were collected from Impact 9-35.
Now, on some of these, do we also see blue tape in addition to red tape?
Yes, we do.
What does the blue tape signify?
The blue tape signifies a tape that was placed there by the Colorado Bureau of Investigation.
Would you look at 606, please? And could I have 3298? What are we looking at?
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
These are fragments collected from Impact 9-120.
If you would look at 607, and could I have 3359?
This is a shot pellet collected from Impact 9-159.
You'd look at 608, and could I have 3336?
These are fragments collected from Impact 9-146.
And 609, if you'd look at that, and could I have 3507?
These are fragments collected from Impact 9-213.
If you'd look at 610, and could I have 3528?
Okay, this is a projectile that was collected from Impact 9-222.
You'd look at 611, and could I have 3318?
This was a fragment collected from Impact 9-133.
You'd look at 612, and could I have 3533?
These are pellets collected from Impact 9-224.
If you'd look at 613, and could I have 3386?
These are fragments collected from Impact 9-174.
And if you'd look at 614, and could I have 3406?
These are fragments collected from Impact 9-187 in that lower north wall.
And again, the north wall is which wall in the theater?
If you're looking at the screen, it would be the wall to the left, which is the adjoining wall to Theater 8.
Thank you. I'm next going to hand you what's been marked as People's Exhibits 615, 616, 617, and 618. Do you recognize the exhibits that I've handed you?
Yes.
So these items you collected in the theater?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of People's Exhibits 615 through 618 inclusive.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, P-TR-615 through 618 inclusive are admitted.
And if you could show us 615, and could I have 3406 up, please?
This is a fragment collected from impact 9-188, again, that lower north wall, the adjoining wall to Theater 8.
If you'd look at 616, and could I have 3358?
These are pellets collected from impact 9-158.
If you'd look at 617, and could I have 3279?
These are pellets collected from impact 110.
And if you'd look at 618, and could I have 3523?
This is a fragment collected from impact 9-220.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Now, as part of taking apart seats to collect pellets from them, were you also involved in collecting the theater seats that were taken out of the theater?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you an exhibit that has 642, 643, and 644 on it, but right now I'm just going to ask you about People's Exhibit 644. We'll address the other two exhibits that are attached to this later, but turning first specifically to 644, do you recognize that item?
Yes.
And what is it?
These are fragments that were collected from row 8, seat 18 in Theater 9.
And is that one of the seats that was collected?
Yes, it was.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of People's Exhibit 644.
Any objection?
No objection. 644.
All right, it is admitted. That's P-TR-664, and it's admitted without objection.
It's 644, Your Honor?
Excuse me, 644. That's what I meant to say. Thank you.
Now, did you also collect pieces of wall out of the theater that had had impacts located in them?
Yes.
And we're going to show you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 632. And I'm going to ask to put some black plastic sheeting on the floor because it's drywall and it's crumbling.
Okay.
If you could step down with the handheld mic. And is there a scissors in the drawer here?
Ms. Pearson, are you moving?
I will be, Your Honor, yes.
All right, is there going to be any objection?
No.
Yes, Your Honor, the people are moving the admission of People's Exhibit 632.
Okay, P-32 is admitted.
And I'm going to ask you to cut the plastic off of that. We're going to need to find a pair of scissors to do that so that we can see what is located on that. And if I could also have photograph 3677 up.
Thank you.
The piece that we're looking at here, People's Exhibit 632, is this from the area that photograph 3677 shows?
Correct. This was the upper north wall, so the area where impact 9-230 was labeled.
We'll repackage this in some clear plastic to keep it clean for the jury after.
There was actually two sections to this wall because of where we had to cut it. It was cut on a fold. So this would be the first part of the wall.
What can we see in this piece?
Okay, so there was several pellets removed from this piece of the upper north wall. Investigator Carol and I collected 5 additional pellets from this section. So this is also going to be where impact 9-30 was. This is the lower portion of the wall that we collected. And investigator Carol and I recovered an additional 20 pellets out of this area.
I'm also going to hand you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 3807. Do you recognize that photograph
I do.
and what it depicts?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of People's 3807.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, it is admitted without objection. That's P-TR-3807.
And could I publish it, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Could I have 3807 up, please? What are we looking at in this photograph?
Okay, so this is the area where you originally saw those orange flags. This is impact, or the area of impact 9-30. And the two walls that we just removed from the evidence bag are the two walls that were cut from this area. The first portion of the wall, the smaller portion, was the top portion, and the second part that I cut out was the lower portion.
I'm next going to hand you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 633.
Just hand it to me up here. Okay.
Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes,
Is that an item that you collected from the theater in July of 2012?
yes.
You're an argument for the admission of People's Exhibit 633?
Any objection? No. Without objection, P-TR-633 is admitted.
And if I could have People's 33, let me see, make sure here. 3393 up, please. So is what I've handed you depicted in this photograph?
Yes,
Does it include impact 9-178?
correct. 9-178, which was in that west railing in the back of the theater.
Now, in this exhibit, are there also pieces that came from the north wall, 9-230?
Correct. The railing also from impact 9-230.
And is 9-230 also where the drywall, was that impact in the drywall that we've just seen?
Yes.
And if we could take this one down and open it up, please.
And if we could put these together, I'll hold them up and so that we can show that. Are these two pieces part of that same wall, 9-230?
Yes.
And this wall section was where? Or this railing section?
This was the railing from the upper north wall.
And 9-178?
9-178 was that railing located in the back of the theater or to the west wall.
If you could also show this side view there of what we see.
I am going to hand you an exhibit that includes 639 and 640. Do you recognize these items?
Yes.
Are these items that you collected in the theater in July of 2012?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admittance of People's Exhibits 639 and 640.
Any objection?
Your approach on that exhibit?
Yes. All right, the exhibits P-TR-639 and 640 are admitted without objection, but with the understanding that we have at the bench.
Turning first to People's Exhibit 640, what is that?
People's Exhibit 640 are the pellets that were collected from that upper north wall, the lower portion of it.
And if I could have 3677, please? Do the flags represent where the area was that those pellets were collected?
Yes.
Thank you. I won't ask you about the other exhibit quite yet. Could I have them? 635. Do you recognize this item?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admittance of People's Exhibit 635.
Is there any objection?
Objection.
Without objection, P-TR-635 is admitted.
What is People's Exhibit 635?
This was the pole located inside of Theater 9 with impact 9-3 on the front and 9-4 on the back.
And if I could have photograph 3093 up. Is this the impact that we're talking about that is in this pole?
Yes.
Where was this collected in the theater?
Theater 9, it was the pole that was located right before seat 8, so in front of the stadium seating.
And People's Exhibit 639 that we just previously admitted? If you can look at that, please, that you have in front of you there. On the envelope with 640?
Correct?
Do you recognize that item?
Yes.
And is that connected in some way to Exhibit 635?
It is not.
Are these in fact the fragments from 9-3 and 9-4?
People's Exhibit 639 are the fragments that were collected from impact 9-178.
And 9- all right, thank you. And 9-178 was the impact in the back wall of the theater?
Correct. 9-178 was the railing that I just showed you all from the west wall, which is the back wall of the theater.
And I'll take that from you. I'm going to hand you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 636. And People's Exhibit 637. Do you recognize both of these items?
Yes.
Are they items that you collected in the theater?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admittance of People's Exhibits 636 and 637.
Is there any objection?
No.
Without objection, P-TR-636 and 637 are admitted.
If you could show us, please, what 636 is? What is that?
This is a piece of the curtain, the purple curtain that was located at impact 9-230, that upper north wall.
And if you could look at Exhibit 637, please? And what are those?
These are fragments from impact 9-178, that west railing, that were removed on scene.
And in fact, going back to People's Exhibit 639, that you had indicated appeared to be from 9-178, is it in fact from 9-3 and 9-4 in the poll?
The envelope is marked with impact 9-178, so I do not recall.
Is that reflected in your report somewhere?
I would have to refresh my memory.
Okay, we'll do that in a bit.
Okay.
If you could look at Exhibit 642, which is attached to the bag that had 644 on it. I think that's correct. Which will be small. Do you have that one there that still has 3 small things with 644?
It could be behind you. There's
Oh,
one.
thank you, Your Honor.
That's all right.
I was saving this one. 644?
If you could, 644 we've previously admitted. If you could look at 642.
Okay.
Do you recognize item 642 as an item that you collected in the theater?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admittance of People's Exhibit 642.
Any objection, Ms. Spengler?
No.
Without objection, P-TR-642 is admitted.
What is 642?
These were the 5 pellets that were removed from that area of 9-230.
And I'm going to now hand you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 647. I'm going to show you If you could come and look at what has been marked as People's Exhibit 647.
And do you recognize this item?
Yes,
Is this an item that you collected in the theater?
yes.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admittance of People's Exhibit 647.
Any objection?
No.
Without objection, P-TR-647 is admitted.
To unwrap this one so we can see what it is. What are we looking at in this?
These are impacts 187, 188, 227, and 228. That was the lower north wall, the adjoining wall to Theater 8.
And is this 3 thicknesses of drywall?
Yes.
And if I could have up 3549, please. Is this what, the piece of wall that we were just looking at?
Correct. This is the lower north wall with those 4 impacts I just showed you on the exhibit.
Now, these were, let's see, then in addition in Theater 9, did you also collect some additional fragments that came from some of these items?
Yes.
Actually, we've done all of the ones from Theater 9. After you completed all of your work in Theater 9, did you begin to document the impacts that were in Theater 8?
Yes, during the week while I was on scene, we began to document the holes or impacts inside of Theater 8.
Ms. Pearson, before we move on to that area, let's go ahead and take our lunch break at this time, okay?
Okay.
All right. Members of the jury, it's a few minutes after 12. We're going to go ahead and take our lunch break. Please remember that all the advisements apply during the lunch break. Enjoy your lunch. I think it's supposed to be up to 78 today out there, so I don't know if you'll get a chance to go out, but I'll see you back here in an hour and a half, okay? Thank you. The record should reflect that the jury has exited the courtroom. Please be seated, everyone. Anything we need to talk about at this time on behalf of the people, Ms. Tish McGuire?
Your Honor, we're wondering if we could ask the court's indulgence. We have 2 witnesses who flew in and are flying out today. I'm wondering if there's any way we could put them on after lunch and interrupt Ms. Padalina's testimony for that purpose, and then put her back on after those witnesses so they can make sure to make their flights today.
Is Investigator Padalina available to do that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Does the defense have any objection to that?
No.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Anything on behalf of the defense?
No.
Okay. I'll see you after lunch. Thank you. The court will be in recess.
And welcome back to the newsroom. Phil Tenser here with John Stone. We are just establishing our connection to 7 News legal analyst Rick Kornfeld, who'll be with us momentarily, talk about some of what we just saw, how it might come into play later. So we were listening to Aurora Police Department crime scene investigator Maria Pedalina, who identified 240 ballistic impacts throughout the seats, floors, walls, even behind the screen of the theater. That those came from 76 shots fired. Is Rick ready there, John? Excellent. So let's talk to Rick Kornfeld now, a 7 News legal analyst, about the process. We saw this repetitive process. Rick, is that standard?
Well, it's certainly not uncommon. There are different ways to try cases, and different lawyers have different philosophies. And I think the art of trying a case is how you put a case together and what you decide to present and what you decide not to present. So it's not unusual for, especially in the case of crime scene investigators and testimony in that general area, to put together evidence in front of the jury to show that the investigation was thorough, it was methodical, it was detailed, and it was professional. And so over almost cumulatively a day of this crime scene investigator's testimony, clearly the government has decided that they want to, get those ideas in front of the jury. And I think there's a second issue in this case, and that is, don't forget that the government wants to prove that James Holmes acted in a methodical and calculating manner. And so breaking down bullet by bullet, impact by impact, is a way, if not overtly, at least subliminally, of establishing that he acted in a very concerted and methodical manner, even though the actions that are depicted through this evidence may have only taken several seconds or at least a very short period of time to occur. The other side of the coin is that this, you run the risk of boring the jury to tears. And, is it really literally necessary to show every bullet hole, every piece of upholstery, plaster from the walls, torn curtains from the movie theater? Is that necessary? Probably not, but that's clearly a tactical and a strategic decision that these prosecutors have made, and that's how they want to try their case and tell their story.
You and your legal partners have discussed on these chats with us how these things are done in a purposeful order. At this point, we're able to look on our charts and maps that we've made and shared with our viewers about how these impacts overlap with where people were sitting. In fact, we got some more of those diagrams from previous witnesses just issued earlier this morning. But Rick, where and when will the jury be shown that unified map, that unified theory of what happened in the theater?
Well, for sure in closing argument. So closing argument is where you get to argue the reasonable inferences of all the evidentiary pieces that you've put together. So part of the answer to that question is, if every piece of evidence is a puzzle, some pieces are bigger, some pieces are smaller, some pieces are more important, some pieces are less important, but you tie that together ultimately in your closing argument. Prior to that, from a more specific evidentiary standpoint, I would suspect that the prosecution will have some cleanup hitters, so to speak, some witnesses that will in fact put this all together and draw all of this disparate evidence into a neat package that the jury can easily digest. So I think we're going to hear somebody down the road putting this all together, but certainly the lawyers will put it all together later on. And whether weeks or months from now the jury harkens back to the piece of plaster that was depicted today, I doubt that they will, but you never know. You just don't know what jury sees on and what they ignore.
Throughout this process, every time that a new set of evidence photos from a new location was admitted, Maria Petalina, the CSI investigator, was asked to come down and mark that on a model. Is that something that you've seen before in Colorado courts?
Yeah, it's very common to use demonstrative evidence, to use schematics, to use blueprints, to use maps of buildings. I mean, this is a little fancier than you typically see, but it's not unusual, and it's a way of reinforcing the testimony. And going back to one of the things we've talked about one of the other days, there's a lot of research on different ways of emphasizing things that you want to try to repeat certain things. There are different types of learners. Some people are audio learners. Some people are visual learners. So there's some method to the madness in what they're doing. Here they've got some resources that you may not have in your typical case. Who knows what that model cost, but relative to the cost of this entire trial, I don't think the model broke the bank, and so it's not, in my opinion, at all surprising that they're using a demonstrative in this way.
One last thought, one last question to seek your thoughts. The prosecution said after the jury was dismissed, just before we went to lunch, that they're going to interrupt Maria Petalina's testimony to call in two witnesses, saying that the witnesses had to make their flights at the end of the day. If I were a suspicious person, a skeptical person, I would wonder if maybe this was on purpose. But I guess I wonder to you, is it routine? Is it allowable? Is it standard for witnesses who've been on the stand for this long to be interrupted?
It is routine. Well, first of all, it's not necessarily routine for witnesses to be on the stand this long. But what I think is more usual is shifting things around and accommodating people's schedules, people's personal and professional and travel schedules. So that's not unusual. It makes for a bit of a disjointed presentation, but the prosecution has made the decision that it's more important to try to accommodate the schedules of some shorter witnesses than it is to pay for them to be here for another night and to inconvenience them to sit around for another day. So that doesn't surprise me, and those types of courtesies are afforded to witnesses all the time in state and federal courts.
All right, Rick Kornfeld, 7 News legal analyst, with us all week, giving us great insights into the case. Thank you for your time, and hopefully we'll be able to catch up with you again this afternoon after the week wraps up, since this is only a 4-day week for us in court. Thank you, Rick. We'll talk to you again soon. While we were listening to testimony earlier today, we received an email from one of the court spokesmen. And John Stone, if you could please pull up on the screen, I'd like to show you, we received new diagrams. So we've been receiving these every day or every other day from the various survivors who've testified about what they saw, where they were seated. What's interesting to me, this is now the third survivor. This is Gage Hankins' diagram that he wrote following the shooting. And this area in row 10, we've had other diagrams. I've already got two. When we build our chart every couple days and update them with these diagrams on the denverchannel.com, there are several people who have said that they've been seated in this area along row 10. And certainly we heard from Maria Petalina how many impacts there were. She went through what felt like nearly every seat in 8, 9, and 10 to demonstrate how many of the impact holes were found through those seats, and then 240 total throughout the theater. On the next page here, and I apologize for this one being upside down, but the language here, this is Jamie Rohr's diagram, screen at the top, exit vestibule where the shooter was standing here, and Jamie saying he was up on the far side. So you can see this angle as you trace the cursor, this angle of, the firing angle from the shooter. And the third one is Amanda Hernandez. And this one, the file is corrupted, so we are seeking a new file. But we know she said that she sat in the second row from the top and was there with her nephews and sons. So these diagrams newly released, and we'll be adding those to the evidence collected on the denverchannel.com and the 7 News app shortly, hopefully during this lunch break. In the meanwhile, what we'd like to do during this lunch break is replay sound from the survivors and witnesses, the people who were affected by the shots that Maria Petalina counted with the FBI and her co-workers in the Aurora Police Department. Because as John Stone and I were sitting here, we were trying to remember the human faces of all these various seats. And so we've tried to link together a montage, a series of segments from testimony we've heard during the first 3 weeks of this trial. And that's what we'd like to play for you now. On the tail end of this break, Marshall Zellinger will be here to give us some additional context.
One of my trips back into the theater, following a trip outside for triage, someone had brought Veronica Mosier down to the front of the theater from farther up while they were treating other people. She was just inside the door when I walked in. I bent down, felt for a pulse. There was no pulse. The only wound I could see was a wound in the abdomen on the right-hand side. At that point, I saw Sergeant Hawkins, who was an officer at the time, coming down the stairs. I got his attention, said, I want her triaged, I want her out of here. He picked her up and carried her out. He felt for a pulse. Later had mentioned that he thought he felt one, but he hadn't because of his own pulse or something to that line. But
Even though, when you first saw her, did you feel that she was still alive?
no.
Given that, why did you choose to not leave her in the theater?
Her age. I wasn't keeping a child in my crime scene. You know, if there was any possibility she needed to go. I didn't want my officers stepping over her. I didn't want her at the scene.
My next recollection is Sergeant John's guard motioned me over, and there was a girl about 6 years old on the floor.
Did he ask you to do something with regard to this little girl?
Yes, he lifted up her shirt and showed me where she had been shot once in the abdomen. And I tried to obtain her pulse, and I could not.
Why not?
At that point, my own hands were really tingling and pulsing, I would guess from adrenaline.
Were you asked to do something with regard to her?
Yes, Sergeant John's guard yelled for me to get her and go.
Did you do that?
Yes, I did.
And you picked her up?
I picked her up and I ran out of the front entrance of the theater.
Were there paramedics around?
Yes, yes there were.
Were you aware of whether or not they transported her?
I was aware of the way they looked at me, that she had probably died, and they did transport her to Children's Hospital.
Did you ever learn who that child was?
Yes,
And who was she?
it was a little girl named Veronica Mosier.
After you had taken Veronica Mosier, and she also known as Veronica Mosier Sullivan,
Yes, ma'am.
after you had taken her outside, what did you do?
After I placed her on the pram of the ambulance, I turned around and went back to the theater, at which point I encountered two girls carrying a teenaged black boy who had been shot in the leg. And I said, "Can I help you girls?" And they gave him to me, and I carried him over to where a fire engine was. And I set him with other wounded people next to the fire engine.
And then I decided I needed to get inside that theater right now because people were still coming out and yelling, help, help, help. He's shooting, he's shooting.
How did you enter the theater?
Through the rear exit door, emergency exit door.
As you were going through that emergency exit door, what did you observe?
I could see trails of blood, lots amount of blood. Leading up to that back of that door, I then saw a AR-type rifle, a machine gun type rifle, had the magazine in it, and it was basically the barrel was pointing in a southeast direction, but is laying on the ground there.
Are you familiar with assault rifles?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you familiar with an M16?
Correct.
Does the AR style rifle look like an M16?
Yes, exactly.
What was the footing like at this area outside of the theater?
I stepped over the rifle to enter that exit door, and I almost fell down. I wasn't sure what happened until I looked down and realized it was the amount of blood that I slipped in and almost fell in. There was so much blood.
Once you got into the theater, what did you see?
There's like a small hallway, and it felt like forever going through that. And I know it's probably only feet. Once I got through to it, it opened up into the theater. On my right was the screen, and on my left was all the seating. There was some, seating above and some other seating, and then you had the floor and the theater to my right, the actual screen. It was absolute. It was horrendous. It was a nightmare.
Overruled?
It looked like a war scene.
No, he's describing what he saw. This is his observation. Overruled. The objection has been overruled, Ms. Brady. Ms. Pearson, ask your next question, please.
What could you hear in the theater?
I could hear some type of alarm going off and cell phones. I remember the cell phones. After seeing what I saw, you could hear cell phones, and I wanted to pick them up and answer them. But I didn't have time, and you can't. But it was hard.
Were you aware of tear gas in the theater?
Yeah, as soon as I entered, my lips, my nose, my eyes started stinging, which is common with tear gas.
Were there people still in the theater, patrons?
Yes, there were several people in the theater, officers, patrons, victims, people who were dead.
What was going on in the theater at that time? What were people doing?
Screaming, yelling, crawling. Other people were trying to help the others that needed more help, trying to get them out of the theater. Officers were trying to help people get out of the theater by carrying, by dragging, by having them crawl.
Do you have any sense of how many officers were in the theater at that time?
I couldn't tell you. 5, 6 that I remember.
Any sense of how many patrons were still in the theater?
I want to say a couple dozen.
What kinds of injuries specifically did you see as you looked around the theater?
Lots of trauma, such as, holes in legs, holes in arms. People were shot in the face, in the head. Chunks of flesh and skin were just missing. Some were absolutely unrecognizable. Just a whole variety of different types of injuries.
Did you take action yourself to try to assist the people who were in the theater?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do?
Going back on my fire paramedic training, I decided to start checking to see if people were alive or who we could, get out of here, who was actually mobile. So I started going around checking pulses and breathing and talking to people.
How did you do that? Did you walk around the theater?
Walked around the theater, assessing bodies that I saw on the ground.
Did you walk up the stairs into the stadium seating?
Yes.
What did you do to try to help the people that you were finding that could be helped?
Some, you would check for a pulse and couldn't find anything. Breathing, couldn't find anything. The ones that you found, I would try and sit up or at least roll on their side so they wouldn't aspirate on their own blood and vomit and whatever else was happening. Some you just knew were dead, and there was no point in checking.
At the point that you had entered the theater, had you seen any fire trucks behind the theater?
No.
Were there any firefighters in the theater?
No.
When you were finding people that could be helped, what did you physically do with them?
So it was so chaotic. I remember checking most ones I checked were dead. I remember, of course, the one that I will always remember is the little girl. I had to step over her because I knew she was gone and continue on, which is absolutely the hardest thing I had to do. But going back on my training, I had to save the ones that I knew I could try and save. So with the absolute knowing that this was far beyond what we're capable of, I exited the theater and I got a hold of Sergeant Redford. I said, we need to start getting these people to the hospital now.
And what did you do?
I went to my patrol car. I emptied it out what I could to make more room for as many people as I could put in there. I got into it. I drove it up to the rear of the exit and I started loading people into my car.
Do you recall the kinds of people that you put into your car on this trip?
A couple of them, yes. On the first trip, yes.
How many trips did you ultimately make?
4.
And 4 trips to hospitals?
4 trips to hospitals.
Did you go to more than one hospital during that time?
2 separate hospitals.
How many people did you transport?
6.
When you got your car to the back, was somebody put into your car?
Yes.
Do you recall what kind of injuries that person had?
They were bringing out a female that was shot in the head and I believe in the leg.
Did they put her into your patrol car?
Yeah, I helped open my door, and then I went around the other side to pull her inside. And that's when I remember Officer Williams, I was just telling him I need to hold her airway. You just drive. So he got in the seat of my car and drove us to the hospital.
Did you get, where did you get into the car?
In the back with her.
Which hospital did you go to?
We went to University.
Is that the one that's down on Colfax?
Yes.
What was that trip to the hospital like?
It seemed like it took forever. I was just trying to hold her airway. She kept gagging for breaths, and it just took forever.
Did you ever learn who that woman was who was in the backseat of your car?
Yes, it was Jessica Gowie.
When you got to the hospital, what did you do?
There were people there already. They came out and we helped load her onto a stretcher, and then as they took her inside, I just got back with Officer Williams and said, we need to get back there. So we went back to the theater.
What did you see when you got back to the theater?
It was hard to get back in to the theater. I believe we almost parked at the same spot and walked back into the back side of the theater. There was still a lot of people around.
Crime in progress or life-threatening emergency? There's been a shooting. Okay, is this the Century 16's theater shooting? Do you know anybody who's been shot? Yes, I do. Okay, who's been shot? Who do you know that's been shot? My 2 cousins. Okay, where are they right now? They're on the floor of the store. Are they breathing? Are they go up to him and is he laying on the ground? Okay, is he on the floor on a hard flat surface?
Yeah, on a hard surface.
Okay, remove anything from under his head and kneel by his side.
What?
Kneel by his side and remove anything from under his head.
I can't. I got in between the chairs.
Okay, which theater are you in?
I'm number 9. I'm in number 9.
Okay, do you see any officers near you?
No, there's not. None.
Okay, I need you to go to your cousin that is not breathing and go by his side and kneel.
Okay.
Place your hands on his forehead and the fingertips of your other hand under his chin. Push down his forehead and lift up under his chin until his head tilts back and the chin points up.
I can't hear you. The movie is too loud.
Okay, I need you to look into his mouth. Do you see anything in his mouth?
Do I see anything on the ground?
In his mouth.
I can't hear you. I'm so sorry.
Okay, ma'am, that's okay. Can you put your ear to his mouth and see if he's breathing?
She's not. I'm feeling on the chest and she's not.
Okay, his chest is not moving and he's not breathing, correct?
Correct.
Okay, we need to start chest compressions. I'm going to walk you through the steps. Are you ready?
What?
We need to start chest compressions, and I will walk you through the steps. We need to start CPR. Ma'am, we need to start CPR. I can tell you how to do it, okay? I'm going to walk you through the steps.
What?
I'm going to walk you through the steps of CPR.
I can't hear you.
Okay, is there an officer next to you?
Yeah.
Ma'am, can you hear me?
Yes.
We need to start CPR on your cousin, okay?
I can hear you.
Okay, I can tell you how to perform the CPR, but I need you to listen, okay?
There's nobody here.
Ma'am.
Oh, there's no gunman. There's gunman is gone.
Ma'am. Can you hear me, ma'am? Ma'am, I have help on the way, but I need you to listen to me, okay?
Okay.
Kneel next to your cousin who's been shot and is not breathing. Ma'am. 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 I need you to start CPR on your cousin. Can you hear me? I will walk you through how to perform CPR. Ma'am, I cannot hear you. Hello, ma'am. I understand that, and I need if the cousin has been shot and is not breathing, we need to perform CPR on him. I cannot hear you, ma'am. The police are with you? Okay, speak with the police.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, bye. 911, where's your emergency?
The cinema, Century 16 in Aurora. Century 16.
Okay, we have multiple officers and fire department there. Do you have somebody injured? Tell me what's going on.
I don't know. I just see people. The lights are on. I see people injured. I need to go. Please come get us out of here, please. There's no one. I don't know what's going on.
Okay, where are you? Are you in the theater?
Yes, I am.
Okay, what theater are you in?
I think, let me look at my ticket real quick. Oh my God. It is, house 9, it says.
Okay, you're in theater number 9?
Yes.
Okay, are there still gunshots? Do you still hear gunshots?
No, everything is quiet now. Some people are able to leave, but people are come. I'm scared.
Okay, just remain inside the theater. If you're safe there, just remain inside the theater. What is your name?
My name is Chichi Pro. I'm here with my husband, too, Derek Pro.
Okay, are both of you okay? Is there anybody around you injured?
I know my husband is okay, and I don't know about anyone else, but I think there are some people injured. Someone in front of me, and like someone on my side.
gunshots or fireworks?
I saw fireworks.
Saw fireworks?
Yeah, that's what I saw.
Okay. We do, like I said, we have multiple officers on scene and the fire department is on the way with paramedics. So just remain in there. If you're safe there, just remain there and they will come and get you. Is where you are full of smoke?
Yeah, I'm choking. I'm just crouching on the floor.
Okay, say that again. I can't hear you.
We're crouching on the floor.
Okay, and is there a lot of smoke in there?
Yeah, there's choking. Please send help. I think there are people injured. Please send help.
Like I said, we have there's multiple officers on scene and the fire department is standing by, so we're getting them in there as quickly as we can. They have to secure the scene first, so just remain there. They'll get the fire department in there.
Send someone here. Please send someone here.
Ma'am, can you actually see anyone that's injured around you?
The police have come in.
The police are there?
Yes, I'm fine. Stay down.
Got onto my back. We got the tourniquet on, and Denise would lay down right next to me, laying down as flat as she can, and Brandon was on top of her.
Did Brandon try to do anything to tend to your leg wound?
He looked, and he actually was pushing the muscles and tissues that were hanging out of my calf and tried to push it back into my leg.
Are you on your back now?
Yes.
And describe for us, if you would, again, using this jury as the screen. Is your head facing to your right, their left, or the other way?
They were facing to my right. The seats were just to my left.
And where was your head pointed versus your feet?
My head was pointing towards the back of into the aisle, but towards the seating.
You have any idea at that time what's going on around you with the other people?
During all of the screams, there was a point where I can see between the seats. You can see the theater, and I saw a figure between the seats. I had to assume that it had to be the shooter from his stance, and that I can tell that he was carrying a weapon across his chest.
Could you tell, based on your experience with the M16, if that weapon was about that same shape and size as what you recall?
During the time, I couldn't say if it was a M16 or any sort of a other weapon, but I can tell it had a long barrel.
Okay, like an M16?
Yes.
You said you could see between the seats. If you would, for us, can you hold your hands up in front of your eye to give us some idea of the spacing that you were looking through?
Spacing is very narrow, which I would probably give myself maybe this much of viewing distance between the seats.
Now you're holding up your hands there, and I'm going to ask you to guesstimate. I hate doing this, but if you had to put a measurement on that distance, what would it be?
I would say a few inches.
Okay. As you're laying back there, you're looking through the seats, you see this figure, and I'll ask you to describe that figure in a moment. What's going through your mind?
At the time, I believe the figure, he was walking around, and I can see him pointing the gun in a circular motion that looked like he was searching for more people.
Are you scared?
Yes, and terribly scared.
What are you thinking?
My thought process was that he was searching for other people, and that he was going to start going row by row, and he was going to, anybody that he would see in that row that was still moving, he would shoot.
This is your fear?
Yes.
Here's what I'm going to ask for you, sir. First, two things. And we're going to have to do this, I think, twice to get the jury. Would you indicate for us where you and Denise and Brandon were sitting? And then the next thing I want you to indicate, you can speak into the mic, is tell us where you saw that figure moving around, okay?
So, Brandon?
You're good.
So, the best of my recollection
is that Brandon, Denise, and myself were sitting in this general facility here, as close as we can to the middle of the seats. The figure that I saw was in this general facility here, the flattest parts of right next to the entrance and the exits of the theater.
We'll do it one more time, all right, sir?
Yes, sir.
I apologize for this. Sir, would you do that again for us?
So Brandon, Denise, and myself were sitting in this general facility here of the theater seats. And the figure that I saw was in this area here, closest to the exit and to the entrance of the theater.
Thank you. Go ahead and grab your... Can I have that microphone? Because here's what I want to ask you to do. I want you to treat your cane, if you could, like the weapon that you saw that figure holding. If you can, and I don't know if you can move like this, can you show the jury how that figure was patrolling around this area there?
Yes, sir. Judge, I would object.
Go ahead, sir.
So if my cane is the weapon, I can see him with the gun holstered up to his chest, and he was pointing down to the ground, looking for other people.
Okay. Thank you.
I remember that, sorry, I just need a minute. I remember that there were, the exit door actually opened again, and there were cops at the door that time, and they were yelling and screaming at us to come out of the exit door. Sorry.
Nope, take your time. And what do you remember after the cops told you to come through the exit door?
Well, I told Ashley that we had to make a decision, I could stay or go, but because I was so pregnant, I had to save our unborn child because I thought Caleb was going to die, and I thought to myself, that's going to be the last piece of him that I have to save him. So I grabbed Caleb's hand, and he actually squeezed my hand, and I told him that I loved him and that I would take care of our baby if he didn't make it.
And what do you remember after that?
We ran towards the exit, and we jumped over people that were laying on the ground. I don't know if they were alive or not, but we jumped over their bodies, and we ran to the exit, and I was wearing flip-flops, so I remember as we were running out the exit door that I slipped in blood, and the cop actually caught me because it was a lot of blood.
And so what happened when you were sitting out on the curb?
They started to bring injured out. The cops started to pull people out onto the sidewalk, and some people they started to load into the car. I remember them loading one girl, and they said, I don't think that she's going to make it. I don't think she's going to make it to the hospital.
And what do you remember after that?
I remember that they pulled Caleb out onto the sidewalk, and that I could see that he was still breathing, but they had to lay him on his face because of all the blood that was just pouring, and so they didn't want him to aspirate.
And then what happened to Caleb when he was out there on the sidewalk?
We actually got moved before we were able to see him loaded anywhere. I had no idea what had happened to him at that time.
So they didn't let you stay with your husband on the sidewalk?
We stayed on the curb for just a few minutes, enough for me to talk to Jansen. She had come out and she sat next to me, and she told me that I think my boyfriend is dead. She's like, I'm pretty sure that he's dead. And I hugged her because I didn't know what else to do. We were all just in shock. not believing this was happening. And so I put my arm around her, and I remember that when I took my arm off her, that there were chunks of blood and of him on me.
And what do you remember after that?
The cop who was with us told us that we had to move out of the location where we were at because they were worried that there was a bomb in a car right near where we were sitting.
And where did they take you after that?
They took us to, it was more towards like the front of the building, but at the back of the parking lot. And that was the last time I saw Caleb at that time for many hours.
And did you know what had happened to Caleb at that point in time?
No.
So what do you remember next after lying on the floor in the theater?
We stayed there on the floor. I remember thinking, I was looking back towards the right side, towards the aisle, and just thinking to myself, if someone comes up the aisle, I have to do something. And I was like, I'm going to die. That's what I was thinking the entire time, laying there on the floor. We laid there until we were told to get up. I stayed down even when the lights came on, and they basically had to say, if you're not hurt, get up and get out of the theater. That's when I got up, is when they told us to get up.
What did you see when you got up?
I seen Jesse laying there. I started yelling his name, and I shook him, and I tried to pick him up. I could not pick him up, and I just kept yelling. They once again had to tell us to get out of the theater. And when you were leaving, you saw bodies around, and right when going out of the exit, you saw like rounds on the ground going out of the exit when they took us out of the exit into the parking lot.
What exactly were you saying when you were yelling Jesse's name?
I was yelling his name, Jesse, Jesse, and shaking him. Like I said, I really tried to pick him up. I could not. And it was one of the big things stands out in my mind, that I could not pick him up. I wanted him to come out with us.
And you said when you were exiting, you saw some bodies. Do you know if those people were alive or dead at the time?
I don't know. I don't.
Mr. Sproul, sometimes you trail off. I'm going to ask you to speak right into the microphone, otherwise people can't hear you, okay?
Yeah, I don't know if they were alive or dead.
And then you also said you saw some rounds. What do you mean?
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
The casings from the bullets, I saw them when we were leaving out of that, through that area, that exit area, out into the parking lot.
Who were you able to leave the theater with?
I was able to leave with my wife, Chi-Chi, and Moni. We all were able to walk out.
Was Jesse able to leave with you?
No, Jesse could not leave with us.
What happened when you got outside of the theater?
Saw a lot of chaos. I saw the Aurora police being awesome. They were in charge. You know, they were separating everybody, attending to people. They wanted me to check myself, see if I got shot because I had so much blood on me. There was blood all over the pavement leading out. I saw the auto rifle on the ground, and the biggest thing that stand out honestly was what Aurora police did. Like the police were awesome.
Now, after you got outside the theater, what happened to you and your wife and Moni?
Moni was separated from us. We spoke to her. She told us that she was shot. She was waiting in the hand and that she was waiting for a transport. They took us away, and I believe they were separating us into other groups of people who had family members that were injured and so forth, and then they took us to Gateway High School. Yes.
What do you remember while you were down on the ground?
I remember hearing screaming and loud noises. I would imagine the gun, and just smelling the gunpowder, and that's it.
Now, at any point in time, did you hear your wife say anything to you about what happened to her?
Yes. I believe she said I got shot in the head.
Now, could you see the injuries of anyone else around you?
No.
So while you're down on the ground, you're hearing all of these things. What are you thinking?
I don't want to die.
Can you say that again?
I don't want to die.
So what do you remember after that when you're down on the ground?
After that, while I was in the ground, I remember getting shot. I don't know where. I just felt pressure in my entire body, and I started getting really hot.
Did you do or say anything as a result of getting shot at that point in time?
No, I kept quiet because if he were to go up the stairs, I wanted to pretend like I was dead.
What do you remember doing after that?
Once Eugene said, "Let's get up," and we got up, and I took a step, and I completely collapsed.
And where were you when you completely collapsed? Was this in your same aisle?
Yes, in the same aisle right in front of my seat.
Could you tell why you were collapsing at that point in time?
Yes, I collapsed because my leg was shot. I looked at it, and I knew it got shot there, so I thought my bone was just broken.
So what'd you do after you collapsed to the ground?
I pulled myself up with my arms and started hopping on my left leg.
And were you able to get out of your row while you were doing that?
Yes.
Okay. And how were you able to get out of the theater?
Like I said, I hopped down. I was grabbing the side bars that are down the stairs, and then we looked for the emergency exit in the back.
Were you able to find it?
Yes.
Okay. What happened when you got to that area of the theater?
After we got out of the emergency exit, I fell down and I couldn't get up.
Were you able to ever get the assistance of anyone to get up?
Yes. My friend, Jonathan Luke, helped me, and a stranger that came out of the theater with us helped me as well.
Where did they take you?
They took me to the end of the building.
And what happened when you got to the end of the building?
I collapsed again and I couldn't get up.
Could you see at that point in time your injuries?
Yes.
What could you observe?
That a large portion of my leg was missing.
Did you notice anything else at that point in time?
No.
Could you tell if you had been injured in any other locations at that point in time?
Okay. Yes, I felt like my back was burning, and I was thinking that I'd been shot in my back as well.
Now, what happened while you were out on that sidewalk? Do you recall if anyone came to assist you?
Yes, there was a lady, I don't recall her name, she said she was a nurse, and she took my wife's shirt and wrapped it around my leg.
And why was she doing that?
To try to stop the bleeding.
Now, at any point in time, did any medical personnel come to assist you?
Yes, eventually a fireman.
At some point, I remember feeling like a sting go across my thigh, and hearing like little beads like bouncing all around me, and I remember Jasmine letting out this screech and screaming for her mom.
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
And I was just telling her, I was like, you have to calm down. And I kept telling myself that somebody's going to stop this, like this is going to stop. And when it wasn't stopping, I started thinking to myself, how am I going to get the two of them to be quiet so that we could play dead? And I remember hearing people say, run. And I look down the aisle and I didn't see, I already seen that Bryson and Tony and Annalise were going. And so I got up and I calmly grabbed my purse from underneath the seat and I grabbed my son's hand and we started walking towards the left aisle. And at some point, I lost Armando's hand. He kind of just went. And I got towards the end of the aisle and I stepped down that first step and I looked back and I was yelling for Jasmine to run. And I was just screaming. I was like, run, Jasmine, run. And I looked and I saw her holding her legs and I couldn't understand why she wasn't going. And so I turned around and I turned around and I looked down and I see these hands and they're waving up at me like in a motion like this. And I grab the person's hands and I lock them and I pull the person and I think it was a male because when I put my hand on his shoulder it felt like strong. And I pulled him in between the seats and I bent down and I said, are you okay? And then I looked up and I didn't see my kids and I panicked. And then I went in to get up. I saw a woman laying there on the steps and she appeared to be deceased with some head trauma. And so I hopped over, I had to step over her and I kind of stopped for a minute and I kind of looked because I was still not really sure what was going on. And I remember seeing like the reflection of the blood against the movie on the rail. You know how there's steps that go up and there's the rail seating. And I can remember seeing the reflection of the blood shining off of that and people and arms and yelling. And when I kind of did, I scanned down, I could see people on the floor seats. They were looking up from underneath their seats at me. And I remember just thinking, okay, you know, where's the kids? And then I look to go down and I see a male that appeared to be deceased at the bottom of the stairs, and I jumped over him and I proceeded to go out the left exit out to the lobby. And when I left the lobby doors, I looked around and I saw people that they were just standing there, and I didn't understand, and I was just screaming at them to run. And I remember running out the lobby doors and I was screaming. I was like, Armando, Anna. And I see Annalise, she's standing there right in front of the doors next to a tree. And she's like, Mom, Mom. And then I start screaming for Armando, and he comes running out from the right side. There was like a brick partition wall. He come running from behind there. And so we get together.
But I looked at Craig, and I knew something was really wrong when I looked at Craig.
Why did you know something was really wrong when you looked at Craig?
Because his face was, it was covered in blood, and I could tell that Alex had been hit in the head because of what else was on his face.
And what else was on Craig's face?
It was sorry.
Okay, take a moment.
The flesh of Alex. I don't know how else.
So after you see Craig and you see that, what do you do?
I didn't want to leave. Craig was reaching his hand out to me and telling me to go. And the people behind me were telling me to go too. And I didn't want to leave him there.
So what'd you do?
I told Craig no at first, and he said, no, we have to go. We have to go. And so I grabbed Craig's hand, but I grabbed Alex's hand too. I wanted to take him. I wanted to try and take him with me.
Were you able to take him with you?
No. I had to run out with Craig holding his hand, and I had to drop Alex's hand.
At some point, there was a loud and like forceful something that hit nearby. It felt like something hit the seat really, really hard. And I saw Alex slump to the ground. Amanda started screaming his name and shaking him. It was about then that obviously I realized what was going on at that point, that there's gunfire, and I don't know whether consciously or subconsciously I knew that Alex was dead and that we had to get out of there. I grabbed Amanda and said, we need to get out of here, and we ran out.
So while you were outside of the theater, did someone alert you to the fact that maybe you had some injuries?
Yes, while we were out in the parking lot, I kind of had sat Caitlin and Amanda down on a curb somewhere, and I kept going out to try to find someone who could kind of tell me what was going on. See if I could find a police officer or EMS person to find out where Alex might be being taken, or how we could find out how he was. And I kept having people say, you're injured, you need help. And I didn't think that I was, so I would tell them, no, I'm fine, I'm just trying to find out information. Eventually, when they started kind of separating us out to transport people, somebody finally grabbed me and said, hey, you have shrapnel in you, you need to get help. And I think at that point, because they were ready to take, someone else would take Amanda and Caitlin, I finally realized, okay, I can let someone take me.
Were you transported in an ambulance?
I was.
What do you remember about that ambulance ride?
The paramedic in the ambulance was cleaning me off a little bit, wiping some of the blood and stuff from my face. I remember at one point kind of turning to my right, and there was a panel of medical equipment with kind of a glass or plastic case, and I could see my reflection in it, and I could see bits of something on my head, on my face, and I thought it was Alex's brain. And I asked the paramedic what it was, and she said that it probably wasn't that it was pieces of fat. But either way, it was pieces of Alex.
What hospital were you transported to?
Parker Adventist.
What happened when you got to the hospital?
They took me in there and started checking me out for injuries. The detective came in and interviewed me, and they, after doing some x-rays,
removed a small metal fragment from below my left eye.
All right, if you could tell the jury what this represents.
Me.
All right. And could you point out some injuries on yourself at that point? Could you see any?
Yes, on the left side of my face, you can still, I think, see some plastic in there. You can see some scrapes on my left shoulder.
All right, if I could have 2968. Great, describe for the jury what you're seeing there.
My left shoulder and some kind of wound on my left shoulder. I never was able to figure out exactly how I got that.
I could have 2969. Right, what does that describe?
My left arm with pieces of plastic and cuts and scrapes on it.
2970. 2971. Right, so what is represented here in 2970?
My left hand and a scrape on my middle finger.
I could have 2971. And what does this represent?
The left side of my face. You can see some of the bits of plastic still around my ear and jawline and on my cheek.
If I could please have 1122. All right. And if you could describe for the jury where you notated on that where you were seated.
A couple rows from the back of the theater towards the right side as we're facing the screen.
Your Honor, if I may approach the witness, what's already been admitted as 2653.
Yes.
Thank you. Do you recognize the person in that photograph?
I do.
Who is that person?
Alex Teves.
Is that the person you were with at the theater on July 20th of 2012?
It is.
Have you seen Mr. Teves alive since that date?
No, I have not.
I have no further questions. Thank you, Your Honor. What do you recall happening in the theater that night after you saw that canister?
Well, that canister hit the ground, and you can hear the kind of heavy metal clank of it. Heard some hissing after that, and then very close to kind of that hissing sound coming out. Definitely, fire was open there.
And what do you mean by fire was open in there?
Gunshot started firing from the front right of the theater. Pierce got down right away. For me, I've never been around guns or anything like that. I don't come from a hunting family or anything, so I just thought, what guy is lighting off firecrackers? What's going on in here?
Now, were you able to actually see a figure of anyone, or could you just see flashes of gunfire?
I could see flashes of gunfire, but through that you could certainly see a silhouette behind the gun.
And how would you describe that?
Just tall, dark. What I thought at the time definitely was, is that a gas mask or something over somebody's face?
And what area of the theater did you see that silhouette in?
That looked to be front right towards the exit.
What do you recall after Mr. O'Farrell's getting down on the ground? What do you recall you doing next?
After Pierce got down, that's when it kind of registered to me, get down, this is actually gunfire. From there, Pierce and I just kind of ducked for cover. I could hear very, very consistent, rapid gunfire at the time. I had half of my body, my lower half of the body, my legs were out in the aisle, with being that first seat in the aisle. Shortly after, the rapid gunfire, crying, just a very frantic, chaotic scene at that point.
And what do you mean by that?
Some people were getting up and trying to get out of there. Other people were ducked down at that point. Other people were hit and crying and screams. Things consistent with being in a situation like that, I would say.
Have you been in a situation like that before, Mr. Robin?
Not until that night.
Now, what do you recall after you are down on the ground with your legs in the aisle?
We're down on the ground at that point. I asked Pierce, what do we do? At that point, he just said pray. I could hear Pierce praying. He was kind of holding on to part of my lower half. I was kind of hanging on to his legs. During that moment, the consistency of the gunfire certainly slowed down and stopped for a second. At that point, I was, pushing Pierce and whoever else was next to him. I was trying to push them in so I could get my legs covered. In the meantime, you could hear slightly more sporadic gunfire still going on, not as rapid as it was at the beginning. And during me kind of struggling to push these people in to kind of take more cover, that's when I got shot through my leg.
What did you feel when you got shot through your leg?
Just an absolute intense burning pain. The first thing that actually came to my mind, other than the pain, is just the immediate, rush of blood out of my leg. You could just feel the warmth, down that whole leg, down that whole side. Like I said, very intense burning, tore through the muscle.
What are you thinking during this time?
Honestly, there's not much going through through my mind. When I got hit, I almost immediately said, Pierce, I got shot. And all Pierce said, he said, so did I. And that was pretty much the last interaction that us two had.
What do you recall after saying that to Pierce?
After saying that to Pierce, just whether it was the case or not, to me, I felt like the gunfire was sporadic enough and far enough away. So just instinctively, I just kind of, I got up. I took a couple grabs on the back of Pierce's shirt. At the time, he wasn't responding to me and not able to follow me at that time. I mean, the time period is hard to me. It feels like a very long time, but I'm sure it was just a couple seconds, couple tugs, and that just turned and got out of there.
What did you think had happened to Mr. O'Farrell at that point?
I thought Pierce passed away at that point. He didn't respond back to me pulling on him at that moment, and just with the gravity of what was going on around us, that's just what I thought.
What did you do after Mr. O'Farrell wasn't responding to you?
I just turned around. I was lucky enough I was able to kind of, I had my hand over the wound, just trying to put some pressure on it, and limped down and out of the theater.
And as soon as the scene had started, I had heard one loud bang, and then saw what I believe to have been smoke from a fire cracker.
What did you do after you saw the smoke from what you thought at the time was a firecracker?
I had felt a sort of a warming, numb pain on my forearm.
What'd you do after you felt that warming, numb pain on your forearm?
I looked and saw that there was blood on my forearm, and I wasn't sure where it was coming from.
What'd you do after that?
I I stood up and and uh and said um said, "Oh fuck, what is this? What the fuck is this?" And just kind of kept wondering what it was.
And then what'd you do?
Um, w- One of the people I was with, Steve, turned around and saw that something was wrong, and and pulled me out of my seat and started to pull me out of the and started to pull me out of the pull me out of the theater.
But I do remember that same exact door swinging right open and a person dressed in black walked into the theater.
How would you describe what that person in black looked like?
They definitely had a helmet on, goggles. The only thing that I could see that was not covered up was their eyes. I do remember seeing a automatic rifle, and I do remember seeing something that looked like a shotgun, and they were strapped around his neck, kind of like a strap to hold it up.
Now, you just said his. Did you know whether it was a male or a female?
Sorry, I did not catch that, no.
Was there anything about the build that made you think that it was a male?
No.
What happens when you see this figure walk into the theater?
I remember that the figure looked around for a bit. I heard two containers were being thrown into the first row of the theater, and two pops went off, and it emitted a type of gas inside of the theater, and then I immediately heard two gunshots at the ceiling, and at that point I immediately went to the ground, and Jennifer went to the ground behind me.
Did you actually see the guns being fired?
I saw the first round go up to the ceiling, and then I immediately went to the ground.
Is it possible that it could have gone up into the stadium seating area of the theater, or do you think it went to the ceiling?
I do remember seeing the gun being pointed up. I do not remember directly seeing it being pointed this way.
After you hear that first shot and you see that first shot, what do you do?
I immediately go to the ground, and within the aisle that I'm in, and Jennifer fell behind me because she fell on top of me.
How are your bodies placed when you are on the floor?
Basically laying down, and my initial instinct was to crawl through to the other side.
Now, when you say to the other side, so if you're facing the screen, you're crawling towards the left side of the theater?
Towards the left side.
Were you able to do that at that time?
Yes, I was.
Was Miss Eager able to do that at that time?
Miss Seeger was able to do that too.
How far did you get moving down towards the left side?
It wasn't until about midway, sometime between where I was now and midway, where I started hearing people screaming for their lives. At that time, it was still processing in my mind if this was real. And at that same point, when I was crawling through, the casing of the bullets slid up under the first row of the seats, and one of them did burn me in the leg.
What did that feel like?
It hurt. It burned. Yeah.
What do you remember going on? Was there still gunfire going on?
There was still gunfire going on. I do remember the first shots that I heard sound like it came from a rifle. The second one was a shotgun, and then the third one was a pistol.
Now, what else do you remember you and Miss Eager doing during that time period?
I do remember people running towards the left side of the auditorium, trying to make it through the exit of the left side. I was not in that group. I was still on the ground with Jennifer. The people in front of me were scared as well too. In my mind process, I wanted to keep them calm because I didn't want the person to come back around and get us.
Now, could you see where the shooter had gone in the theater?
I did not want to look up.
Did you ever notice if the shooter went to the rows behind you at any point in time?
I heard the gunshots go behind me as I was crawling to the left. So I heard gunshots going up this way, but I did not see it because I did not want to look.
Why didn't you want to look?
I just wanted to keep my head down. I did not want to make myself visible or anything.
So what happens while you and Miss Seeger are crawling towards the left side of the theater?
So as we're crawling towards the left side of the theater, the group ahead of me they were able to get up and run towards the exit. I did not see where the shooter was by that point. We did not get up and run instantly. I told her I wanted her to stay close to the ground because my fear was what if the shooter was at the top of the auditorium and picking those off who were going through.
So what did you do next?
So we stayed on the ground. I told her not to move. Her asthma was getting worse, and she kept begging me that we had to get out of here. We have to get out of here. But I did not want to move until I knew it was clear. So once it was clear, I got up. I grabbed Jennifer, and I wanted to run out. An individual came back in and said he could possibly be coming back. And when I heard that, I grabbed Jennifer and went down towards the theater, towards the screen, and I told her to lay down and play dead.
Is that what you did?
Yes.
What did you do after that?
I remained quiet. Jennifer could not stop yelling about how bad her asthma was getting. So by the time it seemed clear again, I got up and I noticed behind me in the curtain that there was a gentleman hiding behind the curtain. It was not the shooter. It did not look like he was wearing the same shoes. In fact, the person came out and revealed himself. He did not want to leave. So when I heard the message that he could be coming back, he hid himself back behind the curtain. And then once I got the assumption that we were going to be okay, I ran out towards the auditorium.
Now, just to be clear, this person who is hiding behind the movie theater screen, you believe to be another moviegoer who
Yes.
was afraid of the circumstances. And you said that you thought the shoes were different. What sort of shoes did you see the shooter wearing?
They were more like boots. I remember they were black. Everything was all black. Whatever shoes he was wearing, it was not all black. It did not match.
So how were you finally able to get out of the theater?
Once everything seemed clear, I saw some things that were very uncomfortable in the upper stadium. And
I'm going to stop you for a second. What do you mean? What did you see exactly? If you could please tell the jury.
Objection, Judge. Cumulative.
Overruled.
You can go ahead and tell the jury what you saw.
I saw people. I did not want to assume if they were alive or if they were already gone, but I did see them laying over the chairs, and I saw some there on the stairs, and there was, sorry.
Okay, there's some Kleenex up here if you need it.
There was one person who was laying on the ground just right before the exit of the lobby, and Jennifer later recognized that was a person we went to high school with.
Do you know who that person is?
I heard the name, but me and that person were never actually friends.
Okay. Did you see anything else before you left the theater?
No, I ran to the auditorium, and as I was in the auditorium, a police cop was coming past me, and he had a shotgun in his hand as well, too. I looked behind me and noticed that Jennifer was not there, so I freaked out.
What'd you do after that?
I ran back in to find Jennifer. And right before I got to the doors of Theater 9, Jennifer was just coming out. She said, I was trying to save him. I couldn't. So I grabbed her. We ran out to the outside, and in the parking lot, many people were on their cell phones. There were cop cars, and people they were stunned at what was going on. My instinct was to get Jennifer to her car, get myself to my car. The fear in my mind of what happened is what if the cars were rigged as well too with bombs. So
were you able to leave the theater parking lot?
The theater parking lot was where one of the exits was. It was crowded and blocked. I don't think the cops were trying to let everybody leave, but I was driving a Jeep at the time, and I took it off-road over the hill and climbed the median and left.
At some point in time, were you able to go to Gateway High School and get interviewed by the police?
Yes, the first place I went to afterwards was my mother's house to tell her everything that happened.
Marshall Zellinger back in the 7 newsroom as we await the afternoon of the theater shooting trial. It is 1:23, probably 10 minutes or less. You heard before the break that the prosecution is going to take a break of the CSI examination of what they saw inside the theater and all the evidence they found, because there are 2 survivors. Well, it was Lisa Teach McGuire, so I'm going to assume it's 2 survivors from inside the theater that had flown in from out of town, she said, and they're flying out today. So a quick trip for these survivors to testify, and so they want to. It kind of gives you an idea that the CSI representative from Aurora Police has quite some more testimony to go through. But it's probably a good break for the jurors to hear from survivors inside. And as you heard from Rick Kornfeld during the lunch hour, that this is it's a dance, that you have to get through all this evidence because you're trying to prove sanity and that there's planning and indifference, but at the same time, you don't want to bore the jury. The last person you just heard from, because we were just playing a collection of survivor accounts from inside the theater over the last 2.5 weeks, and today is the end of week 3 because court is not in session tomorrow. That was Corbin Dates, and we've got his diagram pulled up. This is different than every other diagram that you've seen, and it is very difficult to see, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't show it to you anyways. This is his description of where he was sitting, and I want to say here it says first chair, first seat, and I think that's indicating what he saw from the defendant. He says he initially sat in, gosh, it is really difficult to see. He talks about seeing someone with reddish orange hair, and that's who he initially saw come into the theater toward the beginning of the movie. This is actually a photograph of the theater, and you've seen different shots of this with the stadium-style seating here. This is the ground seating, but this was the diagram. And if I can quickly pull up what the other diagrams look like, I don't know if I don't have one saved, but you know that we've been showing you. Actually, we've got the interactive map of the diagrams that Phil has put together, and we're used to seeing the diagram look something like this, but for some reason Corbin Dates did not look like this. But right now on the denverchannel.com, you can access the interactive options that Phil has put there, the slideshows of photos, of screenshots of what we've seen on the TV, and this interactive diagram of the different accounts from the survivors, where they thought they sat in the theater, who they were sitting by, what they saw when a can came flying into the theater, and then where they saw shooting come from, and then their eventual escape. Phil also has put together these reddish boxes, and if you click on those red boxes, he's linked to the screenshots of what was found in those areas. So for example, let me go back, I can show you, I clicked on this bottom corner, this is the right exit. I say right because, again, here's the screen of the theater. So if you're looking at the screen, this is the right side. So if you click on that red box, Phil has put together clearly the shotgun evidence that was found right inside the theater there by the exit door. This is the Remington shotgun, and then another photograph that was taken from inside. I'll go back and show you the evidence. Oop, I'm going back to Twitter. How about here? At the front here, this is from the front of the theater. And all those evidence markers, it's unbelievable how many evidence markers, and what I want to know, and I haven't heard testimony of, is how do they walk through a theater like this? How do you take even one step when you have evidence markers all over the place? Because every step you take, it's essentially you're standing on some piece of evidence. But this is the front of the theater. The screen would have been over here, the seats over here, and this is where Corbin Dates was referencing seeing the shooter when he exited and came back into the theater. Didn't want to open up the Google Maps. I thought that was something else. I forgot that I hadn't set that up appropriately. There's a question as to what it's like inside the theater in terms of direction, northeast, west, south. I'm going to go back to the diagram actually to help illustrate that. Let me go back to the blueprint. Actually, the way this one is, now that I think about it, I think Phil, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it's angled direction, like southwest, northwest.
North is the wall of theater.
Phil is telling me north is the wall toward between 9 and 8. So that would have been, so this is the north wall on the left side as you're looking at the screen. And you know what? One of these is actually flipped so that we're looking at the screen. There we go, right there. So the screen is at the top right now. For the testimony that you're hearing and for was it the north wall evidence that was brought in this morning? So the piece of evidence that the CSI expert brought in was on the north wall here. So this is north. The vehicle, when you see it parked, is facing the direction of the screen from the outside. So the car would have been facing west into the building. So here you have north, the screen essentially facing out to the east, and then the exit over here in the southeast side of the building is where all this activity took place. But it's amazing the way they describe all of this is probably the most amazing part for the jury too, is hearing how these weaponry and the bullets can fire through the seats, can fire through the wall, and can impact people on the other side. And I'm actually curious, I believe some of the victims named in the 70 injured are from Theater 8. And so I don't think we've heard from anyone from Theater 8 yet. So it'll be interesting to hear the account of someone who's in... Oh, Gage was in Theater 8, that's right. And he was so popular, and rightfully so yesterday, for his brave testimony on the stand. And I know when he first took the stand, for those of you that had never heard of Gage before yesterday, you thought maybe as he started talking that was a result of injuries he suffered from the theater. But clearly that's not. That's an issue he's dealt with for his life, and does so bravely, and got a lot of credit for taking the stand despite a very severe stutter that he deals with. And a lot of people on Twitter recognized him for coming out and being able to testify for what he had experienced in the adjoining theater. So that's where these seats are over here. And I guess finally, I understand now why these seats are labeled on these diagrams, because you have these seats that touch the wall that were impacted by the shooting in Theater 9. I know we've had some questions online. This is this map that I've just pulled up is the courtroom itself. For those that are not from the area or haven't been to the Arapahoe County Courthouse, this is just east of I-25 and Arapahoe Road, essentially. And actually, I'm going to zoom out just a bit to give perspective for those familiar with the Denver area. And if you're not familiar with the Denver area, hopefully this will still make sense in some fashion. This angled road here is I-25, north heading toward Denver. This yellow coming across is Arapahoe Road going east toward Aurora and Centennial. And as I zoom in, you'll see the courthouse, and right behind the courthouse is actually where the Denver Broncos have their practice facilities. That's why this field is right here. So this is the Denver Broncos practice facility. This is the Arapahoe County Jail. This is the Arapahoe County Courthouse. And this parking lot is essentially where everything is set up so that we can bring you this coverage live, because this area of the Arapahoe County Courthouse is set up with all of those live trucks and satellite trucks that are wired so that we can show you the live coverage from inside the courthouse, which should be resuming shortly. It's 1:31 Denver time. And I know some of the questions are, what is it like inside the theater, or I'm sorry, inside the courtroom itself? And when I've been inside this courtroom since day one, and it has actually been remodeled specifically for this case, where the jury box was increased to 24, and I can get more into the detail of what it's like inside after we take you back inside, because court is now in session for the afternoon.
This is the people of the state of Colorado versus James Eagan Holmes, case number 12 CR 1522. The record should reflect that Mr. Holmes is present in the courtroom with his attorneys, and the prosecutors are present as well. We are outside the presence of the jury. We have a couple of juror issues that I want to take up before we bring the jury in. First, we have juror 535, who's indicating that she thinks she recognized someone in the gallery. And then we have juror A72, who is having issues related to daycare. So let's bring in 535 first, please. The record should reflect that juror 535 is now in the courtroom. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Good. My understanding is that you think you may have recognized someone in the gallery.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Who do you think you recognized?
Her name is Joy.
Joy? Do you know a last name?
No, I don't.
When do you think you saw Joy in the courtroom?
After our morning break and before the lunch break.
Okay, so was today the first day when
Yes.
you noticed
Yes.
Joy?
Uh-huh.
Joy? Yes. Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Let me have you step out for just a moment, okay?
Okay.
Please. Thank you. Do the parties know? The record should reflect that juror 535 has now exited the courtroom. Do the parties know if there was a person named Joy here this morning?
I can double check, Your Honor, but I don't know of anyone named Joy.
Okay, could you double check, please? And of course, the people who were here this morning may not be the same people who are here this afternoon. But what about on the defense's side? Anyone you're aware of whose name is Joy?
No.
No. Okay, Mr. King is indicating no. And for the record, Ms. Tish McGuire just checked with folks in the gallery. Ms. Tish McGuire?
Your Honor, there is a person in the gallery named Joy. She says that she knows one of the people in the theater who was just at the theater that night. It's not a person who will testify in this case.
You mean Joy is not a person who will testify?
Joy is not a person who will testify, nor is the person that Joy knows a person who will testify in this case.
And do you know whether the person that you spoke with, whose name is Joy, knows the juror?
Sorry, I should have asked that information, Your Honor. That would have been good.
Okay.
Maybe it's good tomorrow's Friday.
This is why I get paid the big bucks.
Your Honor, she is she's an acquaintance of someone that Joy knows. She does not know the juror personally, and she says that she's an acquaintance of her financial advisor.
So she's an acquaintance of someone that that the juror knows.
Correct.
But Joy doesn't know the juror directly.
Correct.
Do you folks want me to ask the juror if this is the Joy that she's referring to, or more open-endedly, whether she sees the Joy that she thought she recognized this morning here in the courtroom this afternoon? Can you pass the microphone to Mr. King, please? Thank you.
We don't have any specific requests, Judge. I guess given those two options, the more open-ended approach might be better to take.
Okay. All right. And the people?
Judge, we do not take a position. However the court wants to proceed is fine.
All right. Is anybody asking me that I just leave this alone?
We would have no objection if you just wanted to leave it alone. It doesn't sound like this is a person that's going to be, that anyone involved is going to be a witness in the case. So we're not asking the court to do it. Hold on one second. I may be wrong about this, Judge.
Okay.
Stand corrected. Maybe just if you were to briefly inquire anything about seeing this person here today that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror or something along
Okay,
those lines.
I think that makes sense. All right, let's bring her back in, please. The record should reflect that juror number 535 is back in the courtroom. How are you?
Okay.
Still okay?
I'm
All right.
still okay.
Thank you for your patience. Anything about this person that you saw this morning that you think you recognized, this joy, that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial in this trial?
No.
And I have no idea whether this person will testify or not, but if she testifies, will that affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror?
No, it will not.
And will you be able to assess her credibility if she testifies in the same way that you would assess the credibility of all other witnesses?
Yes, sir.
And will you be able to assess her credibility pursuant to my instructions?
Yes, sir.
All right. It doesn't sound like this is someone you know well. Am I right about that?
She's an acquaintance of my significant other.
An acquaintance of your significant other.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But it's not someone that you have a friendship with, it doesn't sound like.
No.
No? Okay. Any concerns that you have? Any other concerns that you want to tell me about?
No, I just felt that I needed to tell you that I had recognized someone.
You did the right thing. Thank you for doing that. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
All right. Let me have you step out again, okay? Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, the record should reflect that juror number 535 has now stepped out of the courtroom again. Any additional questions that the people are asking me to ask this juror, or any additional record that people are asking me to make, or any additional requests from the people?
No, Judge, we just would reiterate that there will be no testimony from this individual.
Okay, all right. I wanted to ask just to be. Any additional record the defense wants me to make, or any additional action the defense wants me to take?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's bring in juror number 872 then. The record should reflect that juror number 872 is now present in the courtroom. Have a seat. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
Okay.
Okay. I was told that you were having some issues with respect to daycare, and so I wanted to see if you wanted to or what you wanted to tell me about that.
Not yet.
Oh.
My kids get out of school in 2.5 weeks.
Oh,
so
okay.
I'm not too sure yet.
Oh, I see.
But I had mentioned to the other lady. I had asked her about, because in the beginning they had said, you know, there's a daycare that you can take them to that'll take them all day, but she said it doesn't start till 8:30. So
They actually open the doors at 8, but because this case is as long as it is, that's not a service that's available for jurors in this case. So, but if it's not an issue yet that we need to address, then we'll cross that bridge when we get to it, if we have to. I mean, it sounds like there's a possibility that this will not be an issue, so.
right, I just haven't figured it out yet. That would be my first choice, but
Okay.
if not, then I can look into other options.
Great. Okay, let me know if you need to talk to me in 2.5 weeks or whenever at some point in the future, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. All right, the record should reflect that juror number 872 has exited the courtroom now. Any additional record that the people are asking me to make, or any additional action that people are asking me to take?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Same question for the defense. Any additional record that you're asking me to make, or any additional action you're asking me to take?
Well, thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's bring the jury in then. Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury has joined us again. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a good lunch. At the end of the morning session, CSI Petalina was on the stand, and the prosecution has asked for permission to interrupt her testimony so that they can call 2 other witnesses. So we can accommodate their schedule, and without objection, I have allowed that. So at this time, please call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Despina Papa George.
Can I have you raise your right hand for me so that I can administer an oath? Do you solemnly swear or affirm on the penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please be seated. Could you please tell us your full name and spell your first, middle, and last names?
Despina Fafudis Papa George, Despina Fafoutis Papageorge.
Thank you. Mr. Brockler, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, would you please tell us what you do for a living?
I work at Google as a custodian of records.
What was the name of the company again?
Google.
Not sure I've heard of it. What do they do?
It's an internet company providing free services such as email, search, among others.
And what's your role in that company?
I respond to legal process served on Google for user account information.
And do you do that a lot?
Yes,
How long have you been at Google?
5 years.
And in those 5 years, how many requests for subscriber information, including emails and things like that, have you dealt with?
In the thousands.
Are you a custodian of records for Google?
Yes,
Have you testified in that capacity before?
yes,
Across the country?
yes,
Anywhere outside the country?
no.
How many times?
Roughly 15 to 20 times.
Okay. If I wanted to get access to the contents of a subscriber's email, how do I do that?
We require a legal process in order to release any user information, and upon receipt of the legal process, we verify the validity and get an understanding of the type of user data that's being requested. And so long as it's a valid legal request and the type of data that they're seeking we can access, we will use internal tooling to essentially extract the user data or make a copy of it, place it on a disk, and Federal Express it over to the requesting party.
What else do you include with the disk that you send back?
That depends on the type of user data that's being requested.
Let's say it's emails.
We will place the email file on the disk.
And you'll send it back with some documentation?
Yes, typically the production letter or cover letter, the certificate of authenticity, and a copy of the hash values that were captured at the time of production.
We'll talk about hash values here in just a second. Actually, you know what, I'll take... Your Honor, may I approach the witness, do you need to see those again? With what's been marked as, oops, I'll know that. People's 1210A, B, and C, and 1211A, B, and C.
Yes.
Ma'am, I'm handing you what I just described on the record as the two exhibits. Now, those are clasped together with a clip. You can go ahead and take that clip off, and then if you would for us, tell us if you recognize the A, B, and C components of exhibit 1210.
Yes.
Tell us what 1210A is.
This is a copy of the cover letter, certificate of authenticity, and a copy of the hash values of the production files.
How does that get generated?
At the time of production by one of the legal assistants processing the legal request.
Now, is your signature the one that appears on that document?
No.
Whose signature is on that document?
Emmy Tran?
And do you know who Emmy Tran is?
Yes.
Who is she?
A former colleague on our team.
And was she also acting in the capacity that you act as the custodian of records?
Yes.
These documents, all of these things, including the emails, are they maintained in the ordinary course of business?
Yes.
And these documents, are these generated pursuant to the legal requests for those business records?
Yes.
The exhibit 1210A, is that a fair and accurate copy of the documents that were generated for the particular email address we're about to discuss?
Yes.
Tell us what email address those documents pertain to.
dsherlockb@gmail.com.
Okay. Now tell us about 1210B.
This is the production disk containing the user files.
Now, when you say containing the user files, tell us what is on there.
In response to this legal request, we provided subscriber information with IP authentication and the email contents of the Google account.
Let's talk about the limitations of what's included in those email contents. When Google puts all that onto that disk, when you do that, tell us what's included from the person's email.
Everything that was in the user's email account and any deleted emails that had not yet been purged from the system.
We'll talk about the deleted in a moment. Now, I know from having a Gmail account that you can put things in different folders. Do you know what I'm talking about? Do those show up in there, separated by the folders that the user created?
No, we do not parse out by filters or folders for the Mbox file. It is a complete snapshot of everything that was in the Google user's account.
Received, sent, everything.
Yes.
Now, you said any deleted items that hadn't been purged. Talk to us about that process.
When a user deletes their email, it will remain on our systems no longer than 60 days before being completely purged by Google servers, within Google servers.
So this particular disk that was generated for dsherlockb@gmail.com, this disk, so that I'm clear, contains every single email sent, drafted, received that wasn't otherwise deleted more than 60 days before.
Yes.
Okay. Now that disk, that was generated back in when?
August 3rd, 2012.
And that disk was sent out here according to what you said before. How can you tell us that you know for sure what's on that disk is what you sent out 3 years ago?
Prior to testimony today, I ran a hash value script on these production disks, and I compared the hash values of these disks to the hash value that we have stored in our system that was created at the time of the production back in 2012. And here, the hash values matched, the disk hash values matched to the hash values we had stored in our system. So any manipulation to one of these files would have altered that hash value, but again, here they matched.
Can we pretend I don't know what a hash value is? What is that?
A hash value is a unique algorithm, so any manipulation to that file would change that algorithm.
And so in this case, did you initial the disk after you verified that it contained the exact same contents that were produced at Google back in 2012?
Yes.
And so that's it. That's the accurate copy of what was sent out.
Yes.
Now the disk also contains all of the emails you said. Do you personally go through and review each of those emails?
No. At the time of production, we'll use an internal tool that will make an exact copy of the email, and we do not look at the contents of that file. We just put it on the disk and send that out.
Now, let's just say hypothetically we were able to find someone, maybe an FBI agent, to go through that disk and pull out the emails that are on that disk. Can we have confidence that the emails that are pulled off of that disk are the ones that existed in electronic format in that particular email inbox?
Yes.
Okay. There's another document there, 1210C. Do you see that?
Yes.
Tell us what that is.
This is the Google account subscriber information and IP authentication.
And to which email address does that particular subscriber information apply?
dsherlockb@gmail.com.
Now, how do you know that that is the accurate information that's at least maintained by Google?
This is what was captured from our system at the time of production.
And that's maintained in the ordinary course of business, just like the other documents?
Yes.
Can you take a look, please, at people's 1211, that's that other batch, A, B, and C? You have that?
Yes.
Now, we're not going to spend as much time going through the details of those, but if you would, for the record, tell us what 1211A is.
The cover letter, certificate of authenticity, and the copy of the production hash values.
And are those things all generated as part of the business records and business practices of Google?
Yes.
What email address do those pertain to?
classicjimbo@gmail.com.
Okay. And 1211B, is that the disk that goes with that email account?
Yes.
Everything you testified to for 1210B about dsherlockb@gmail.com, do those same things apply to this disk as well?
Yes.
Tell us what 1211C is.
This is the Google account subscriber information and the IP authentication records.
And are those fair and accurate copies of information that is maintained by Google for classicjimbo@gmail.com?
Yes.
I want you to take a look at the subscriber information listed on 1211C. Can I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Turn myself off.
Yeah.
Take a look at that 1211C, please, if you would. There are several different entries of information that appear on that subscriber, what do you call it, a subscriber page? What is it?
Subscriber information page.
Okay, thank you. The information that's contained on there, where does it come from? Different places or all one place?
Some of the fields are user-generated, and some fields are captured at the time of the account creation.
Okay. Take a look at 1210C. And that should be the subscriber user information, more words, page for dsherlockb@gmail.com. Same thing?
Yes.
Now, for that particular email account, is there something called SMS and a phone number listed on there?
Yes.
Who puts that phone number in there?
The user will place the SMS number there.
You know, at this time, I'm going to move for the admission of People's Exhibits 1210A and C and 1211A and C into evidence.
Any objection?
Your Honor, if I may have a moment, and if I could take a look at the exhibits again?
Yes.
Do you want me to
Mr.
retrieve?
Buckley, would you-
Yes, I will.
Please let Ms. Spengler have a moment with those.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. We'll keep the clips.
And Ms. Spengler, do you have a copy of those discs, or do you need a moment to review those discs as well?
Themselves.
Okay. But I was just wondering if you needed to see that before you took a position on the other items.
No,
Okay.
I don't think so. Can we approach?
Yes. All right, the hearsay objection is sustained, but Mr. Bruckler, you may proceed.
Questions about how those records and their certificate of authenticity, but I didn't get you to talk about it. Okay?
I think you need to turn your mic on. That's okay.
The boom mic. Ma'am, those records, are they generated automatically in the Google servers as the user creates them?
Yes.
What else about those records, that they're maintained in the ordinary course of business?
Yes.
And when they're automatically generated in the Google servers, are they generated at the time they're made or even within a reasonable period of time after they're made?
Yes.
And does that count not only for the disk that is 1210B and 1211B, but also for the information contained on 1210C and 1211C?
Yes.
Then, Your Honor, based on our conversation at the bench, I'm going to move to admit People's Exhibits 1210C and 1211C into evidence.
Ms. Pengler?
A moment.
Yes, take your time.
Thank you.
Yes.
Just want to give you a heads up that our engineers are working on this issue. Best that we know, the bench conference is still active anyways. But we've got the crack team in the master control of 7 News working on this. We beg your patience as we've had all day. Some of the hops and skips, but we strive to bring you the live coverage as is possible. And I think we're doing you may see it flip back up right now, and the bench conference is still going on.
Without objection, and based on the understanding that we have at the bench, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. First off, did you know technology is supposed to make your life easier? Did you know that? Because, can I ask you, and Judge, have we admitted then people's 1210C?
Yes, P-TR-1210C and 1211C are both admitted without objection, but with the understanding that we had, or based on the discussion that we had at the bench, the understanding of how you're going to proceed.
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
With your permission, Judge, I'd like to publish 1210C.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
On the TV. Okay. You know what? Let's start with that bottom part first, since we just had a conversation about that. Ma'am, can you blow up the login stuff? All right. Tell us what this is right here, would you?
This is the IP login, logout authentication.
Now, this one appears to only go back to July the 5th, and there is this other exhibit that you're going to see from defense, D-TR-17, that goes back to June the 26th. Have you seen that one already?
Yes.
Can you help us understand why Google only maintains the different, I guess, login dates going back to July the 5th on one and July the 22nd, I'm sorry, on the other one?
June 22nd on the other one.
June 22nd on the other one. Thank you, Your Honor.
At the time of production in 2012, Google only retained the most recent 28 days of IP login and logout events.
And so that I'm clear, there may have been a jillion more login entries going back to the creation of this email account, but Google only holds on to the most recent 28 days. Is that fair?
Yes.
And to understand the difference between the dates that this goes back to, which is July the 5th, and the one that Defense 17 goes back to, which is June 22nd, is a product of when that snapshot was taken of that account.
Yes.
Okay, did I say that right? Did I say it right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so they're both accurate. It's just a question of when they got captured. Is that fair?
Yes.
All right. Can you please show us the top part of that 1210C? All right, tell us what we're looking at here.
This is the Google account subscriber information for dsherlockb@gmail.com.
Now it says names up there, James Holmes. Who types that name in?
The user will enter the name.
And the email address, who picks it?
The user.
When it says status enabled, do you know what that means?
That the account is active.
Services there? Android, books, all that stuff. What are all those things?
This is a list of the services the user has registered for, although some of these are readable products and others are labels that are internal descriptors that I don't know the meaning of.
Okay. It says secondary email address on there. Who inputs that information?
The user will input the secondary email at the time of creation.
Now, that secondary email, is that typically verified by Google, or can you almost type in anything? Is this a secret, by the way, we're not supposed to talk about?
The user can enter the email account, and it typically is not verified.
Okay. And the created on date, who puts that information in?
That is captured at the time that the user has created their Google account.
So this is Google telling us when that email was created?
Yes.
What is the IP address list that's on there?
That is the creation IP address, also captured by Google at the time that the account has been created.
Language code, EN, I'm going to trust that's Dutch.
English.
Okay. The SMS, is that the cell phone number that we talked about earlier?
Yes.
Who types that number in?
The user.
How about the nickname? Who puts that information in?
The user.
Other usernames, who puts that in?
The user.
And how about, that's all I see on there, previous emails. I'm not sure how that's generated. Okay. Do you know how that's generated?
I don't know.
Okay. All right, so there are several line items on here that Google generates, but the rest of it is created by the user.
Yes.
So that we're clear too, you can't tell us that a person in this room named James Holmes was the one that created this email, can you?
No.
You can only tell us that someone that created this account claimed to be James Holmes, picked the email address, chose the English language, typed in the SMS cell phone number, chose the nickname, and chose the other usernames. Is that fair?
Yes.
Is this same information with some variation, is this same type of information captured on, bless you, what's been admitted as 1211C?
Yes.
Okay. May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay. Can we just approach very quickly on one small thing and then I'll turn it over to...
Yes. All right, Mr. Brockler?
I don't have any further questions for this witness, thank you.
All right. Ms. Spengler, do you have cross-examination?
Just briefly, I may approach the witness with what's been marked as defendant 17.
Yes, you may.
And if it helps, Your Honor, we'll stipulate to the admissibility of that if it'll save some time.
All right, Ms. Spengler, you do want this exhibit admitted, correct?
I do.
Okay, it is admitted, but if you wish to ask questions, I'll give you that opportunity.
I'll just have you describe what I handed to you.
This is the account subscriber information and IP login events for dsherlockb@gmail.com.
Okay, and is the content of defense 17 similar to, but contains additional information to the People's Exhibit related to the dsherlockb@hotmail.com account?
Yes.
Okay, I have no further questions and would move for admission if it hasn't already been admitted.
I've admitted it. No problem. Okay. Any redirect?
No, sir, thank you.
Okay. The jury does not appear to have any questions for this witness. Mr. Brockler, may this witness be released from her subpoena?
Yes, Your Honor, she may.
Ms. Spengler, do you have any objection? Yes, take your time.
We have no objection to her being released.
Okay, ma'am, thank you.
With the court's permission, could I retrieve, thank you, ma'am. Could I retrieve the unadmitted exhibits B on 1210 and 1211?
Yes. And then we should mark them in accordance with my instructions for the record. All right, call your next witness, please.
People called Joel Jaffe.
Thanks.
Good afternoon. Can I have you raise your right hand so that I can administer an oath? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Please be seated. Please tell us your full name and spell your first, middle, and last names.
Joel Sher Jaffe, JoelshureJaffe.
I'm going to ask you to move the microphone closer to you so that we can all hear you. You can move the microphone and you can move the chair too, both. Thank
Okay.
you. You may proceed, Mr. Edson.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
What do you do for a living?
I work for a company called Schomer Tech,
How do you spell Schomer Tech?
Schomer-TEC.
What is Schomer Tech?
Schomer Tech's a company in Washington State that sells primarily goods related to law enforcement, security, military.
Do you sell products wholesale?
Yes, actually, most of our business is wholesale, the majority of it.
To what type of customers?
Various resellers that sell in different industries.
Do you also have a retail operation as well?
We do. It's all online retail.
Specifically, your online retail, is that something that general members of the public, non-law enforcement, can order certain items, pay for them, and have them sent to their locations?
Yes, they can.
How long have you been with Schomer Tech?
32 years, give or take.
Did you start Schomer Tech?
No.
Fair to say you were with Schomer Tech in 2012?
Yes, that's correct.
Back in late July, actually early August of 2012, were you contacted by any members of law enforcement related to items that may have been ordered by an individual purported to be James Holmes?
Yes.
Did you provide records related to sales of particular items from Schomer Tech to James Holmes?
I did.
Are you a custodian of records for Schomer Tech?
Yes.
Just in general, how does Schomer Tech keep records information for customers and related to customer orders?
For online orders?
Yeah, we'll
Okay.
talk about online retail orders.
Sure. Well, when the order comes in, we keep the original as it comes into us. It leads to generation of our own invoice from that. And at the end of the process, attached to that invoice will be all the documentation relating to the shipping of that order.
Are those records and invoices, as you described them, are they kept in the normal and ordinary course of your business?
Yes, they are.
Are they the type of items that if you were asked at a later time by someone in law enforcement that you could retrieve from your operations?
Yes, as long as it's not more than 7 or 8 years.
Okay. Fair to say that when you were contacted by law enforcement in August of 2012, you were able to provide them records from an order by James Holmes?
Yes.
In 2012 as well, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness, please?
Yes.
I've handed you what's been previously marked as People's Exhibit 307. Do you recognize those two documents?
Yes, I do.
In general, what are those documents?
The first one is our invoice that we generate as a result of receiving the order, and the second page is the online order in the format that we would have first seen it.
Those two online and the invoice that you're referring to, do they relate to a particular customer?
Yes, they do.
Who is that customer?
James Holmes.
Do they relate to a particular date associated with an order?
They do.
What is that date?
Well, the order was showing it's June 6th. There's no timestamp, only a date stamp, but I can tell from this that it would have come somewhere between 2:30 in the afternoon and midnight that day. And the second document is dated the next day, June 7th, is when the invoice was actually processed.
And that would be 2012?
2012.
The second page of the People's Exhibit 307, if you turn it over, there appears to be some handwriting on the back of that. Do you see that?
I do.
Are you familiar with that?
That's my handwriting.
Okay. Did you write that name and number down on the back?
I did. That was the name of the ATF agent who contacted me on the phone. And I just, for some reason, wrote it down on this document.
Okay, fair to say that's not part of your actual invoice and records, that's just your own handwriting, writing down a name and number?
That's correct.
Okay, so aside from that name and number that we just talked about, do the two documents contained within 307, People's Exhibit 307, do they fairly and accurately depict the invoice and documentation of this particular sale to this particular customer kept in your ordinary and routine course of business for Schomer Tech?
Yes, sir.
Judge, I would move at this time for People's Exhibit 307 to be admitted.
Any objection? Ms. Braid?
Can we approach briefly?
Yes. All right, there is no objection, so the exhibit is admitted P-TR-307 with the agreement reached at the bench between the parties. There you go, sir.
Sir, in general, what are some of the items that Schomer Tech sells?
Well, there's actually quite a variety of them, but they range anywhere from electronic items to survival items, all variety of things.
Judge, I would request permission to publish a couple of pages of People's Exhibit 307.
Go ahead.
If I could please have the first page, 307-1. Couple of things here, sir, some ground rules for our court. I just need you to keep speaking into the microphone for me, please. I have published the first page, the invoice from Schomer Tech that you have in front of you as well for People's Exhibit 307. And I'm just going to have you talk about a few of the items there. If you feel the need to stand up and point some things out specifically, let me know. We've got a pointer, and I've also got a handheld microphone.
Okay.
But the first thing I'd like to ask you is, to the left of the top of the first page of 307, we see your Schomer Tech logo and information. Under there it says sold to. Who is this invoice sold to?
Well, the sold to is something we ask for. This information is provided by the person ordering it. But that's, if they're using a credit card, that typically would be the bill to address.
And in this particular invoice, who is the sold to information related to?
James Holmes.
What is the address?
1690 Paris Street, number 10, Aurora, Colorado, 80010.
To the right of, so just kind of move to the right there, I see a date. It appears to be 6/7/2012. What does that date relate to?
That's the date the invoice was actually generated and processed.
Okay. Right below that, it says terms. What does that relate to?
That's payment terms.
Okay.
In this case, it was a Visa or MasterCard.
Okay, we'll look at the second page and get some more specificity on that. If we could scroll down a little bit more, please, on the first page. There in the middle of the screen, I see some quantity orders, quantity shipped, and I see about 4 different things, but it looks like it's 3 specific items. Can you talk about that for the jury, please?
Yeah, that's just an itemization of the orders. That's what we use to actually pull the order from. When the items are pulled, put in the basket, so to speak, it's circled at that moment, and the second column there, marked quantity shipped, is what's actually pulled, and the circle around that number indicates it actually came off the shelf and into the basket. It's more just an internal check on that. The next column would be quantity back ordered. If we're out of stock of an item, we would back order it. In this case, everything was in stock and shipped in that shipment.
Let me just ask you real quick before I interrupt. Well, actually, I just did interrupt, but before I have you go any further, is Schomer Tech a company that actually keeps on invoice these items, or do you send the order to somebody else who ships it out?
No, we stock and ship all of our items in our warehouse.
Including this invoice?
Correct.
Okay, I'm going to move you to the description. What I'd like you to do is I'd like you to tell the jury what the 3 different items were that were ordered and the quantities each, please.
The first item, which was shipped in a quantity of 2 ordered, are handcuffs, and the next word just refers to the color of them as opposed to a different color available. The second item is Road Stars. The quantity is 1. That particular one is 1 unit of sale, which is a box of 4 individual ones. And the next item, meal spec first aid dressing, it's basically a bandage, trauma bandage, quantity of 1 of those, which is a single unit.
I'm going to direct your attention again back to the Road Stars. How many were requested?
2 units of sale, which is a total of 8 individual stars.
Okay, the Road Stars come in packs of 4, is that fair to say?
That's one of the options. That's the option that was ordered on this particular order, was a pack of 4.
Okay, just so we're all on the same page here, how many total Road Stars were ordered?
8. 8 stars, which is 2 boxes of 4.
Thank you. That 4th line there, is that shipping and handling?
That's the shipping and handling charge. It's a flat fee for every order. It's the same, $9.95.
Okay. If we could just scroll down pretty much to the bottom there. It's hard to read on this copy here for the jury, but you have the actual copy in front of you as well. What was the grand total of this order from Schomer Tech?
$80.94.
A couple of other things. I see at the bottom right, it is sideways here, but it says there's a big words phone order in the middle. What is that referring to?
Well, that's the nature. All basically, it's for credit cards, it's customer not present or customer present. When it's not present, it just automatically prints out phone order. It's beyond our control. It's not a phone order in this case. It was an online order.
Okay. I'm going to direct your attention to the left of the screen there. I again see your logo, Schomer Tech. Above that, I see a ship to. Do you see where I'm referring to?
Yes.
Right above that, I see some numbers. What does that relate to?
That's a phone number on all online orders. We request or require a phone number. And that was the order that was provided on the order form, the 858 being the area code, 449-7348 being the phone number.
Who would provide that number?
The person ordering it.
Okay. If we could just scroll up just a little bit, please. Right there, thank you. At the top, I see a thank you for your order. Do you see what I'm talking about?
I do.
Below that, I've got a lot of information that's kind of a little bit smaller. Are you familiar with that particular information?
Yes.
Please describe for the jury what all that information relates to.
Okay, well, that actually is a sticker that's put on. I don't know if you can tell from that, but it is a sticker that's affixed. That is basically a receipt when we generate a shipping label from United Parcel Service. The main portion is the actual label, goes on the parcel, and for our record keeping, we take the small portion off the bottom, and we stick it right on the invoice form so that information will always accompany the paperwork for that order. And that's what that portion of it is. The first thing that is listed is our shipper number in the top left there. The next thing is the date. The order was actually processed.
What is that date?
June 7th, 2012.
That's processing date, not necessarily order date?
It's processing and pickup date. That would go out, and that date's UPS.
Okay. From
Next.
your actual invoice. I'm sorry, from your actual inventory.
Correct. The next item on the first line, it's an abbreviation for actual weight. And the actual weight of this particular parcel is 3.3 pounds. The next one is number PK1. I believe that means it's a single package shipment. I'm not positive on that, though. On the second line, the SVC GNDRES indicates the service level, and after that, the GNDRES means it's a ground shipment to an address that's designated as a residential address.
Would that be the same address as the ship to address that you have in this document?
Exactly.
I see there, I guess it's the fourth line down, it says invoice number.
Yes, that's a number that we enter, so we can cross-reference that, and the 71935 corresponds with our invoice number that's at the top of that sheet.
So it's tough to see on the one that's on the screen, but the actual exhibit you have in your hand, People's Exhibit 307, does it have that sticker that you're referring to?
Yes, the actual sticker's here.
Okay. Based on that sticker and the information you just testified, are you indicating that, in fact, this order was fulfilled and shipped out as you've testified to?
Yes.
We could go to the second page of the invoice. This would be 307-2, please.
Yes.
Do you see that?
I do.
This also says invoice, but what is this document?
This is a document, this is when someone orders online, this is the format that we receive it in first.
Okay.
Where it says invoice, that's generated based on how many orders have come in that year. Frankly, we pay no attention to that, and when we generate an invoice, it creates a new and unique number, and that invoice never really had any relevance.
My question is the order date. What is the order date?
The order date is 6/6/2012.
So is that the date that the order would have come in online?
Yes, that's the date it would come in. It's not timestamped, but I can tell that would have come in after 2:30 that day.
June 6, 2012?
Yes.
Billing information again to James Holmes?
Yeah, this is how it's originally entered by the person ordering it.
Okay.
That's the only place this information comes from.
Under the bill to?
Yes.
Okay, so somebody would have had to actually type James Holmes?
The person placing the order would have to, yes.
Okay, what is that, appears to be an email address. What's that email address?
It's D as in David, Sherlock, B as in boy, @hotmail.com.
And again, the address under that, please.
1690 Paris Street, number 10, Aurora, Colorado, 80010.
And all of that is information that would have been inputted by the user, the individual purchasing or requesting purchase of those items. Is that correct?
That's correct.
The ship to is the same information. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Walk me through briefly, if you would please, the payment that was used for this order.
The payment submitted was MasterCard under the name of James Holmes. They indicated the issuing bank was USAA.
I'll just have you go through, what are the last four digits of the credit card?
2217.
If we could scroll down a bit, please. Actually, go ahead and tell me what the expiration date of that.
September 2014.
The day phone, is that the same phone number you just described earlier, sir?
I believe it was 858-449-7348. Yes, that would be the same.
And again, you get that information from the person placing the order?
Correct.
Okay. If we could scroll down a bit more, please. This information at the bottom here, is this the same descriptive information of what the actual order was for?
Yes, the customer would enter, actually just clicks on an icon that says buy it, and they would enter a quantity if it's other than one, but they wouldn't actually fill out the name of the product.
So again, as you testified to, we're talking about the 2 pairs of handcuffs, the 1 first aid dressing, and the 2 sets of road stars?
Correct.
If we could scroll down to the bottom here of this exhibit, this is again 307. Again, this page shows the order total, is that correct?
Yes, and we make sure that matches the invoice total.
And did that in this case?
It did.
And how much was that for?
$80.94.
We could scroll up just a bit more, please. Now, you testified that you actually keep the inventory on property, fair to say?
Yes, we do.
Are you familiar with these particular handcuffs that were ordered in this particular order?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the first aid dressing that was ordered?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the road stars that were ordered?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach the witness for some already previously admitted evidence?
Yes.
Thank you. Sir, I have placed before you 2 items of evidence that have already been admitted in this case. The first is People's Exhibit 454, which are some empty handcuff boxes. Do you see that?
I do.
Do you recognize those boxes?
Yes.
What are those boxes?
Those are the original product boxes that the handcuffs would come in.
Could I also have published People's Exhibit 4079? It's a photograph already admitted, Your Honor.
Okay.
Sir, People's Exhibit 4079 is on the screen there. Can you see that?
I can.
Are those the same, picture of the same boxes?
Yes, they are.
Could I also have People's Exhibit 4080? It's already been admitted as well, Your Honor.
Yes.
Does this appear to be the back of those boxes?
Yes.
If you could please, the top of the back of those boxes appear to have some writing on them. Are you familiar with those writings?
Yes.
Describe what those are for the jury, please.
Those are serial numbers.
Are you familiar with how those serial numbers are placed on those boxes?
I believe they're handwritten on at the factory.
Okay. To the best of your knowledge, well, let me ask this. Let me backtrack. First of all, is it accurate that these were not the first set of these types of handcuffs that you had sold previously from Schomer Tech?
They're not the first set.
Okay. Is it common to receive these types of handcuffs with these handwritten serial numbers on the back of those boxes?
Yes.
These particular boxes, they're before you as well in People's Exhibit 454. Can you make out the serial numbers handwritten in the back?
I can.
Okay. In your experience, do those handwritten serial numbers, do they generally correspond with serial numbers that are on the actual handcuffs inside of those boxes?
Yes.
You have before you also People's Exhibit 666. Do you see that? It's a physical exhibit right there in front of you.
Oh, yes,
Do you see that?
I do.
What does that appear to be?
It appears to be a pair of handcuffs.
Okay. If we could go back to People's Exhibit 4079, please. Thank you. This is the front of the box. What is the name of these particular type of handcuffs, I guess, for lack of a better term here?
Well, the brand name is HWC.
Okay. People's Exhibit 666, the actual handcuffs yourselves, do they have a brand name on them as well?
They do.
What is that?
HWC.
People's Exhibit 666, the handcuffs, do they have a serial number on them?
They do.
What is that serial number?
436954.
Could I have you also look at the boxes, that's People's Exhibit 454, and tell me if one of the two of those boxes match as far as serial numbers go?
It does.
People's Exhibit 4080, could I have that again, please? Thank you. If you would, please, tell me again the serial number for the handcuffs in People's Exhibit 666.
436954.
Okay, does that match which of those two boxes?
It matches the one on the left.
Okay, thank you. It's still on the screen for record purposes, People's Exhibit 4080. What is the serial number for the box on the right?
Four three six 954.
The box on
On the right, I'm sorry. 436948.
Okay. Could I please have People's Exhibit 4391? It's in a photo already admitted.
Okay.
Sir, do you see People's Exhibit 4391 on the screen?
Yes.
What is the brand name of these handcuffs?
HWC.
What is the serial number for that particular pair of handcuffs?
436948.
Does that match the same serial number you just read from the second box from People's Exhibit 454?
Yes.
Thank you. Those particular handcuffs that we just described, the ones that were the HWC handcuffs, are those law enforcement type handcuffs?
Well, if there's professional grade and non-professional grade, I would put this at the very low end of professional grade.
Okay. Could I please have People's Exhibit 2163, another photo already admitted?
Okay.
Can you see that photograph?
Yes.
Are you familiar with any items associated with this photograph?
Yes.
What are you familiar with?
Everything other than the sunglasses.
Okay. What is everything other than the sunglasses?
Those are commonly referred to as road stars.
Are those the same type of road stars that were purchased that's contained within People's Exhibit 307?
They are.
Are you familiar with road stars?
I am.
Are these particular types of road stars ones that are sold by Schomer Tech?
Yes.
Are they also kept on inventory with Schomer Tech?
Yes.
What are road stars?
Well, road star is another name for something known as a caltrop. Dates back to the Roman Empire times, and what they were designed for. They're metal. They're fashioned in a manner so that if you throw them on the ground, no matter how they're thrown, one of its spikes always is pointed straight up.
Have you yourself observed these types of road stars?
I have.
Okay. Are they sharp?
They're somewhat sharp. They don't need to be super sharp to be effective.
Okay. How might they be effective?
Well, originally they were designed as a perimeter defense device. In
I'm going to object to the historical recitation.
Sustained.
Just from your knowledge, what are they used for?
a number of uses. The primary one probably would be perimeter defense.
What do you mean by perimeter defense?
Well, if you need to quickly guard a large area in a very quick manner against primarily vehicles, not necessarily exclusively, typically they would be used, for example, just prior to the U.S. invasion of Panama in 1989, where needed to quickly secure an airport.
I object.
Sustained.
Okay, just your knowledge. What I'm asking is, what are they used for? That's my question.
A major use would be perimeter defense.
Okay. Could that include perimeter defense of vehicles?
Yes.
Thank you. You can take that down. If we could have, again, the first page of People's Exhibit 307, please. If we could go to the kind of, sort of the middle where the items were listed. Sir, I'm going to direct your attention to the third item listed. It says MIL SPEC first aid dressing. Are you familiar with that item?
Yes.
Tell the jury, what is that item?
Basically a first aid bandage, a trauma bandage, about 4 inches by 6 inches in size.
Okay. Thank you. If I could also have back up 2163. To your knowledge, are the road stars that are contained, like we're seeing here in People's Exhibit 2163, are they effective perimeter defense like you talked about against tires?
Yes.
I have nothing further at this time. Thank you, Judge.
All right. Cross-examination, Ms. Brady.
No questions. Thank you, sir.
All right. And the jury does not appear to have any questions. May this witness be released from his subpoena, Mr. Edson?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Any objection, Ms. Brady?
No.
All right. Thank you, sir. Thank you. All right, members of the jury, it's about 3 o'clock, so let's go ahead and take our afternoon break. Please remember that my advisements apply during the break, and I'll see you back here at 3:20. Thank you. The record should reflect that the jury has exited the courtroom now. Everyone may be seated. 1210B and 1211B, the people are going to mark that as a court trial exhibit. Is that right? 1210B and 1211B. What are we up to? 18? So the next one is 18? All right, so those should be marked as Court Trial Exhibit 18 and Court Trial Exhibit 19.
Does that apply, Your Honor, also to the rejected ones that we had covered with the testimony A and the 1211A?
That's what I'm referring to.
I thought you said B. I'm sorry.
Oh, did I thought that 12, I'm sorry, no, maybe I'm the one mistaken. I guess we only admitted 1210C and 1211C, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, so this applies to 1210A and 1211A, sorry.
Yes, sir. And we'll maintain possession of 1210B and 1211.
Thank you. That's correct. All right, thank you. And then, Mr. Edson, in terms of People's Exhibit 307, you're going to make the change that we talked about, correct?
Yes, Your Honor. I'll do that at the break, and I'll show Ms. Brady.
Great. Okay. Anything else that we need to talk about at this time?
Yes, Your Honor. We still have Maria Petalina on the stand. However, we have 3 victims whose families flew in from out of town to be present for their testimony today. So I would be asking to reset Ms. Petalina and to call the victims, if that is acceptable to the court and to the defense. And if, in fact, we end up short on witnesses, we have a couple of very brief witnesses who we could put on to fill that time.
All right. Is there any objection? No objection. All right. Without objection, that's fine. Do you need me to continue her subpoena?
You do not need to, Your Honor.
Okay. Anything on behalf of the defense?
Yes, Your Honor. I would ask, though, if we're no longer having the earlier witness in the courtroom, that we pack up or put away some of the exhibits that she was referring to, such as the drywall and the railing that's on the table.
All right. Any objection? Are you going to ask to publish any of these exhibits?
I am. But not today.
Okay. All right. We'll take them back then. Mr. Orman.
If I could have the court's indulgence, Your Honor. I know this is an unusual request. I would like to photograph the current state of the model just so that I have a record of what it looked like at the end of today. And if you want, I can give a copy to the court. I don't think that's necessary, but I would just like to be able to have that for our purposes.
I don't have any problem with that. Any objection?
No objection. I would like a copy to go to the court.
Okay. We'll mark it as a court exhibit. All right. Okay. Thank you. The court will be in recess.
All right, and as we break from the courtroom for our afternoon recess, expecting court to resume around 3:20 p.m., we just found out that Maria Petalina, the Aurora Police Department CSI, is not going to be resuming immediately after this recess as we had expected earlier. We're instead going to hear briefly, apparently, from the families of 3 victims when court resumes around 3:20. That means that Maria Petalina, since there's no court tomorrow, may have to resume her testimony next week. Maria Petalina, again, was the one going row by row, seat by seat, through the theater, identifying where they found pieces of evidence and then where they found bullet impacts and bullet holes. 240 of them, I believe, was the final count. We were just listening to testimony about evidence found, invoices requested after the shooting that revealed purchases made, in this case, most memorably perhaps for the handcuffs and the road stars. So what I'd like to do right now is ask John Stone to pull the computer screen up on your transmission here, and I want to take you through this timeline. I just finished updating it with several items. If you want to follow along, this timeline is available on the 7 News app or on the denverchannel.com. As we go through this, some of these items occur on the same day, and I want to just point out that they may not necessarily be in time order. I haven't had time to go through and check the timestamps on the various invoices, and some of them are based on information we haven't heard yet at trial from the preliminary hearing that Marshall and I attended. So as we go through, the dates are correct. Just keep in mind that the times could potentially change as we go through, and certainly there will be things added as we go through the course of this trial. But on May 10th, the first day that we know purchases were made, we have a gas mask purchased. We also have Clear Out, 2 cans of Clear Out brand tear gas grenades, for lack of a better word. We heard about these the first time during the preliminary hearing when an ATF agent named Stephen Beggs testified about them. And the preliminary hearing was interesting in that it was formatted very, very differently. That lasted only 3 days. And all of the information about purchases basically came from this one person, this ATF agent, who had a summarized list. And now, at trial, we're hearing from all the various companies that sold these things. So it is formulated differently, but I wouldn't be surprised if Stephen Beggs does come back to testify again about how law enforcement collected this information after the fact. Moving through here, here's a picture from Schomertech of this Roadstar. Schomertech, we just had their representative on the stand. This purchase was made on June 6th. It was Roadstar's handcuffs and a military compression type bandage, something that you might have seen in a military movie. But these Roadstars, apparently the gunman bought 2 packages of 4 of them. They're made of wire, and they're such that if you could draw lines on them, they'd be pyramid shaped. If you could draw lines from tip to tip, corner to corner. but they always land with a spike pointed up, no matter how you do this. We got almost a peek at a history lesson of these things going back to the Roman days, apparently, that they were used as perimeter defense, and in this case still are. They also might remind you of things, if you've ever seen a World War II movie about Normandy, things used to tear the bottom of ships as they came up on the beaches during World War II. But these were designed to puncture tires, prevent pursuit. We know that he purchased a rifle. Again, this is from preliminary hearing testimony from the ATF, so we haven't heard this. But there were in-person purchases. The only purchases we've heard about at trial had to do with online purchases so far. But we know that there were purchases at local sporting goods stores. Gander Mountain is one of them, and that's where he purchased the rifle that was used in the shooting. And then the next item, I went one too far, the oral exam that we've heard about. So some of these purchases began prior to the failed oral exam that we've heard professors testify about. On the same day, though, he bought, well, oh yeah, it is the same day he purchased the rifle. We don't know for certain which one occurred first, whether he bought the rifle before or after the exam. We also know that the professor said that they didn't tell him immediately he failed the exam. So there's not intending to have any implication here that one occurred as a result of the other. On June 11th, our colleague John Ferrugia has reported about this extensively. The psychiatrist Lynn Fenton, this is her photo here from an old graphic we had from our old design, called the university's behavioral evaluation and threat assessment team about the gunman, at that time the would-be gunman, and then contacted campus police. A drum magazine was purchased on June 13th. Again, this is from preliminary hearing testimony. We haven't heard about this one in trial yet. The student badge was returned, meaning that it was couldn't be used. It was deactivated. So he had withdrawn from the program. Then on June 20th, targets were purchased, ordered online. We did hear about this. Law Enforcement Targets, Inc. testified about the kinds of targets he purchased. Then the shooting range, where we also heard testimony. An ammunition purchase of thousands of rounds. Again, this is preliminary hearing testimony, but thousands of rounds of ammunition purchased online. The casing of the theater, photos taken from the exterior that were found on the iPhone after the fact. Spotted at a Gander Mountain store, again, spotted in person. Stephen Beggs testified that in surveillance video from the store, the suspect had orange hair. Body armor purchased on July 2nd. Then after July 4th, the creation of the dating profile with the orange hair. More photos from the theater. A Glock pistol purchased on July 6th. And then the ticket purchased on July 7th. And at that point, now we're going to pause and quit going through this timeline for a few moments because we're at the extent of the testimony that we've heard so far, and going any further would be a bit of review, but of course you are welcome to continue with this at any time on thedenverchannel.com or the 7 News app. It is available all the time. And what we'd like to do is we'd like to go back to a bit of testimony about how they identified and retrieved information from 2 email accounts, Gmail accounts, that we heard about earlier today. A Google representative, a legal representative came, explained how they verified the information that's provided to law enforcement. A lot of the information that we know about the case, things that they found, for example, the photos I mentioned on the phone, we know about those because we received search warrant affidavits, requests for information. And 2 of them involve these 2 Google accounts. We've never heard, however, what was returned from Google, though apparently that was just entered into evidence earlier today. So, in the near future, I wouldn't be surprised to hear the detective, I believe his name was Detective Welton, telling us about the information that he did receive from Google and what is relevant to this case. But now, let's take a moment and listen to the Google representative explain how those documents are verified and sent to law enforcement.
And Judge, have we admitted then people's 1210C?
Yes, P-TR-1210C and 12.
If I wanted to get access to the contents of a subscriber's email, how do I do that?
We require a legal process in order to release any user information, and upon receipt of the legal process, we verify the validity and get an understanding of the type of user data that's being requested. And so long as it's a valid legal request and the type of data that they're seeking we can access, we will use internal tooling to essentially extract the user data or make a copy of it, place it on a disk, and Fed will express it over to the requesting party.
What else do you include with the disk that you send back?
That depends on the type of user data that's being requested.
Let's say,
We will place the email file on the disk.
and you'll send it back with some documentation?
Yes, typically the production letter or cover letter, the certificate of authenticity, and a copy of the hash values that were captured at the time of production.
We'll talk about hash values here in just a second. Actually, you know what, I'll take. Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Do you need to see those again? With what's been marked as, oops, I'll go that. People's 1210A, B, and C, and 1211A, B, and C.
Yes.
Ma'am, I'm handing you what I just described on the record as the two exhibits. Now, those are clasped together with a clip. You can go ahead and take that clip off, and then if you would for us, tell us if you recognize the A, B, and C components of exhibit 1210.
Yes.
Tell us what 1210A is.
This is a copy of the cover letter, certificate of authenticity, and a copy of the hash values of the production files.
How does that get generated?
At the time of production by one of the legal assistants processing the legal request.
Now, is your signature the one that appears on that document?
No.
Whose signature is on that document?
Emmy Tran?
And do you know who Emmy Tran is?
Yes.
Who is she?
A former colleague on our team.
And was she also acting in the capacity that you act as the custodian of records?
Yes.
These documents, all of these things, including the emails, are they maintained in the ordinary course of business?
Yes.
And these documents, are these generated pursuant to the legal requests for those business records?
Yes.
The exhibit 1210A, is that a fair and accurate copy of the documents that were generated for the particular email address we're about to discuss?
Yes.
Tell us what email address those documents pertain to.
dsherlockb@gmail.com.
Okay. Now tell us about 1210B.
This is the production disk containing the user files.
Now when you say containing the user files, tell us what is on there.
In response to this legal request, we provided subscriber information with IP authentication and the email contents of the Google account.
Let's talk about the limitations of what's included in those email contents. When Google puts all that onto that disk, when you do that, tell us what's included from the person's email.
Everything that was in the user's email account and any deleted emails that had not yet been purged from the system.
We'll talk about the deleted in a moment. Now, I know from having a Gmail account that you can put things in different folders. Do you know what I'm talking about? Do those show up in there, separated by the folders that the user created?
No, we do not parse out by filters or folders for the Mbox file. It is a complete snapshot of everything that was in the Google user's account.
Received, sent, everything.
Yes.
Now, you said any deleted items that hadn't been purged. Talk to us about that process.
When a user deletes their email, it will remain on our systems no longer than 60 days before being completely purged by Google servers, within Google servers.
So this particular disk that was generated for dsherlockb@gmail.com, this disk, so that I'm clear, contains every single email sent drafted, received, that wasn't otherwise deleted more than 60 days before?
Yes.
Okay. Now, that disk, that was generated back in when?
August 3rd, 2012.
And that disk was sent out here according to what you said before. How can you tell us that you know for sure what's on that disk is what you sent out 3 years ago?
Prior to testimony today, I ran a hash value script on these production disks, and I compared the hash values of these disks to the hash value that we have stored in our system that was created at the time of the production back in 2012. And here, the hash values matched, the disk hash values matched to the hash values we had stored in our system. So any manipulation to one of these files would have altered that hash value, but again, here they matched.
Can we pretend I don't know what a hash value is? What is that?
A hash value is a unique algorithm, so any manipulation to that file would change that algorithm.
And so in this case, did you initial the disk after you verified that it contained the exact same contents that were produced at Google back in 2012?
Yes.
And so that's it. That's the accurate copy of what was sent out.
Yes.
Now the disk also contains all of the emails you said. Do you personally go through and review each of those emails?
No. At the time of production, we'll use an internal tool that will make an exact copy of the email, and we do not look at the contents of that file. We just put it on the disk and send that out.
Now, let's just say hypothetically we were able to find someone, maybe an FBI agent, to go through that disk and pull out the emails that are on that disk. Can we have confidence that the emails that are pulled off of that disk are the ones that existed in electronic format in that particular email inbox?
Yes.
Okay. There's another document there, 1210C. Do you see that?
Yes.
Tell us what that is.
This is the Google account subscriber information and IP authentication.
And to which email address does that particular subscriber information apply?
dsherlockb@gmail.com.
Now, how do you know that that is the accurate information that's at least maintained by Google?
This is what was captured from our system at the time of production.
And that's maintained in the ordinary course of business, just like the other documents?
Yes.
Can you take a look, please, at people's 1211, that's that other batch, A, B, and C? You have that?
Yes.
Now, we're not going to spend as much time going through the details of those, but if you would, for the record, tell us what 1211A is.
The cover letter, certificate of authenticity, and the copy of the production hash values.
And are those things all generated as part of the business records and business practices of Google?
Yes.
What email address do those pertain to?
classicjimbo@gmail.com.
Okay. And 1211B, is that the disk that goes with that email account?
Yes.
Everything you testified to for 1210B about dsherlockb@gmail.com, do those same things apply to this disk as well?
Yes.
Tell us what 1211C is.
This is the Google account subscriber information and the IP authentication records.
And are those fair and accurate copies of information that is maintained by Google for classicjimbo@gmail.com?
Yes.
I want you to take a look at the subscriber information listed on 1211C. Can I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Turn myself off.
Yeah.
take a look at that 1211C, please, if you would. There are several different entries of information that appear on that subscriber, what do you call it, a subscriber page? What is it?
Subscriber information page.
Okay, thank you. The information that's contained on there, where does it come from? Different places or all one place?
Some of the fields are user generated and some fields are captured at the time of the account creation.
Okay, take a look at 1210C. And that should be the subscriber user information, more words, page for dsherlockb@gmail.com. Same thing?
Yes.
Now for that particular email account, is there something called SMS and a phone number listed on there?
Yes.
Who puts that phone number in there?
The user will place the SMS number.
All right, it is now 3:21 here in Denver. Court should be resuming any moment. But I do want to take a moment and pick off where Marshall left off before he had to get sent out on another assignment for the afternoon. I'd like to continue our explanation of the courtroom and how that all works. So Marshall was showing you this map earlier, explaining that all of this area of the parking lot here is being blocked out for the media parking. There are several trucks there parked now semi-permanently to make sure the transmission from the courthouse gets relayed back to all of us in the media consortium, all of us who have pooled our equipment and resources to make sure that transmission occurs. Here we have the Arapahoe County Jail, and here we have the courthouse and this new bridge that was built since the start of this case. When Marshall and I were attending the preliminary hearing, these two buildings were not connected. Inside the courthouse, and John, that's okay for the map for now, inside the courthouse, we've got two layers of security. The first layer is a metal detector and screening just like you would go through at the airport. The second, court is back, and that means that everyone has gone through the second layer of security, which is a wanding, and we'll bring you back to the courtroom now and more explanations later today.
The record. This is the people of the state of Colorado versus James Eagan Holmes, case number 12CR 1522. The record should reflect that Mr. Holmes is present with his attorneys and the prosecutors are present as well. We are outside the presence of the jury. Are the parties ready for the jury, Mr. Edson?
Judge, briefly if I could, People's Exhibit 307, we made the redaction to the back of the second page pursuant to the bench conference, which was some writing that we agreed to redact. I showed it to Ms. Brady. I do not believe that she has any further objection related to that.
Is that right, Ms. Brady? Okay, thank you. Is the defense ready for the jury?
Yes.
Okay, let's bring him in, please. Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury has joined us again. Call your next witness, please, Ms. Tish McGuire.
Carly Richards.
Good afternoon. Could I have you raise your right hand so that I can administer an oath? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
This is what happens when you say it 100 times. All right, have a seat. Please tell us your full name and spell your first, middle, and last names.
My full name is Carly Suzanne Richards, CarliSuzanne Richards.
Ms. Tish McGuire, you may proceed.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Were you at the Century 16 movie theater on July 19th, 2012 in Aurora, Colorado?
Yes.
Did that go into the early morning hour of July 20th of 2012?
Yes, it did.
What do you remember about the day of July 19th prior to going to the movie theater that day?
I woke up kind of early that morning, went out to Boulder, see some friends, had a good lunch. I came home, hung out with my dog and my partner at the time, freshened up a bit, and got ready to go out to the midnight premiere of the new Batman movie.
When did you get your tickets for the Batman movie?
My partner at the time had ordered them online prior to that day.
What time did you arrive at the movie theater that night?
I believe it was maybe 10 till, I know the movie was supposed to start about 5 minutes after, so we arrived at least 10 or 15 minutes early.
And are you 10 or 5 minutes after midnight? What time?
It was supposed to be 5 minutes after midnight.
What did you do when you got to the movie theater?
My partner went to the Fandango machine. There's a Fandango ticket kiosk, and that's where we printed out our tickets that we had ordered online. I used the restroom, and then we went into Theater 9 for our movie.
What's the name of your partner who you were with there that night?
His name is Christopher Townsend, Townson.
What did you do when you got into the theater? How did you decide to pick your seats?
We noticed that it was very crowded. There were only a couple of seats, it seemed. We went up towards, sort of up the stairs a few rows. Tried to get some seats in the middle. They were taken, so we decided upon some seats that were towards the outside of the row and up about 11 rows.
So were you up in the stadium seating area of the theater?
Yes, and to the left facing the screen.
So if this is the movie theater screen, you're over here on the left.
Mm-hmm. We were right on the end.
What do you remember doing before the movie started?
Just kind of sitting around and waiting. I know that as soon as the lights dimmed, everyone kind of cheered, and then that's when the movie started.
What happened during the movie?
The movie went smooth as usual for about 10 or 15 minutes, it seemed like. I don't know the actual time, that was my estimate. And then I noticed that a door to my right, down towards the bottom, near the screen, it was an emergency exit, opened, and a figure wandered in.
How would you describe that figure for the jury?
Judging by his posture and stuff, I had gathered that it was a man. Was wearing dark clothing, which appeared to be riot gear or combat gear, and had what I thought was some sort of toy gun or something with him.
Did you notice that the person was wearing any sort of mask?
It appeared that he was wearing some sort of gas mask.
What do you recall after seeing that figure walk through the door?
I heard what seemed like a light popping noise, as if maybe someone was opening something. And then I heard a hissing noise, and I saw a canister of, I didn't know what at the time until it landed, head towards me. The girl next to me and I both swatted at it, and then it landed at my feet.
This actually landed at your feet?
At my feet.
Right? What do you recall after that?
Immediately, my partner, Chris, asked, "What is that?" I bent down to sniff it, and since I spent 4 years in the Navy, I knew...
Your Honor, relevance in 403, excuse me.
What's the relevance?
Your Honor, she spent 4 years in the Navy and has smelled tear gas as part of her basic training.
Overruled.
You can continue answering the question, Ms. Richards.
Sorry. So anyhow, I knew what tear gas smelled like, and I immediately uttered tear gas, and that was when I began to stand up to leave my seat.
What happened as you began to stand up? Did you realize anything?
I heard kind of a popping noise, and I felt like something warm, it's felt like, splatter my right arm as I was standing.
What do you recall happening after that?
I recall immediately jumping out of my seat and exiting down the stairs, and I ran until I had reached the lobby.
Your Honor, if I may approach the witness with what's been marked as People's Exhibit 1160.
Yes.
Ms. Richards, do you recognize the document that I just handed you?
Yes.
All right, what is that?
This is a diagram of the theater with the seating arrangements.
Did you notate on that diagram where you and Mr. Townsend were sitting that night and also where you believe that canister landed?
Yes.
Does it fairly and accurately represent what you believe happened on July 20th of 2012?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, at this time I would move for the admission of People's Exhibit 1160.
Any objection, Ms. Spengler?
No objection.
Without objection, P-TR-1160 is admitted and may be published.
Thank you. If I could please have 1160. All right. Ms. Richards, there is a mouse in front of you, like a keyboard mouse on that
Correct.
stand. Can you see if that is okay? Could you use that arrow that's on that mouse to kind of point out on your diagram where you and Mr. Townsend were sitting?
Why am I having trouble with this?
Oh, is it not working? It might not be working.
Oh, wait, there we
Oh,
go.
you got
Oh,
it.
gosh.
Okay, and it kind of turns into a micro. There you go. All right. So that area right there is the area where you and Mr. Townsend were seated, and is that the same area where the canister landed at your feet?
Yes.
All right. And then can you also show the jury where it was that you saw that first figure on your diagram enter the theater?
The figure entered. Oh, this mouse is a little touchy. The figure entered right there, where the star is.
And did you recall seeing the figure anywhere else in the area of the theater, or is that the only place in the theater that you recall seeing that figure?
That is the only place I saw him.
All right. And then if you could also use that mouse, since you're getting good at using it, to show the jury your exit path of the theater.
Right. Since we were seated here, we then descended down these stairs here, where this line is, and out this exit to the lobby.
All right. Thank you very much. Your Honor, if I could also ask Ms. Richards to approach with the cordless microphone so that she can show the jury on the diagram where that canister landed.
Okay.
All right. So there should be a cordless microphone up there somewhere, Ms. Richards. You could come and meet me down here, please. All right, and if you could stay kind of up here and then show the jury on the diagram about where you and Mr. Townsend were seated. And if you could kind of stay here so the jury over there can see, otherwise you're kind of blocking them.
So I believe we were up.
Oh, sorry, let me ask you to turn that on.
Okay. Anyhow, I believe we were up in this general vicinity. I believe it was this row, and we were seated in the last two seats to the left. I was here, and my partner was on the very end.
Right, and where on the diagram did that canister land?
The canister landed right here. It would be right in front of the seats at our feet.
Okay. And could you show them on this diagram where it was that you saw that figure enter the theater?
It was down this way, where the emergency exit was. Came in right here.
All right, thank you very much. You can take your seat and turn off the microphone. So after you ran through the lobby area, where did you and Mr. Townsend go?
After running through the entire lobby, I stopped briefly at the final exit doors to make sure Chris was behind me. As soon as I realized it, the second I realized it, I continued out to the car, which was at least 50 yards away in the parking lot. And then we stopped at the car so that he could unlock the doors.
Did you recognize anything about yourself at that point in time when you got out in the parking lot?
Yes. As soon as we got to the car, I realized that my arm was in pain. I said something about it, and Chris said, "Are you okay?" And I said, "Hurry up, let's get in the car." I was urging him to, and that's when I touched my arm because it was in pain. And when I pulled it away, I realized that my hand was covered with a red substance that I had assumed was fake blood or something.
Did you find out if that was fake blood or if that was real blood eventually?
It was my blood.
Right? And where had you learned that you had been shot?
So after we had gotten into the car, we realized that there was a police officer doing construction traffic on the corner of Exposition and Sable. We decided to drive to him since we were new in the area to ask him to instruct us as to where a hospital was, because I knew that I needed medical attention. As soon as he flagged down paramedics, it was all kind of blurry, that particular spot. He flagged down paramedics and they told me that I had been shot with buckshot.
Were you able to get into the ambulance?
Yes.
What happened when you got into the ambulance?
I was immediately administered oxygen. They had begun the beginning stages of the IV, started taking my vitals, and we went back to the movie theater to grab more people.
How many more victims got in the car with you?
2.
Objection relevance.
403.
If you could just answer that question again, please.
There were 2 more victims with me in the ambulance.
Where did you go?
I was taken to Denver Health.
When you got to Denver Health, did you have any surgery for any injuries?
Not immediately at Denver Health. They just did the usual x-rays, you're getting the wounds, the terrifying CT scan. The surgeries came later.
Right. How many surgeries did you end up having, Ms. Richards?
About 4 or 5.
Right. And what kind of surgeries did you have to have?
I had to have pellets of birdshot removed from my body, usually a couple at a time.
And could you describe for the jury where in your body you had these pellets removed?
Yes, I had at least 2 in my right arm. I had 2 or 3 in my left leg. I had a couple in my back, and then I had at least 1 or 2 removed from my chest.
Your Honor, if I may approach Ms. Richards with what's been marked as People's Exhibits 2000, 2001, and 2002.
Yes.
All right, Ms. Richards, do you recognize the person in Exhibit 2000?
Yes.
Who is that person?
That's me.
Does that picture fairly and accurately represent what you look like on July 20th of 2012?
Yes, it does.
You could please turn to People's Exhibit 2001. All right. What does that picture describe?
This is a picture of my right arm. There is my cat tattoo and the microdermal piercing I used to have, and several pocked bloody holes and skid marks on the arm.
Does that fairly and accurately represent your injuries that you received to your arm on July 20th of 2012?
Yes, it does.
And could you please turn to Exhibit 2002? What does that photograph depict?
This is a photograph of my legs. It appears that I'm in a hospital bed. I can see the catheter tube.
And does that picture fairly and accurately represent your injuries to your leg on July 20th of 2012?
It does.
Right. Your Honor, at this time I would move to admit People's Exhibit 2000, 2001, and 2002.
Is there any additional objection?
Judge, we would object to 2002. I don't think there has been a original objection, but would not object to the other 2 photographs.
All right, P-TR-2000 and 2001 are admitted without objection. Can I see those, please?
Yes, sir. Sorry about that.
Is the objection to 2002 under Rule 403? All right, the Rule 403 objection is overruled because I find that the probative value of the evidence is not substantially outweighed by any of the concerns listed in Rule 403. So P-TR-2002 is admitted over objection, and all 3 may be published.
Thank you, Your Honor. If I could please have People's Exhibit 2000. All right, Ms. Richards, this is the picture of you in the hospital on July 20th of 2012.
Yes, it is.
All right, if I could have Exhibit 2001. That's a photograph of the buckshot wounds to your arm.
Yes.
We could have People's Exhibit 2002. And that's a photograph of the buckshot wounds to your leg.
Yes.
Great. Thank you very much. I have no further questions of this witness.
Ms. Spengler, do you have cross-examination? And there may be a question from the jury. Give us a moment, please. Thank you. Would counsel please approach? All right, Ms. Richards, the jury has submitted some questions, and I have found based on the rules of evidence and other applicable rules of law that they are appropriate. The first question is, did you run out of the theater immediately after you heard gunfire?
I ran out of the theater immediately after I smelled tear gas.
The next question is, was there any other type of gunfire that you heard?
I was not aware that I was hearing gunfire. It sounded like fireworks to me.
And the last question is, do you know when you got pellets in your chest and back? And you should only answer if you know. You cannot speculate.
Well, no, it was when I went to the hospital. I got x-rays, and then that's when they told me where I had been hit.
Okay, any follow-up questions? Based on those questions, Ms. Tisch-McGuire.
Please, Your Honor. Ms. Richards, can you describe for the jury how it was that once you smelled the tear gas, you positioned your body, and how it was that your body was positioned when you exited the theater?
I immediately went to grab my purse from the floor. I stood up, and I exited to the left, which is where the stairs were to lead us out to the lobby exit.
Did you have to bend over to pick up your purse?
Briefly.
No further questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Pengler, do you have any follow-up questions for this witness based on the jurors' questions?
No, I don't.
All right. May this witness be released from her subpoena?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
No objection.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Call your next witness, please.
Heather Snyder, please.
Good afternoon. You solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, Your Honor.
Please be seated. Please tell us your full name and spell your first, middle, and last names.
My name is Heather Lynn Snyder, HeatherLynnSnyder.
Ms. Tisch-McGuire, you may proceed.
Ms. Snyder, were you at the Century 16 movie theater on July 19th of 2012 in Aurora, Colorado?
Yes, I was.
Did that go into the early morning hours of July 20th of 2012?
Yes.
Could you please tell the jury about what you remember about the day of July 19th, 2012, prior to going to the movie theater that night?
I was working at Red Robin that evening, and some of my friends from work were going to the movie. One of my coworkers offered to close the restaurant for me so that I could join them all.
Were you able to do that?
Yes, I was.
What time did you get to the movie theater that night?
About 10:30.
Who did you go to the movie theater with?
I went with a group from work. It was Farah Soudani, Jacqueline Fry, Christina Blosh, Jasmine Kennedy, Alex Sullivan, Edgar Nava, Chelsea Sababalik, Maria Carbonell, and her two kids, Armando and Annalise, Tony Bilipondo, and Bryson Bilipondo.
Who did you drive with to the theater that night?
I went with Jackie.
What did you do when you got to the theater?
We went inside and found all of our friends. They had printed out the tickets for us already. And then we went and picked our seats. And then Jackie and I went to the concession stand, went outside so she could have a cigarette. And then we just went back in and hung out waiting for the movie to start.
Do you recall anything unusual at all happening before the movie began?
No.
What do you remember happening in the theater that night?
We sat down and the movie began. About 15 minutes into the movie, I started to hear some popping noises that sounded like black cat fireworks. And I saw orange flashes down to the right of the screen.
What do you recall after you saw those orange flashes?
After I saw the orange flashes, I saw some smoke that had traveled from the bottom right to the left side of the theater, and it was followed with a hissing sound. And then I was looking in that direction and felt a burning sensation to my left forearm.
What do you recall after you felt that burning sensation to your left forearm?
I looked down, and a bunch of my friends were all worried about what was going on, and then I felt a pain to my left knee that spun me out of my chair to where I was now facing the back of the restaurant, or the back of the theater, on my knees.
Did you do anything else at that point in time?
At that point in time, I had noticed that two of my friends were on the ground and another one of my friends was still in her seat. I went to grab her out of her chair and then pull her to the ground as well.
Who was the friend that you pulled out of her chair?
Farah Sudani.
And who were your friends that you recognized were on the ground at that point in time?
Jacqueline Fry was on the ground and Chelsea Sababalik was assisting her on the phone with 911.
What were you thinking at this point in time?
I was thinking, oh my God, what's going on? I was a little in shock, and with everybody running and screaming, I felt that it would be better for me to just lay on the ground, and I proceeded to try to call my family.
Were you able to get through to your family?
No, I was not.
What were you hearing in the theater while you were on the ground?
I heard just all the popping noises and people screaming.
What do you recall after you were down on the ground?
A flash had happened in the movie, and I had looked down and noticed that two of my fingers on my right hand had been mangled. And then that Farah Sudani had her leg up on my chair, and her calf had been blown out, and it was like dropping down on my head.
So her calf is literally falling into your face?
Yes.
What else did you witness at that point in time?
I also witnessed a gentleman on top of Farah Sudani holding her sides together, straddling her body.
Could you see her injuries at that time?
Just the one on her leg, and I could kind of see where his leg was holding her side together.
Was that her right side or her left side?
That would be her left, like me facing her would be on my right.
What's the next thing that you remember happening in the theater?
And then I remember the paramedics showing up and everybody yelling, if you can move, you need to get up and get out so we can assist everybody else. So I got up and I walked down the right-hand side of the theater out the exit door.
Your Honor, if I can approach Ms. Snyder with what's been marked as People's Exhibit 1165.
Yes.
All right, Ms. Snyder, do you recognize People's Exhibit 1165?
Yes, I do.
All right, what is that a document of?
It is a diagram of the movie theater.
Right, and did you notate on that diagram where you and your friends were seated that evening in the theater and things that you recognized in the theater that night on July 20th of 2012?
Yes, I do.
All right, Your Honor, at this time I would move for the admission of People's Exhibit 1165.
Is there any objection, Mr. King?
No objection.
Without objection, P-TR-1165 is admitted and may be published.
I could have 1165, please. All right, now there's a mouse in front of you, Ms. Snyder. And if you could show the jury where it was that you and your friends were seated in the theater that evening.
We are seated, oh, this mouse is touchy, right here.
All right, and if you could tell them where you're seated.
Right where the mouse is my seat.
All right, and who's on the other side of you?
To the left is Farah Sudani, to the right is Jacqueline Fry.
Right, and on the other side of Farah Sudani.
That is Michael White Jr. and Michael White Sr.
Right, and could you show the jury where it was that you saw the orange flashes?
Down here in the corner.
And could you show the jury where it was that you saw that smoke travel across the theater?
I saw it start at about the bottom of the stadium seating and go towards the other side of the theater.
Right, now at any point in time in the theater, did you ever see a shooter?
No.
The entire time you were in the theater, did you hear the popping noises or the gunshots, or had they stopped at some point in time?
They had stopped and restarted.
Right, and do you remember or recall when you were describing where you were in the theater, where you were seated in the theater when they stopped and restarted?
I was by my chair the entire time.
All right, and do you recall if at some point in time the shooting had stopped before the police and paramedics had entered?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Right, and could you describe for the jury on that diagram where you exited the theater?
I came from my chair to the row behind me and then came down these stairs and out the exit door down here.
So the exit that went out behind the theater?
Yes.
Right, Your Honor, at this time, with the court's permission, I would ask Ms. Snyder to join me at the diagram, the model, to show the jury where she was seated that evening.
Okay.
Right, if you could grab that cordless microphone and turn that on, please, Ms. Snyder. If you could kind of stay up here for me and show the jury where you believe you were seated that evening, approximately.
We were seated approximately 1, 2, 3, 4, about right here.
All right, and can you say where you were again, and then where Jacqueline was?
It was Michael White Sr., Michael White Jr., Farah Sudani, myself, and Jacqueline Fry.
All right, and can you show the jury on this model where you saw the orange flashes that night?
Right down in this corner by the exit.
All right, and then can you also tell them the exit that you left the theater in that night?
At the exact same exit.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
What happened when you got outside that exit door?
When I got outside the exit door, the paramedics were starting triage, and so I went and sat against the wall, awaiting my color to be told how serious my injuries were.
Did the paramedics give you guys different colors depending on the severity of your injuries that evening?
Yes, they did.
Were you able to observe your injuries at that point in time?
I was able to observe the injury to my hand, and then I still just felt pain in my knee and my arm.
What did you notice about your hand at that point in time?
My fingers looked like they'd been put through a garbage disposal.
What else did you recognize about your fingers at that point in time? Were they dangling or were they?
Yeah, they were just dangling by skin. There was no bone or anything left on my fingers.
At some point in time, did you get some medical treatment?
Yes, I did.
All right, so what happened for you to get medical treatment that night?
There was a police car that pulled up, and they had put me in the front seat, in the passenger seat, and then they had pulled another injured victim in the back seat and drove us to ambulances.
Did you know the victim who was placed in the back seat of that vehicle?
Yes, I did.
Who was that?
That was Christina Blosch.
Is she one of your coworkers from Red Robin?
Yes.
What happened after you got into that police car?
We drove down the grass behind the movie theater, and we found a row of ambulances. I was then placed in one ambulance, and Christina Blosch was placed in another ambulance.
Were there any other victims in the ambulance you were placed in?
Yes, there was one other lady with an injury to her leg.
What hospital were you taken to?
I was taken to Denver Health.
What happened when you got to Denver Health?
When I got to Denver Health, they had started IVs and everything. They took me to do x-rays and admitted me into the ER.
Did you have surgery when you were at Denver Health?
Yes, I did.
All right, what did you have surgery for?
I had buckshot removed from my left knee, and I had my fingers amputated.
Did you have any other buckshot to your body as well?
I had a gunshot wound that went in my forearm that went just in and out, straight through.
All right, Your Honor, if I may approach the witness with what's been marked as People's Exhibit 2027, 2009, 2028.
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Snyder, do you recognize the person photographed in People's Exhibit 2027?
Yes, I do.
Who is that person?
That would be myself.
Does that picture fairly and accurately represent what you look like on July 20th of 2012 when you were at the hospital?
Yes, it does.
All right, if you could turn next to what's been marked as People's Exhibit 2009.
Okay.
All right, what's depicted in that photograph?
That is a photograph of my leg where I had been hit with the buckshot.
Does that fairly and accurately represent your injuries on July 20th of 2012?
Yes, it does.
Then if you could turn to People's Exhibit 2028. Right, and what does that picture depict?
That is my arm wrapped up in like a soft cast.
Right. And was that from the amputation of your fingers?
Yes, it was.
All right, Your Honor, and does that fairly and accurately represent what you look like on July 20th of 2012?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, at this time I would move for the admission of People's Exhibits 2027, 2009, and 2028.
Is there any objection, Mr. King?
Judge, I believe all three of these exhibits were subject to pretrial litigation, and I would renew our objections in that regard. To the extent that any of them are not, I would object under Rule 403.
Okay, thank you. Can I see those, please?
Of course.
It appears that P-TR-2027 was subject of amended order D-98B. And so I stand by my ruling with respect to that photograph. And so that photograph is admitted and may be published. P-TR-2028 and 2009 were not subject to a previous ruling. And the Rule 403 objections with respect to those two photographs are overruled because I find that the probative value of each photograph is not substantially outweighed by any of the concerns listed in Rule 403. So both of those are admitted and may be published.
Thank you, Your Honor. If I could please have People's Exhibits 2027. Hey, Ms. Snyder, is this a picture of you at the hospital on July 20th of 2012?
Yes, it is.
All right. If I could please have People's Exhibit 2009. And a picture of the injuries you sustained to your leg on July 20th of 2012.
Yes, it is.
If I could have People's Exhibit 2028. And that's a picture of your hand bandaged up after your amputation.
Yes.
Ms. Snyder, at this time I'm going to ask you to raise your hand as high as you can to show the jury your fingers and your injuries. All right, and thank you very much. If the record could reflect that Ms. Snyder just raised her right hand to show the jury her amputated fingers. And could you tell the jury what fingers those are?
It would be my index finger and my middle finger of my right hand.
Do you have any lasting injuries that still affect you today, Ms. Snyder?
Occasionally I will have what they call phantom pains, where it feels as if my fingers are still there and cause me to drop things or spill them as trying to grab them.
When you say spill things, are you in fact a bartender, Ms. Snyder?
Yes, I am.
Objection, Judge, at this point.
Sustained.
Your Honor, if I may approach the witness with what's previously been admitted as People's Exhibit 4678.
Yes.
Ms. Snyder, do you recognize the person in photograph 4678?
Objection,
Yes,
Judge. This is cumulative at this point.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may I just ask her to not publish the exhibit, but may I ask her if she knows that person?
Yes, that is appropriate. You can ask her.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Snyder, who is the person depicted in that photograph?
Alex Sullivan.
Did you ever see Mr. Sullivan alive again after July 20th of 2012?
No, I did not.
I have no further questions. Thank you very much, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Any cross-examination?
No, thank you.
The jury may have a question for you. Would you give us a moment, please?
Of course.
Thank you. Would counsel please approach? Ms. Snyder, the jury has submitted some questions that I have found based on the rules of evidence and other applicable rules of law are appropriate. The first question is, while you were in the theater, did the gunshots all sound the same, if you know?
I can't recall.
All right. Any follow-up questions based on that question, Ms. Tish McGuire?
No, Your Honor.
Any follow-up questions, Mr. King?
No, thank you.
May this witness be released from her subpoena?
Please, Your Honor.
Any objection?
Without objection.
All right, thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, call your next witness, please.
The people call Sarah Burnett.
Yes, right up there.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could I have you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm on the penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, please be seated. You can hand me those exhibits there.
Sure.
Thank you. Could you please tell us your full name for the record and spell your first, middle, and last names?
Sarah Burnett, SarahBurnett.
Ms. Pearson, you may proceed.
Ms. Burnett, who are you employed by?
Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives.
How long have you worked for them?
15 years.
What do you do for them?
I'm a special agent. I investigate federal firearms, narcotics, and explosives laws.
Do you have expertise in firearms?
I do.
What kind of expertise do you have?
I've been in law enforcement for 19 years, and I've carried a firearm in those 19 years. And since I've been with ATF, in all my investigations, I've probably investigated over 300 firearms cases. I am also an interstate nexus expert, which means that I have an extensive knowledge of firearms and
where they come from, as well as ammunition and where they're manufactured.
Were you asked to respond to the Century 16 Theater on July 20th of 2012?
I was.
Were you asked to do anything with regard to firearms on that date?
I was. I was asked to assist other ATF agents and the FBI's ERT, their evidence response team, in recovering and processing the scene.
Did you handle a specific firearm at the scene?
I did. I handled the rifle, which was a Smith & Wesson MP15 .223 caliber rifle.
What were you asked to do with that rifle?
I was asked to make it safe and then turn it over to the ERT.
I'm going to hand you what's been previously admitted as People's Exhibit 706. Do you recognize this firearm?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
I recognize it from...
And make sure you're talking to the microphone at the same
Oh,
time, if
sorry.
you could, please.
I recognize it from the serial number and the make and model.
And what is the serial number of this particular firearm?
Serial number is SP 43179.
Is this the one that you picked up and made safe at the back of the theater on July 20th of 2012?
It is.
And you can put it up there behind you if you'd like. So. Now, it was, we've seen pictures of it laying on the ground outside the exit door behind the theater. Was it in that location when you first found it?
It was.
What did you do with it?
I picked it up, and as I was picking up, the magazine was not seated properly in the magazine well. The magazine fell loose to the ground. I picked up the magazine, brought the firearm and the magazine over to where they were doing the evidence collection.
And if you could explain first, what does seating a magazine, what does that mean?
The magazine is that banana-looking clip that you see that was coming out of the firearm in the picture that you saw with the two pink flip-flops beside it. When you seat a magazine into the firearm, it needs to click so that rounds can come out of the magazine and go into the firearm.
So you indicated the magazine fell out. Did you have a chance to look at the magazine?
I did.
Could you tell whether it was empty or full?
It appeared to be full. I'm very used to, we fire a similar weapon at ATF, uses a similar magazine. It's highly recognizable as a 30-round magazine, and by the heft and the weight of it, it felt full to me, but I did not take the rounds out to see how many rounds were in that magazine.
And that was a job that somebody else did?
Yes.
Now, were you able to determine whether there was a round in the chamber?
There was.
And could you explain what that means to have a round in the chamber?
Absolutely. Having a round in the chamber means that it's ready to fire, and that once you pull the trigger, a round would go through as long as it wasn't jammed in some way.
How does a round get into the chamber?
The bolt pushes it forward from the magazine into the chamber, and then it fires.
And if you could point out on this rifle, I don't know if you can or not, where the bolt is? And if you can hold it up and to the
plastic.
Let's see. I'll have you step down and get this microphone here. If you could step down this direction so we could show it to the jury.
Kind of tricky in this box.
If you could just hold up the box towards the jury and I'll hold the microphone for you. How's that?
So the charging handle is right here.
If you could turn more sideways still, if that's possible.
Sorry. Okay. This right here is the charging handle. This is what you pull back to eject a round if there's a round in the chamber that hasn't been fired. The bolt is right here, and the magazine well is right under here, and that's what feeds the rounds into the firearm.
And when you saw it, the bolt was closed?
Yes. So this is the bolt that was closed. It's actually, you can't really see because it's on the other side, if it was open or closed. But when it's open, it's clearly open. You see an open space. When it's closed, the bolt is forward and there's no space there.
And this magazine, or this rifle is currently unloaded and safe to handle, is it?
Yes.
Don't really need to carry this back. Did you remove the round that was chambered?
I did.
When you removed it, did it appear to be damaged in any way to you?
I didn't look very closely at the head stamp area where the primer would be hitting to see if it was damaged in any way. But I didn't have a hard time removing it. By pulling back on that charging handle, that ejected a round, and that round was turned over to ERT.
And the round that was in the chamber, was it sitting in there straight or was it sideways?
It appeared to just be sitting as it should, facing forward.
Do you recall what kind of ammo was chambered in the rifle?
I don't know the make. I didn't look at the head stamp to determine what the actual make was, but I do recall that it was green tipped.
And what does green tipped ammo mean?
Generally, it means that it's armor piercing and military grade, but that's not always the case. I mean, there are some manufacturers of ammunition that paint that tip on, and I would need to examine it more closely to see if it was the green. Sometimes is a tungsten material, which makes it armor piercing. So I'm not sure if this was actually a tungsten tip or a green painted tip, but it was green tipped.
As an ATF agent, do you carry green tipped ammo in a rifle?
No.
Objection relevance.
Overruled.
Now, you indicated that the magazine was not seated in the rifle.
Correct.
Do you know why that would be?
It could be for several reasons. It could mean that the magazine was overloaded. Generally, what we do as agents, we don't ever load more than 29 rounds because sometimes even 30 rounds in a 30-round magazine will cause it to jam. It could mean that one of the rounds was placed improperly. It could mean that the rifle was dropped at some point and it was dislodged. But I guess I shouldn't offer my opinion, but I thought it was because it was overloaded.
Was that based on looking at the magazine physically?
Yeah, and the weight of it.
Thank you. I don't have any more questions.
Okay.
Cross-examination, Mr. King.
Briefly, Judge.
Afternoon, Special Agent.
Good afternoon.
Special Agent, you responded to this scene on the 20th. Is that right, at about 10 o'clock in the morning?
Yeah, I first responded to the apartment, so I was there probably around 8 and then went over to the movie theater.
With regard to your testimony about this rifle, as far as you know, the location where the rifle was located when you retrieved it and rendered it safe was the location where it was discovered by law enforcement.
Yes.
As far as you know, no one had touched that weapon. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And it was on the ground outside the rear of the theater.
Yes.
Right? And when you picked up that rifle, you said the magazine, which was inserted but apparently not fully inserted, would you agree with me?
Yes.
Fell to the ground.
Yes.
You picked up the magazine, and you testified that you're familiar with this weapon and you've used this quite a bit, right?
This style of weapon, yes.
And this would be like an M4 AR-15 style
Correct.
magazine-fed semi-automatic rifle, correct? When you picked up that magazine, it felt full to you, and that's a common magazine, a 30-round magazine for that weapon, correct?
Yes.
And you didn't really take the rounds out and count how many were in there. Is
I
that
did
right?
not.
But what you did say is that in your use of this weapon, you are trained not to load more than 29 rounds into that magazine, despite the fact that it's a 30-round magazine, right?
Yes.
And the reason for that is if you put 30 rounds in, it cannot feed properly, which would cause a jam, correct? And you said that you just said in your opinion that the reason that this magazine wasn't properly seated in the rifle was because you thought it was overloaded.
That's the only reason I could think why there would be a round in the chamber and that it wouldn't feed in there properly.
And I'll get to that, but certainly if you were to take this 30-round magazine and try to jam 31 rounds into it, that's going to cause a problem and it's not going to seat properly in the rifle, correct?
Yes.
Now, when you picked up that weapon, the bolt was all the way closed, and you showed the jury what the bolt is, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that is the position that the bolt's in when the weapon is ready to fire, correct?
Yes.
You also noted that there's a safety on this weapon, right? Correct?
Sorry.
And you can manipulate the safety near the trigger, and there are two positions, safe and fire, right?
Yes.
And it's pretty obvious when it's in the safe position, you can't pull the trigger, correct?
Right.
And even when the bolt is forward, right?
Yes.
But when it's in the fire position, it's ready to fire, correct?
Yes.
And when you pulled back on the bolt release, it ejected an unfired cartridge out of the firing chamber, right?
Correct.
When you looked at that round, you didn't notice that there was anything wrong with it that stuck out to you.
Right.
From all the information that you had, when you picked that rifle up off the ground, if you had inadvertently pulled the trigger, it would have fired. Correct?
Would have, yes. I would not have put my finger on the trigger, though, as I was picking it up.
Because you're trained not to.
Correct.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Is there any redirect?
Just one question. Was the safety on safe or was it on fire?
It was on fire.
Thank you.
Any recross?
Thank you.
The jury may have some questions for you. If you could give us a moment, please.
Sure.
Thank you. Would counsel please approach? The jury has submitted a couple of questions for you, and I have found, based on the rules of evidence and other applicable rules of law, that one of the questions is appropriate. The question is, approximately how much does that rifle weigh when loaded?
I have never taken account to how much it actually weighs, but I would approximate 9 pounds.
Any follow-up questions, Ms. Pearson?
No, Your Honor.
Any follow-up questions from you, Mr. King?
No, thank you.
May she be released from her subpoena?
She may.
Without objection.
All right, thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Call your next witness, please.
Your Honor, the people called Dion Rossborough.
Good afternoon, sir. Could I have you raise your right hand for me so that I can administer an oath? You solemnly swear or affirm, under penalty of law, that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, please be seated. Please tell us your full name and spell your first, middle, and last names.
Dion Dwayne Roseborough. DionDwayneRosBough.
Mr. Brockler, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, would you tell us what you do for a living?
I'm a supervisor for the Postal Service.
Do you live in and around Aurora?
Yeah.
Have you lived there for a while?
Yes.
Now, back on July the 19th of 2012, that's almost 3 years ago, did you go to that theater that we're all here to talk about?
Yes.
Why'd you go there?
I went to see the Batman movie. I heard that there was a trailer for the Superman movie. I really wanted to see that, and I wanted to see the Batman movie.
You a big fan of those kinds of movies?
Yeah, I love superhero movies.
Now, did you end up going by yourself?
Yes, I did. I had asked some friends of mine to go, and we agreed all to go on Saturday, but I still wanted to go on that Friday night.
You go by yourself?
Yes, I did.
How'd you get your ticket?
I bought it online.
Through the Century or through...
I think it was through Fandango.
Any trouble getting a ticket?
No.
Did it tell you which theater you were assigned to?
Yes.
Was it theater number 9?
Yes, it was.
Tell me what time you got there.
I think it was about 11:45.
By the time you got there, was it kind of hopping?
Yes, there was a lot of people there.
How do you know? Tell us what you saw.
When I went in, there was a lot of people in the concession stand. There was a lot of people waiting to buy tickets, and then there was a line waiting for people to scan their phone electronically.
In fact, you had to park a little far away?
Yes, I did. I parked to the right side of the theater as you're facing it.
Looked like a premiere.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, so when you went in, because of the lines of the concessions, did you get something to eat?
No, I knew I was running late, so I went straight into the theater.
And to find a seat?
Yes.
Did you have any trouble finding a seat?
Surprisingly, no. I sat in the seat that I usually sit in when it's empty.
Now, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Sir, I've marked this blank exhibit here as number 1213. Would you take a look at that and tell me if to you that looks like the interior of that theater as it looked back on July the 19th, 20th of 2012?
Yes.
Can you see on there where you think you were sitting?
Yes.
Do you have a pen up there? I can get you one if you don't.
There's one. There's one.
Okay. Do me a favor if you would. Would you circle the seat where you think you were sitting? Just draw a little dash next to it, and would you put your initials there? Can I take a look at that, Your Honor? May I approach?
Yes.
Okay. Do me a favor, sir. We'll have you draw on that some more in a moment. Describe for the jury, if they're the screen to this theater, can you describe for them where you're sitting?
As soon as you come in, the first seat, I would say apart from the front seats, there's a space between those front seats, and then right behind that is where I was at.
Now listen, I know we're going to talk about some of your injuries here, and I don't want you to keep getting up and down. We're going to come down, and I'll have you point to this at the end, okay, as to where you were sitting. And that's what you've reflected on that People's Exhibit 1213?
Yes.
All right. Now, did you just sit down there and stay there until the movie started, or did you get up and move around?
I stayed there. I didn't want to lose my seat. Like I said, surprisingly, it was open. I mean, because it was crowded in there, but I was shocked that that seat was open.
By the time the lights go down for the previews, is the theater packed?
Yes, very.
Any open seats that you're aware of?
No, I looked behind me and there was none.
So did you get to see that trailer you were hoping for?
I did. I was excited for a little bit.
Kind of cool?
Yeah.
So the movie starts. What's the first thing that happens that strikes you as out of the ordinary?
I can't say anything, really. Nothing until I'd say about the 10 or 15 minute mark.
Tell us what happens at about the 10 or 15 minute mark.
Well, I heard a popping sound. I didn't really pay any attention to it but it was definitely distinct from the movie, from what I heard. And then I could see smoke hovering over, but I didn't pay any attention to that either. It wasn't until I heard a bang, and then there was some screams coming from behind me. Then I heard another one, and then I finally looked behind me, and I saw people running, people screaming, and so that's when I looked to try to find where it was coming from. And I looked down, and it was coming from right under the screen, the right side, by the exit sign.
Let's get there in just a moment. I want to back up a little bit, okay? You said you heard a popping sound.
Mm-hmm.
Where, if this is the screen, can you point to where you think that popping sound was?
I couldn't tell.
Do you know what it sounded like when you say popping sound?
It was like a...
Okay, and I don't know how the court reporter's going to put that down. I don't know if we can say onomatopoeia.
It sounded like a can opening, I would say.
Okay. And then did that sound precede the smoke you just talked about?
Yes.
Did the smoke at all affect you, or was it just something you noticed visually?
No, it was something I noticed visually. It's just kind of hovering over the theater.
At that point, what's your brain telling you is going on?
I was saying something was going on, but I thought it was part of some type of something that the theater had arranged, because I had been in theaters in the past that when there was a big event, they had arranged some type of theatrics.
So at that point, were you scared at all?
No.
Okay. After the popping sound, after you noticed the smoke, you said you heard a different kind of noise. What was that?
It was a bang. I don't know how to describe other than it was just like a blast, but not a huge blast, but kind of contained.
At that point, did you know where that bang had come from?
No, I did not.
Are you scared yet?
No.
What happened after you heard the bang?
I looked back because I heard someone scream, and
Hold on 1 sec. What kind of scream?
It was like
403, 401.
Overruled.
Go ahead, sir.
It was a scream like you'd hear in a scary movie. Someone jumps out and you see someone with a knife and it's ah.
Okay. Did that get your attention?
Yes, it did.
What happened then?
I looked back, and then people started getting up and running to the left, and that's when I turned around to try to see where the bangs were coming from, and I found out that they were coming from the left side the right side of the theater. I saw someone in that corner.
Looking at this jury, as it's the screen, point to where the sound was coming from, those bangs that you identified.
The right side. The right side.
Right side of this jury as you face them, their left?
Yeah.
How many bangs did you hear?
I heard 2 before I acted.
We'll talk about that.
Okay.
You hear the 2 bangs. Are you scared now?
Yes, I am.
People are running
Yes.
behind you. How about the people next to you?
The people next I didn't pay any attention to them until I ran or tried to run.
Now tell us about that. You tried to run. Why couldn't you?
As soon as I got up, I turned to my left to run because I knew the shots were coming from the right side of me, so I turned to the left and tried to run, and I immediately stumbled over a person that was lying on the floor.
What were they doing?
They were just laying there, almost in a fetal position.
Do you ever remember that person moving during
No.
the rest of that evening?
No.
So you stumble, you fall. Are you on all fours? Are you on a knee? What's happening?
Objection to leading.
Overruled.
Go ahead, sir.
I fell to my knees at first. I felt the front part of my body was laying on top of that person, but I was on my knees to brace myself.
While that's happening, what's going on in the theater?
People are still running. I could see people running down the steps trying to get out the left side of the exit.
What are you hearing?
Just a bunch of screaming. There's still shots. Now the shots are rapid shots.
Do us a favor if you would, and I don't want you to use your voice for this. Could you use your hand and tap out on this wood, I presume it's wood, in front of you, how you heard the sounds coming in front of you?
The shots or the people?
Yes, sir, the shots.
Okay.
Thank you.
Like,
and how long did it go on like that?
probably for a few seconds until there was a brief pause.
What'd you do?
I looked for the shooter, and I saw him walking up that passageway. So then I nudged the person that was on the ground to see where they're going to move, and they weren't.
They respond to you at all?
No.
Hang on for just one moment, and we'll get back there, okay? You said you see the shooter. And you said it was down by that screen, remember? On
Yes.
the right? Is there something you can point to in this courtroom that is about the distance from where you think you were sitting to where that person was?
I would say that back there by the wall, by that, what's that thermostat?
Oh, yeah, okay. There's a thermostat back here about 1, 2, 3, 4 rows from the back. I don't know what direction that is, Your Honor, but corner of the courtroom. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Tell us what he looked like, or what the shooter looked like to you.
I couldn't see. He was in the dark at the time. The only thing I could see was that he was wearing some type of headgear, but it was definitely dark. So I'm assuming that it was dark colored clothes.
Could you make out any weapons?
Not at the time.
Okay.
When I initially saw him.
That's when you see him. Are you already on your knees kind of over the person you described to us?
When I first saw him, I was still in my chair. I didn't drop to my knees until I actually saw the shots fired from the gun.
Did that shooter stay out there?
Not for long. When I turned back to look at him again while I was on my knees, that's when he started moving towards me.
Okay. What are you doing as he's moving towards you?
Actually, before I look to see if he's moving toward me, I'm laying on top of the person, waiting for to stop some type of stoppage in the shooting. And then when there was the pause, I looked back at him, and that's when I saw him coming toward me.
He's moving towards you. Is he still shooting?
Yes, he started back, and he was shooting. It appeared that he was shooting above me, from where I was at.
Now, when you say above you, do you mean in the ceiling or to the people behind you?
To the people behind me.
As he's moving towards you, could you start to make out a little bit more about this shooter?
Yeah, I could definitely see the gas mask, the headgear. that he was dressed in some type of armor, not armor, but clothing armor.
Kind of like a knight.
Yeah.
Right. Could you see his weapon?
Yes.
What did it look like to you?
It looked like an automatic weapon. I couldn't tell you what exact kind it was.
The shooting that the shooter was engaged in as he's moving towards you, was it like you demonstrated here in front of us?
Yes.
What kind of pace is he setting as he's walking towards you?
It was slow. He's just a slow walk.
Didn't appear to be in any kind of rush.
No.
Another form of the question calls for speculation.
Sustained.
As he's moving towards you, slowly, shooting the way you've described, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking I need to get up and get out of here.
Are you in a position to do that?
No. I didn't want to trample over the person. I didn't know if they were dead or alive, so I didn't want to trample over them. And so I was trying to crawl past them, but they were blocking the entire row.
Does the shooter keep coming?
Yes.
What'd you do?
When I turned back around, after I nudged the person that was on the ground, I turned back to look where he was, and he was probably about 5 feet in front of me.
He being the shooter?
Yes.
Look, I know the words 5 feet, but I want you for this jury to point to something in this courtroom that is the distance that shooter got to you.
I would say this desk right here.
This desk that Miss Spengler's sitting at
Yes.
right here? The front edge of it?
Uh-huh.
When that shooter gets to this distance from you in that theater, what happens?
I thought to myself, I'm about to be shot. And so I tried to cover up my face, and that's when he shot me.
Now, at the time, how many times do you think you'd been shot?
At the time, I only thought I had been shot once.
That turns out to not be true.
No.
What'd it feel like?
My shoulder was hurting. That's the only thing I felt at the time. It was stinging, and I just knew that I had been shot in my shoulder.
What were you thinking?
I said, I'm about to die. I was laying there coughing up blood, but I was wondering why I was coughing up blood from just being shot in the shoulder.
Were you scared?
Yes.
403, 401, move to strike.
Overruled.
Were you scared?
Yes.
You're in this position. You know you've been shot. Can you see the shooter anymore?
No.
Do you hear shooting?
No.
What did you do?
I laid there. I don't remember how long I laid there.
Why?
But
Why'd you do that?
because I was playing like I was dead. I wanted to make sure that he was gone before I attempted to get up if I could.
Did you think he was gone at some point?
I did. And honestly, I didn't care once I got up. I just knew that I could get up.
Where'd you go?
I went back out the exit that I came.
Do you remember seeing how the theater looked as you were running out of there?
Correction 403, 401.
Overruled.
Go ahead, sir.
No, I did not. The only thing I could hear the sirens going off. I knew the movie had stopped, but that was it.
Did you ever see that shooter again?
No, I did not.
Did you know when you turned to run whether you were going to where the shooter had gone or not?
No, I did not know. I didn't know if he had gone out the way I was gonna go, or did he go back out the exit that he came in.
What was the way you went, sir?
I went out the right-hand side as you're facing the screen, which was the way I came in.
Did you get back to the lobby?
Yes, I did.
And then what?
I was met by a police officer, and he escorted me out of the theater.
You end up going to the hospital and get treated?
Yes.
Before you got to the theater that day, were all your appendages and everything working the way they were supposed to on your body?
Yes.
After you left the theater in the early morning hours of July 20th, were they all working the way they were supposed to?
No.
I want you to tell us what injuries you sustained in that theater.
My scapula was shattered, and I have nerve damage.
Tell us about the nerve damage.
It's caused drop foot syndrome, and I can't lift my foot to walk naturally without help, or I have to lift my leg higher off the ground to walk.
Is that forever?
Yes.
403, 401, move to strike.
Overruled.
Go ahead, sir.
It goes to the nature of the injury, the character, nature, and extent of the injury.
I apologize, Your Honor. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, I was. The doctor told me that I should see.
Excuse me, hearsay confrontation.
Sustained as to hearsay.
Let's not talk about just what the specific words the doctor said, but the fact that you know that this is permanent is enough, okay?
Yes.
What I want to ask you about now is, remember when we said you thought you had been shot once, but you found out you'd been shot a second time?
Right.
Tell the jury where you were shot in addition to the scapula that it broke.
I was shot in the lower back, towards the middle.
Is that the source of the nerve damage for your leg?
Yes, and it punctured my lung also.
The injury to your shoulder, what did they do to you to try to fix that?
I was operated on, and they put a plate in there.
That plate going to be in you forever too?
Objection 403, 401.
Overruled.
Yes.
Same ruling as before.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sir, I'm handing you what's been marked as People's Exhibits 2565 and 2566. Take a look at that. You recognize what those are pictures of? Bless you.
I do not recognize the first picture.
Which one is that?
It's
I take it
2565.
Okay, go ahead and set that one down then.
Okay. And the second one was, it's me.
Okay, and that's how you recognize it? It's you?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that the way you looked back on July the 20th, 2012, after you were taken for help from the theater?
Sadly, yes.
I'm going to move to admit People's Exhibit 2566.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Is there any objection, Ms. Spengler?
No further objection.
All right, based on my previous ruling, and there being no further objection, P-TR-2566 is admitted and may be published.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, there's another one, though. Remember that Exhibit 1213 in front of you?
Yes.
I want you to do me a favor, and could you did you already put your initials on there?
No, I did not.
Would you just write your name on it and put today's date on it? Do me one more favor on that. Using S1 for shooter and S2 for also shooter but 2, could you put for S1 where you first saw the shooter and S2 where you last saw the shooter? Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd like to have the witness come down and talk to us about where some things took place on the model, if he could.
Okay.
Sir, would you come down and do me a favor, too? Would you grab that stick?
And there's a microphone here, Mr. Ruckler. Do you want to?
Yes, sir. I'll grab that. Carry that for you. Thank you, sir. Come around the side, if you would, for us. Spengler, can you see? Sure. First, I want you to show for this jury, and if they can't see, I'm hoping someone will yell something. Can you point to the seat that you were in that night? You're pointing to the far end seat just in front of the railing here at the back of that area? All right. Now, we've taken down the walls because it was impossible to see in this box when the walls were there. But if we're going to presume that the screen is up in the front here, when you first saw the shooter, after you'd looked behind you and you'd heard the screaming, can you point to where that was on here? Okay. You described the shooter moving forward. And then the last place that you saw the shooter when you were covering up, can you show us where that is? Go ahead, sir. It's right here. And you're indicating just to the right of the railing on the bottom of the stairs by this seat. And if I'm talking out loud, it's only because I want this nice lady to type those words into the record. Okay. Do me this favor, if you would. If you could back up a little bit. And you know what? Go ahead and use that stick as the weapon that you saw. Back up a little more for me.
Final counsel, of course, please.
Sure.
All right, the objection is overruled, but Mr. Bruckler, you must proceed as we talked about here at the bench. Okay.
Your Honor, I'm scared to move this, but can I move it?
Yes.
All right. All right, sir, here's what I'm going to ask you to do, okay? What I'd like you to do is, if you could start over here by this hulking deputy, and hold the stick like the weapon without pointing it at the jury, the way you saw the shooter holding the weapon. And I want you to demonstrate for the jury the pace that that shooter took and the way that he carried that weapon as he moved towards you in that direction, okay? And Ms. Spengler, I don't mean to make you that person. If you want to move over here, that's fine too. And that's the pace that he took?
Yes.
Sir, before you turned yourself away and he shot you, did you see him point that weapon at you?
Yes.
Give him the microphone, please.
Oh, jeepers. Sorry, Your Honor.
Yes.
I don't have any further questions, Your Honor. Other than to move to admit People's Exhibit 1213 into evidence. Thank you.
As to Exhibit P-TR 1213, Ms. Spengler, do you have an objection?
I just need to see it.
Oh,
Yes, please.
Can I retrieve it, Your Honor?
Yes.
No objection.
Okay, without objection, P-TR 1213 is admitted.
Published 2566.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, cross-examination.
No, thank you.
All right, the jury does not appear to have any questions. Mr. Bruckler, may this witness be released from his subpoena?
Yes, sir, you may.
Any objection, Ms. Spengler?
No objection.
All right, sir, thank you very much. All right, members of the jury, it's 5 o'clock, and as you know, tomorrow is an off day for us, and so we're going to adjourn for the weekend because I'm giving you a 3-day weekend. You know what's coming, right? I'm going to go through the advisements. Now, I want to make sure you know that I'm not repeating these advisements because I don't think you're smart or I don't think you can remember them or because I don't think that you're taking them seriously. I'm required by law to give them to you every so often. But additionally, I can't emphasize enough how extremely important they are. Even a single violation of a single advisement could create all kinds of issues for us. You know that I mentioned to you during jury selection that we started this process in January. And actually, I sent out the jury summonses sometime in December they went out. So this is a lengthy process, and it's extremely important that each and every one of you follows each advisement. Again, please do not take the attitude of, what's the big deal if I just tell my husband or my wife or my significant other about this? Or what if I just, about what we're doing during the trial? Or what if I just violate one time? That's not a big deal. That's an improper attitude that you should avoid. Similarly, please don't take the attitude of who's going to find out. If I just tell my brother or my sister or my best friend, nobody will find out. Again, that's the wrong, that would be improper and a wrong attitude. You're on the jury. because we trust that you will follow each and every one of these advisements. And it's an honor, sort of an honor system, honor code system, and each one of you has to police yourself. And I know that it takes discipline, and we trust again that you will have that discipline and you will do it, that you will follow each and every one of these advisements. Now, I know that with the long weekend coming up, some of you may go back to work tomorrow for a day, and that you may do that during other Fridays. We've had a couple of people that we've talked to who have indicated that to us. And there's nothing wrong with that as long as you are vigilant. Just make sure that you're aware that people may know that you're on the jury, and people at work may want to talk to you about this, or people at work may want to talk about the case because perhaps they've seen something in the media reports. So just be extra careful and have your antennas up at all times so that if somebody starts talking about the case, you immediately remove yourself from that location. And so that if somebody starts talking to you about it or asking you questions, you stop them right away. Don't let them get any information out. Stop them right away. To the extent that people already know at your jobs that you're on the jury, it might be helpful to tell your supervisors or to tell people, hey, I know that you're aware that I'm on the jury. Please don't talk to me about the case or about my jury experience. I cannot talk about it. I'm prohibited from talking about it. And please don't talk about the case around me. I'm not allowed to hear that. So to the extent that people have already figured out that you're on the jury, it may be helpful to just have your supervisor or whoever let people know, your coworkers and whoever else, that they are not to talk to you about the case and they are not to talk about the case in your presence. Obviously, if people don't know that you're on the jury, don't do that. It's better that they don't know, and you just be careful, okay? All right, let me go through these advisements again. Number one, please do not discuss any aspect of the case with each other through any means. You're free to talk to each other, but not about the case. I encourage you to be friendly with each other, and I know you are, because I hear you coming into the courtroom when you're about a mile away, and that's okay as long as you don't talk about the case or your experience as a juror. Number two, in addition to not being able to discuss the case with each other, please do not communicate about the case with anyone else through any means. That includes your spouse, significant other, family members, friends, co-workers. All you can tell people is that you're a juror in Arapahoe County in a trial that we anticipate will go until August or September. Please do not talk with any witnesses, parties, or attorneys about anything, whether related to the case or not. To make sure that witnesses, parties, and attorneys do not talk to you, it is imperative that you wear your juror badge at all times whenever you're on the courthouse premises, and that your juror badge is visible to everyone around you. Your juror badge will reduce the risk that people will talk about the case in your presence. It will also allow the media to comply with the orders that I have issued that relate to the media, and that relate to the media having any contact with you or talking to you. If you hear anyone talking about the case, please remove yourself from that location immediately. In the event that despite your best efforts, you hear something about the case, please let my staff know that you need to talk to me. Don't tell my staff what it is about, just let my staff know you need to talk to me. Please do not talk to any members of the media about anything, whether related to the case or not. You must not read, view, or listen to any news or media reports that may refer to the case. Because there's media coverage of the case, please be particularly careful while listening to the radio, watching TV, reading the newspaper, and using the internet. If you're watching TV and you're watching the news, just be aware that there may be a news report, and so be ready to change the channel. But better yet, you might just want to avoid watching the news. That would be the easiest thing to do. Same thing with listening to the radio. You might be better off just avoiding listening to news channels. But if you happen to be listening to a radio station that may have news reports, just be ready to change the channel quickly in case a story comes on about the case. Again, it takes being careful and being aware at all times of your surroundings and what's happening. You cannot visit any locations mentioned in the case or conduct your own investigation outside the courtroom. That includes consulting dictionaries, scientific books, legal books, religious books in relation to your juror service. You must make all decisions in this case based only on the evidence and information presented in the courtroom and the instructions of law that I provide you. You cannot start forming any opinions about the case until I tell you that you can start deliberating. So that means that you must keep an open mind throughout the trial. It's not only improper for you to start talking to each other about the case, but it's improper for you to internally start deliberating about the case, to privately in your own mind start forming opinions about the case. You have to keep an open mind throughout the case. Please remember that neither sympathy nor prejudice for the prosecution or the defendant may affect any of your decisions in this case. And finally, please keep in mind that the attorneys have a job to do. They're required to make objections sometimes. Please do not hold it against them when they make objections. Similarly, do not read anything into my rulings on any objections or any requests by the parties. Remember that I'm neutral in these proceedings and I'm doing my best to apply the law. And so don't infer anything from my rulings. All right. With those advisements in mind, have a great long weekend and I'll see you back here Monday morning at 8:15. Thank you. Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury has exited the courtroom now. Is there anything we need to talk about on behalf of the people at this time?
Your Honor, I need the next court exhibit number just for a photograph that was rejected yesterday.
Okay, what's the next one? 20. So C-TR-20. Mr. Orman?
Just a couple of things, Your Honor. I have some photographs that I took of the model that I'll show them to counsel. There's 5 of them, I believe. Let me just count them. No, there's more than 5. 7, Your
7?
Honor. And I don't know if you want to staple this and make it one court exhibit or make it 7 of them. I would think stapling it and making it 1, but
I'm okay with stapling them and making it 1 if the defense is okay with that.
That's fine.
Okay, we'll mark it then as C-TR-21.
And one more thing, Your Honor, if I may. I spoke to counsel about this briefly. We have a proposed exhibit that we would be introducing through a witness later in the trial. It's Exhibit 999. It's a video, and it is a video of the ambulance bay at University Hospital, and it shows a number of police cars coming in, unloading victims. It shows the injuries to victims and so forth. Based on objections that have happened so far, I anticipate that the defense will object to the admission of this video, saying it's cumulative or a 403 objection or a 401 objection. I wouldn't normally ask to do it like this, Your Honor, but the video was pulled by the director of security at University Hospital. He's moved out of state. So I would have to fly him in from out of state to lay a foundation for the admission of the video. I do not believe that that would be an issue that the defense would be objecting to. I think they'd be objecting to the contents of the video. If the court were to rule that it's cumulative or for some reason inadmissible, I would rather not have this guy spend 2 days of his life flying from the East Coast
to testify to an exhibit that the court might not find admissible. So I would like to present it to the court so that potentially we can argue about it next week and at least have some idea from the court whether or not the court would render this or decide this is inadmissible. I just don't want to waste this person's time flying out here if the court would not admit this exhibit.
Has the defense viewed this video yet?
It's been provided to them.
Yes. Okay. Well, we can argue about it now if you want, and then I can watch it after I take argument.
That's fine. I don't know if the defense was prepared to do that. I just brought this up with them, and either way is fine with me.
Is the defense prepared to argue about this now or no?
Can I have a moment?
Yes.
You're not watched it, but it's been a while. If we could reserve this till Monday and then argue it on Monday.
Do you have any objection to Mr. Orman tendering it to the court so that I can watch it?
No objection.
Okay, all right. Why don't you tender it then, Mr. Orman, and without objection, I'll watch it over the weekend.
I will do that, and if it's okay, Your Honor, I'm going to staple these photographs.
Okay. Is there anything else on behalf of the people?
No, Your Honor.
Anything on behalf of the defense? Ms. Spengler, do you have anything?
It's a horrible job I did.
All right. So, Mr. Orman, tender that to my staff, and then I'll watch it over the weekend. All right, folks, thank you. Have a good weekend. I'll see you on Monday. The court will be in recess.
All right.
Good afternoon. I'm Jennifer Kowaleski with 7 News. We just got done hearing 4 days of testimony in the theater shooting trial. This is going to be just 4 days this week. They will be off tomorrow, so there'll be no trial tomorrow. We'll be back on Monday morning. We heard the prosecution brought forward 3 witnesses, 3 survivors, as well as an ATF agent. We wrapped up the day hearing from one of the survivors, Dion Roseborough. He was a survivor. He attended the movie that evening by himself. He described some very emotional testimony, telling us when he heard the gunshots, where he saw the shooter, as well as when he tried to leave the theater, how he basically was stopped by someone who was in the aisle where he was seated to see the movie, and then at one point realized that he had been shot. He was able to then get out of the theater, but he was shot 2 times, once in the shoulder and once in the lower back. He also detailed for the jury how those injuries have impacted him. He suffered some nerve damage as a result of one of the gunshots that he obviously is dealing with now. So that was the final testimony that we heard today. But now I want to go ahead and bring in 7 News legal analyst Rick Kornfeld. Rick, thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Rick, first question, what do you think the prosecution's strategy was to end the week and the day by calling 3 survivors to the stand?
Well, you know, again, I think they are focusing heavily on the emotional impact of the case. And even though that's not strictly part of their burden of proof, the government really has the advantage of the emotional undercurrent in this case, and that's a big part of the narrative that they are delivering to the jury. So I had a chance to see portions of the last 2 survivors who testified this afternoon, and it's very dramatic testimony for all the obvious reasons. And then I think if you couple that with the dignity that these witnesses and the poise that these witnesses demonstrated on the stand, I noticed that when they got off the stand, they didn't stare down Mr. Holmes. They didn't make a dirty face. Their body language was very matter of fact and very neutral. And so I think there is drama inherent not only in their words but also in their demeanor. And so going into a 3-day weekend, that's this testimony is what's going to resonate in the jury's ears and in their minds to the extent that they're thinking about this case over the weekend. And I think that was a very deliberate decision by the prosecution. If you contrast that with, let's say we had the criminalist again, and apparently she's coming back, but the criminalist, no disrespect to the criminalist or to criminalists everywhere, but that testimony is pretty dry, pretty monotonous, and frankly not all that exciting. You contrast that with what these jurors just heard in the last several hours, and the prosecution's thought process, I think, is pretty evident.
Do you think there was any strategy behind calling the first two survivors, then having the ATF agent, and then ending with the final survivor?
Maybe, but I don't know. I suspect that was more convenience. I did see a little bit of the ATF agent, and when they brandished that firearm, although the jury has seen the firearms before, and if my memory serves, they've actually handled or passed around some of the firearms. So I suspect that was more just getting this ATF agent on and off. These federal agents have tremendous responsibilities and lots of cases and lots of investigations that they're working on, and so to sort of cross the duty to testify off this particular agent's list was most likely a courtesy to that agent.
All right, well, thanks, Rick. Was there anything else that you wanted to add that you saw of significance in the testimony we just heard?
No, other than the fact that, I wouldn't be surprised. I know next week, as the judge indicated at the end, there's also a break, and that will be a 4-day break because they'll have Friday off plus the following Memorial Day holiday. And I would suspect that you're going to see a similar pattern a week from today where the government is going to end with more survivor testimony for the exact same reasons that, we discussed earlier today.
All right, well, thanks, Rick. We appreciate it. Now I want to get to some of the other testimony we heard. We have some sound from survivor Heather Snyder. Let's take a listen.
What happened when you got outside that exit door?
When I got outside the exit door, the paramedics were starting triage, and so I went and sat against the wall, awaiting my color to be told how serious my injuries were.
Did the paramedics give you guys different colors depending on the severity of your injuries that evening?
Yes, they did.
Were you able to observe your injuries at that point in time?
I was able to observe the injury to my hand, and then I still just felt pain in my knee and my arm.
What did you notice about your hand at that point in time?
My fingers looked like they'd been put through a garbage disposal.
What else did you recognize about your fingers at that point in time? Were they dangling or were they?
Yeah, they were just dangling by skin. There was no bone or anything left on my fingers.
At some point in time, did you get some medical treatment?
Yes, I did.
All right, so what happened for you to get medical treatment that night?
There was a police car that pulled up, and they had put me in the front seat, in the passenger seat, and then they had pulled another injured victim in the back seat and drove us to ambulances.
Did you know the victim who was placed in the back seat of that vehicle?
Yes, I did.
Who was that?
That was Christina Blosch.
Is she one of your coworkers from Red Robin?
Yes.
What happened after you got into that police car?
We drove down the grass behind the movie theater, and we found a row of ambulances. I was then placed in one ambulance, and Christina Blosch was placed in another ambulance.
Were there any other victims in the ambulance you were placed in?
Yes, there was one other lady with an injury to her leg.
What hospital were you taken to?
I was taken to Denver Health.
What happened when you got to Denver Health?
When I got to Denver Health, they had started IVs and everything. They took me to do x-rays and admitted me into the ER.
Did you have surgery when you were at Denver Health?
Yes, I did.
All right, what did you have surgery for?
I had buckshot removed from my left knee, and I had my fingers amputated.
Did you have any other buckshot to your body as well?
I had a gunshot wound that went in my forearm that went just in and out, straight through.
Ms. Snyder, at this time I'm going to ask you to raise your hand as high as you can to show the jury your fingers and your injuries. All right, and thank you very much. If the record could reflect that Ms. Snyder just raised her right hand to show the jury her amputated fingers. And could you tell the jury what fingers those are?
It would be my index finger and my middle finger of my right hand.
Do you have any lasting injuries that still affect you today, Ms. Snyder?
Occasionally I will have what they call phantom pains, where it feels as if my fingers are still there and cause me to drop things or spill them as trying to grab them.
We just heard some very emotional and difficult testimony from Heather Snyder. This will wrap up our coverage. Thank you for watching. We will be back again on Monday. I'm Jennifer Kovaleski.